Chapter 901. Twisted Reality. Whoosh, on the half-a-meter-wide table between Bailey Jingwei and Shangyuan Feiyun were placed the finest drinks and dishes, adding to the enjoyment of the tranquil lake nearby. The two were relishing the view, the company, and the wine without a care. There was a sound, and Bailey Jingwei held out his hand for a jade slip to land in it. Shangyuan Feiyun's eyes flashed. "Ha ha ha, already? I have to say, Sword King, your nephew is certainly a go-getter, ha ha ha." Bailey Jingwei chuckled. Shangyuan Feiyun waved him off. "As if, it's more like that brother of mine is too rushed, or, like Prime Minister said, greedy. How else do you explain his hastily drawn-out plan?" Their eyes met and burst out laughing with ridicule. Bailey Jingwei scanned the jade slip closely and nodded with a smile. Though something did catch his attention, so much so he was feeling suspicious. "What is it, Prime Minister? What is the problem?" "Shangyuan Feiyun will strike 3 days after we leave." "Isn't that great? The trap is set and all that's left is for them to spring it." "Prime Minister, is there something nagging you?" Shangyuan Feiyun looked curious at first, but dismissed his worries after he heard the info inside the jade slip. Bailey Jingwei's doubts remained. Shangyuan Feiyun plans to raid the Jade Falls with his experts, while the 3 strongest venerables will be going after your resting room to kill you. If all goes well, great, but if not, they will hold you back while the others steal the soaring sword. Humph! A mere pipe dream. Shangyuan Feiyun disregarded his worry. They want to cut me off. Then I'll lay 2 traps, real experts in my room where I'll stay guard as well and send the rest of the men to Jade Falls, where Prime Minister will direct with Brother Danking's assistance. They can get in, but there's no leaving with 2 sword kings around, ha ha ha. Bailey Jingwei nodded, but his conscience wasn't eased. Be that as it may, something is strange here. Prime Minister, what is it now? Is something off? The plan is solid, only the details are weird. Bailey Jingwei's eyes flashed and passed the jade slip over. Sword King Feiyun, notice the map Shangyuan Yulin attached inside. Shangyuan Feiyun was starting to be suspicious as well. I let that Grandmaster Gu make it, so what's there to see? It's not like I don't know my own home. 3 days later, the Shangyuan clan will split in 2 before attacking. Shangyuan Feiyun will lead his men to attack the easternmost area of the manor, Jade Falls, and steal the soaring sword, while the 3 venerables will ambush Sword King's room, the northernmost place. To kill and to stop the enemy so the clan head can succeed, ugh. Shangyuan Feiyun was casual as he read, but then his eyes landed on the map. Jade Falls in the east, but it's in the west side, and then my room in the north is actually in the southeast. Just what is up with this map? Bailey Jingwei wore a mask of doubt. Shangyuan Yulin supplied this map, and by all accounts, shouldn't be an attempt at cheating us. At least he was so blatantly obvious about it. He is oblivious to everything in the flying cloud manner, unlike us. The only logical explanation is that this is the same map he got from Shangyuan Feiyun, this fake. The clan got a fake map. A fake. Shangyuan Feiyun was baffled. How in hell is it fake? You're saying Grandmaster Gu handed this fake to them? Why would he do that? Bailey Jingwei frowned, deep in thought. Logic says Gu Yifan is relying on Shangyuan clan, a crutch to lean on and ride their coattails to success. But he gave them a fake map, botching their plans and turning from their confidante to a traitor. He only gets to lose from it. Is he committed to becoming the Sword Star Empire's alchemist? Is that why he's breaking it off with the Shangyuan clan? That's not right either, or he'd be throwing his lot with us by using the fake map to catch the clan in one fell swoop. Any betrayal should be done fully, not randomly, or he won't get anything out of it. The Shangyuan clan had patched their lacking knowledge with the fake map, but they wouldn't lose that much because of it. And with the failure of the second ambush, they would no longer have any chance of attacking the manor, while the Shangyuan clan would hate Gu Yifan's guts. While on the manor's side, being in the dark to the source of this fake map, they couldn't give Grandmaster Gu any credit for the results. He gets nothing from either side. So why? The Prime Minister Bailey Jingwei was having a headache as well with this conundrum, let alone Shangyuan Feiyun. Bailey Jingwei finally shouted, "Who were the ones watching over Grandmaster Gu in the manor? Call them here now." Yes, sir. Someone shouted, and soon 2 guards were before him, bowing. Prime Minister, Sword King, how may we be of service? Are you 2 the ones who looked after Grandmaster Gu during his stay at the manor? Per the Lord's order, we kept Grandmaster Gu safe. Was anything off about Grandmaster Gu's actions? Bailey Jingwei's eyes flashed, his words startling the guards as they replied. Many things earned our suspicion, like constantly asking about the path between Jade Falls and Sword King's home, about the restricted areas. Prime Minister and Lord might not know, but he also had us show him the way. I get it. We already know about that, but is there anything else? Shangyuan Feiyun waved him off. That's something I allowed so Gu Yifan could finish his map. Bailey Jingwei's brow shook and jumped in. Wait, you mean he constantly asked you? Why? Prime Minister, what's wrong about that? All spies will inquire. We've taken him everywhere through the manor, so why is he still asking others? And not just once either. Bailey Jingwei cut him off with a serious look. Shangyuan Feiyun was stumped. Yeah, now why is that? Afraid he won't be found out. We personally toured him around the place, so why? Maybe. Shangyuan Feiyun glanced at Bailey Jingwei, who was fixed on the guards. One guard finally spoke. Grandmaster Gu is very suspicious. He kept saying he'll go to Jade Falls, but always ended up at the barracks saying the manor was too big every time. All right, we get it. You may go. Bailey Jingwei dismissed them. The guards bowed and left puzzled. Bailey Jingwei chuckled. Sword King, you get it now. Of course, the guy has a direction problem. Shangyuan Feiyun's face twitched and sighed. Who'd have thought a great 11th grade alchemist ends up being directionally challenged? What makes it worse? He's a spy. Ha ha ha. Well, that's a first, using a guy with poor direction as a spy. Of course, the map is all jumbled, not knowing which is north, south, east, or west. I bet Shangyuan Feiyun would have spurted blood feet high if he knew his map was drawn by a disoriented guy. Ha ha ha. Bailey Jingwei smiled. Nobody's perfect. Being drafted by them, he acts like the terrible spy he is. Of course he's liable to slip up. Ha ha ha. Slip up? Such poor direction is worse than anyone's. Shangyuan Feiyun mocked, but then frowned. Though are you sure he's directionally challenged? An 11th grade alchemist at that. Bailey Jingwei's brow shook and paused. This is the only explanation for what I know so far. Consider him having poor direction. Then our plan, we stick to it. The only change is that we'll be following this fake map. Bailey Jingwei grinned. Even with the twisted reality thanks to the fake map, the Shangyuan clan will be caught all the same. Ha ha ha. Shangyuan Feiyun nodded. I thought of moving the soaring sword just in case, but since the map is fake, there's no point. Chapter 902, Tiwa's the night before the ambush. Dad, are they really dragging the fight elsewhere? In the pitch-black night, only the moonlight was shining some light upon the world, giving it a chilling air. The many houses in the city had their own faint yellow candlelight in hope of dispelling the coldness. Gu Santong lay in bed, eyes staring at Zhuo Fan polishing his demonic sword under the lamplight. With an evil grin, Zhuo Fan replied, Yep, flying cloud manners move hinges on Shangyuan clan's attack, while Shangyuan clan's moves are following the map I provided. By now, the same map should be back in the manor. Ha ha ha, this way both sides' actions are under my control. They'll fight wherever I want them to without a choice. Humph. Zhuo Fan looked mighty pleased with his handiwork, confidence stemming from manipulating the whole board and its rules. What will we be doing then? Gu Santong muttered. Could we help Shangyuan clan after we set up the drawing array in the Jade Falls? Zhuo Fan gave him a glance before fixating back on his precious demonic sword. Who cares about them? We do our own thing and ignore the rest so as to not invite more trouble. Flying Cloud Manor now has 2 sword kings and a prime minister on top. The Shangyuan clan stands no chance. I used Shangyuan Yulin to send fake info and scatter their forces. That should be enough breather for the Shangyuan clan, though not like it'll be for long. When the experts waiting in Shangyuan Feiyun's room realize the attack won't be coming, the trap stemming from the fake info I had Shangyuan Yulin send will collapse. When the 2 sides converge, the Shangyuan clan will fall, but it's not certain if they will get wiped out. But their annihilation will work in our favor. their dying struggle buying us time to set the array. He. At least they died for something. Zhuo Fan mocked, a tyrant lifting his sword above a mountain of skeletons, using the blood of all living things to right his own rise. Gu Santong sighed in silence. Zhuo Fan's hand paused from cleaning the demonic sword, picking up on young Sanzi's mood. He no longer looked evil, now giving his son a bright smile. I know you don't like hanging with these people and grew tired of this place. Anyway, these 3 days will go by fast, so just bear with it. Ha. Then according to Shangyuan Feixing's plan, the experts will attack while the juniors will leave. You'll slip away from them in the meantime to where we established. Don't forget the escape we set up before we got to Flying Cloud City, the Big Dipper flinging array, he. That means there's only the 2 of us surviving, walking all over their lives. Gu Santong muttered downcast. Zhuo Fan didn't notice, too caught up in cleaning his great demonic sword and his dream of learning to use the sword. Knock till someone was at the door. Zhuo Fan paused from cleaning and asked, "Who is it?" "It's me." Zhuo Fan heard Shangyuan Qingyan saying, "Mr. Gu, are you free?" "What's this chick up to at this hour?" Giving Gu Santong a puzzled look, Zhuo Fan knew he had to reply, "I'll be right there." Zhuo Fan gazed upon the frail figure as she stepped in. "What got you coming here so late?" "Is young Sanzi asleep?" Shangyuan Qingyan was being awfully subtle. Zhuo Fan gave a casual answer. "Kids are in bed at this hour. What are you? Come with me." Shangyuan Qingyan cut him off by pulling his hand outside, in the back, then relaxed seeing no one around. "No one will disturb us here." "Disturb us?" Zhuo Fan watched the clear face reflected in the moonlight and rubbed his hands. "Miss Shangyuan, first you made sure young Sanzi is asleep, and now you invited me in this secluded area." Ha, I'm shocked by your forwardness. I know my charm and I am quite fascinating that some girls just can't keep away from me, but I'm a married man and have a child. I'm not that kind of guy. But since you insist, I guess ugh. The sudden attack had him crying out. He saw Shangyuan Qingyan pinching his thigh and twisting hard. Zhuo Fan struggled out of her clutches. What was that all about? "Why else if not for talking trash?" Shangyuan Qingyan huffed and glared. "I asked for you for a good reason, but your mind is clearly in the gutter. The only reason you're still conscious is because you're married." Zhuo Fan ignored her tantrum. "How noble of you, despite being in a clan that trains in dual cultivation to vent. Isn't Uncle a married man too?" "It's because the Shangyuan clan's men are like that, so I can't stand it." Shangyuan Qingyan waved her angry fist around, though she put it away without using it. "Fine, let's just forget it. But you must get your wife back. Focus only on that and don't do anything that might break her heart." Zhuo Fan shook, his face heavy. "What's it to you?" "Nothing, it's what I hope." Shangyuan Qingyan sighed. "Tomorrow you're going with Bailey Jingwei to the imperial capital, and we might never see each other again. But don't worry, I'll look after young Sanzi and do my best to find his mother so that all of you will be reunited. I just hope that once you achieve success, there won't be another woman." Zhuo Fan stared at her. "What do you mean? Didn't Uncle want to take me to Eastern lands?" "Dad did promise you that, but now, ha. Shangyuan Qingyan gave a wry smile. "Everything's changed. Dad is the clan head, and sometimes the clan's future comes first, at the detriment of being disloyal on occasions. If you were still the same Gu Yifen that lent us your house to hide, Dad would have taken you. But Bailey Jingwei treated you as his most honored guest. And now, having helped the clan draw out their attack plan. So words came hard to Shangyuan Qingyan the longer she spoke. They decided to be practical. Practical? Favor you if alive or abandon you if dead. Shangyuan Qingyan looked crushed as she continued. You know that Dad will attack 3 days after you and Bailey Jingwei leave. Regardless of the outcome, there's only 2 endings for you. Bailey Jingwei will find you out for giving us the map, executing you on the spot, or Bailey Jingwei will still see you in high regard, and you will forever remain as Shangyuan clan's spy in the central area. Didn't Uncle say they'll accept me after the ambush succeeded?" Shangyuan Qingyan shook her head with a bitter smile. With Bailey Jingwei, the Prime Minister, having so many experts at his side and dragon-cleaving sword king on top, after Dad gets soaring sword, They aren't about to risk it over the likes of you. Their plan is to use you. If you die, the Shangyuan clan will be ever grateful, raising young Sanzi as their own. If you live, young Sanzi will become hostage and force you to work for Eastern lands. But don't worry, I will definitely get you back one day. Zhuo Fan squinted and nodded. Zhuo Fan's speculation reached this part as well and totally ignored it. He was just that confident since, we'll see who uses who in a clash between big shots. There's no room for niceties nor kindness, only interest. That was how Bailey Jingwei was, and the same applied to Shangyuan Feiyun. So how could Shangyuan Feixiang, known for his righteous character, be any lesser? It didn't change the fact they were still going to lose in this endeavor, because they failed to even realize that there was another player having sneaked into their little game. Ignorance gets you killed. Zhuo Fan grinned and nodded. Thank you. No need for thanks, just be careful. If all goes well, I'll be sure to send young Sanzi to you to help you two be reunited. Shangyuan Qingyan spoke with resolve, then bid her goodbye. Zhuo Fan waited for her to leave. Young Sanzi, come out. The chick is gone. Whoosh tilde Gu Santong was by Zhuo Fan's side in a flash of scarlet. The chick spouted so much tripe. Zhuo Fan snickered, his eyes cold. I've never trusted one of them from the start. My life will always be in my hands. I won't ever give it to anyone else. Zhuo Fan walked back, patting young Sanzi's head. Come, young Sanzi, this doesn't change anything. Gu Santong nodded but sometimes peeked behind. Auntie does care about him. Chapter 903, Blindsided. Before the rooster could announce the coming of a new dawn, a group of men were packed and ready in front of the flying Cloud Manor gate. All wore their finest, oozing nobility, yet just 30 of them were so excited they were bursting with joy and glee at their meteoric success. Such were the selected from the Pill King convention. Giving them a look of disdain, Bailey Jingwei sneered. Talents like these, and that was already overstating it, were only good as props for his plan. He'll just hand them over to the real alchemists as servants when they got to the imperial capital. Imperial family's alchemist. Shangyuan Feiyun's thoughts were the same, watching these delusional bums with equal scorn. Thump, tilde a man and a woman were approaching this group with light steps. Bailey Jingwei cupped his hands and sported a vague smile. Grandmaster Gu, have you settled your matters? May we set off? Thank you, Prime Minister, for your concern. Everything is in order. Zhuo Fan returned the gesture with a light bow, before turning to Shangyuan Qingyan and putting on a yearning face. I'll be gone for a long time in the imperial capital, and I'd be grateful if cousin will look after young Sanzi. Shangyuan Qingyan's expressive eyes were filled with complex emotions, but only nodded. Don't worry, I'm young Sanzi's aunt and will give my all to take care of him. I'll be sure to bring him to you personally and reduce the longing. Thank you. Zhuo Fan sighed and cupped his hands at Bailey Jingwei. Prime Minister, we can go. All is in order for Mr. as well. Then he shouted, set off. Yes, sir, the guards, over 100, made of soul, harmony, and Genesis stage experts, escorted the others in a grand fashion. Dragon-cleaving Sword King had a flat look at the side, while Sword King Feiyun cupped his hand and saw them off. Shangyuan Qingyan watched them go, her worried eyes ever on Zhuo Fan. Shangyuan Feiyun grinned and teased. Miss Gu, Grandmaster Gu will be part of the inner circle now, gaining a nobility rank and having anything he could ever want. There's no cause for worrying either, not with Danking Shen and Prime Minister watching over. Everything will be fine, bar treason. You should be happy for him, ha ha ha. Shangyuan Qingyan's lips fell in dismay, looking at him with a crooked smile worse than crying, only to sigh and leave. The minute Prime Minister Bailey is out, seal the city and impose a curfew, the commanding voice echoed behind her. Those thieves might have slipped away with the visit of Prime Minister, but I'd rather be on the safe side. Comb the city and root them out. I won't tolerate the Shangyuan clan causing chaos in my flying cloud city. Shangyuan Qingyan paused, her face hard as she rushed faster for the Gu household. Looking at her so eager to report, Shangyuan Feiyun's eyes flashed, his smile particularly crafty. By Prime Minister's plan, we should ease their minds. No, we should incite their greed. Ha ha ha, Minutes later, Shangyuan Qingyan rushed into the parlor to see Shangyuan Feixiang and his experts waiting for her news. "Dad," Shangyuan Qingyan flushed with anger. "Shangyuan Feiyan will place the city in lockdown and search it for our people once Bailey Jingwei left. He said that he only loosened his guard and gave us the chance to escape only because Bailey Jingwei happened to come." Shangyuan Feixiang looked at the three venerables and his experts and saw their nods. "It's as we thought. Bailey Jingwei came with the Crown Prince's matter in mind and not for us. With Shangyuan Feiyan's prideful character, he'll never admit his manor was attacked, hiding it from Bailey Jingwei. He'd then resume the search once he leaves. Yes, that's Shangyuan Feiyan's style, everything for appearances. That means Bailey Jingwei and Danking Shen won't be a part of this plan, not when they are oblivious of it. Our enemy is only one, Shangyuan Feiyan? Right. Great, now we don't have to face two sword kings." Everyone voiced their agreement with joy. A shout came as a man barged in and bowed. "Clan head, Bailey Jingwei's procession is 50 miles out with no sign of turning back. They're almost out of sight and gone for good. They're also looking to be in a rush, with nothing flashy to denote Prime Minister is among them. That explains why Bailey Jingwei came to Flying Cloud City without notice. He's truly worried about the Crown Prince's situation." Shangyuan Feixiang nodded. "Now all doubts have been lifted, knowing Bailey Jingwei has only been a guest here and nothing more. Now that they left, we don't need to bother with them." They all nodded, with a venerable's eyes shining as his voice rose. "The Shangyuan clan won't miss this chance Providence laid before us. In 3 days we strike?" "Yes, sir." They all cheered as if victory was in sight. Only Shangyuan Yulin in his little dark corner sported a creepy smile, while the Shangyuan clan got fired up and ready for the big raid. Bailey Jingwei's group was now a day away when he stopped. Zhuo Fan faked obliviousness as he asked, "Prime Minister, do you need rest?" "Ha ha ha, I may not be much of an expert, but I am an 8th-layer ethereal stage cultivator. A day of walking isn't enough to tire me." Bailey Jingwei grinned. Zhuo Fan gave him a long look. Then, "Return." Bailey Jingwei casually pointed at the soul harmony experts. You and you, are to escort the 30 alchemists to the imperial capital. The rest of you will follow me back to Flying Cloud City." Zhuo Fan shuddered and showed a bright and clueless smile. "Prime Minister, what do you mean?" "Ha ha ha, Grandmaster Gu, you'll know soon enough." Bailey Jingwei showed a vague smile and waved for 2 soul harmony experts to flank Zhuo Fan and grab his shoulders, taking him away. Zhuo Fan started, "Prime Minister Bailey, what are you doing?" taking Grandmaster Gu back to the city. "But we just got a day away from Flying Cloud City and had those other alchemists escorted to the imperial capital. I should go with them. If you have a pressing matter, you can return by yourself. Why take me as well?" Paling and panicking, Zhuo Fan forced himself to sweat to make the act even more believable. Bailey Jingwei gave a mocking smile, taunting, "Grandmaster Gu, I'm bringing you along to enjoy the show." "A show? Quite." Bailey Jingwei's eyes shone. "This act shall be known as blindsided." Zhuo Fan shook harder. Overwhelmed, Bailey Jingwei signaled the guards to hold Zhuo Fan as they flew to Flying Cloud City. Prime Minister's many powerful guards were gone in a blink, gone back to the city in secret. All that remained were 3 soul harmony experts and the stumped alchemist looking at each other like a cow looking at a new gate. "What just happened? Are you taking us to the imperial capital, to enjoy riches and live glorious lives? Why are there just 2 guards left and the others up and ran off? Do we mean so little? We're future imperial alchemists here? Step it up." As they were trying to make sense of it and failing, the soul harmony experts barked at them. The prideful alchemists were annoyed, with someone having the bright idea to voice his discontent. "What's the rush? Don't you know I'm to be an imperial alchemist? Who the hell are you to order me?" Bam. His ranting came to an abrupt stop, only a bloody mist remaining of his trace in this cruel world. A guard wiped his hand, glancing at the others with disdain. "Prime Minister ordered us to escort you to the imperial capital and kill any who refuse." That was the cruel truth. Bailey Jingwei never gave a hoot about them. All he cared about was not letting them flee, to plug any leak, though only for these 3 days. The alchemist watched the blood soak the earth with empty eyes, their minds out of commission. Weren't we imperial alchemists? How can a mere guard treat us like cattle? Just what jobs awaits us in the imperial capital anyway? They were wrecked with fear, doubt, and terror. They were sensible enough not to speak anymore, the hope in their eyes now turned into despair. Chapter 904, Night Raid. Grandmaster Gu, you must find it strange why we're back out of the blue. Or you already know that, but just want our confirmation, ha ha ha. Back in Flying Cloud Manor, to the same smell, to the same hall, Shangyuan Feiyun, Bailey Jingwei, and Danking Shen had him surrounded with creepy smiles. As a hidden big player himself, Zhuo Fan knew how to get into his role, playing dumb with a straight face and bright smile. Prime Minister, what are you saying? I don't get your words, ha ha ha. Don't get it, don't you? Ha ha, Grandmaster Gu, you don't have to pretend any longer. We know everything there is to know about you. Bailey Jingwei's eyes shone. Grandmaster Gu, since you just can't seem to understand, I'm sure the names Shangyuan Yulin, Shangyuan Feixiang, and Shangyuan Qingyan should ring some bells. Shuddering, Zhuo Fan tensed, his face paling. Bailey Jingwei stared right at him, his grin wide. Grandmaster Gu, you're an alchemical gem, and gaining success through the Sword Star Empire's court is easier than breathing. So why must you stand up for those kinds of people? Zhuo Fan lowered his head, like a condemned man waiting for his verdict. Pa Bailey Jingwei patted his shoulder from behind, noticing the problem eating away at him. The act of being Shangyuan clan's spy, in playing a role of destroying the foundation of my empire, would never make me waste so many words with any such criminal. Bailey Jingwei's grip tightened, and Zhuo Fan winced with clenched teeth while adding a perfectly timed, frantic image of himself. Bailey Jingwei smirked, immensely pleased at his reaction. Grandmaster Gu isn't just any criminal, but a one-of-a-kind genius. It weighs heavy on my heart having you pay with your life along with those thieves. Bailey Jingwei looked heartbroken, his tone softening. The loss I feel isn't just mine, but the Empire's as well for losing such an outstanding alchemist. The pain I feel is only amplified if Grandmaster Gu won't be able to reveal his talent to the world. Bailey Jingwei spoke lower and more saddened. The heartbroken state he was in would bring anyone to tears. If anyone else heard him right now, they'd be so moved they'd become sworn brothers. A shame this failed on Zhuo Fan, who didn't fall short in the subterfuge department. As a fellow specialist himself, Zhuo Fan had to give him props for playing it right. Using psychology to threaten and coax, making it sound logical and sensible. There's no way Shangyuan Yulin had any chance against such an assault, turning his back to his own family on the spot. Bailey Jingwei isn't called the wisest in the Empire for nothing, though Zhuo Fan was no pushover either. Furthermore, he was never truly invested in his alchemist role, making this touching display feel flat, though it was one thing to not feel it and another thing altogether to not show it. It was easy to tell in which situation he was in, and he had to play his part. How nice of Bailey Jingwei to set the stage for him. Zhuo Fan teared up on cue, his face overwhelmed. Prime Minister, a wise man's words are invaluable. Prime Minister is my best friend. If only I had met Sir sooner. I wouldn't have. Zhuo Fan was taken by abject regret, of the mistake he made joining the thieves and botching his future. Bailey Jingwei and Shangyuan Feiyun shared a smile with the first saying, I've considered Grandmaster Gu a friend the moment I saw you. Grandmaster Gu has just strayed, holding no deep repercussions and offering the chance to come back on the straight and narrow. I promise you this, Grandmaster Mu, give your all to the Empire and I'll even be more than happy to give my position to you. Prime Minister, why you're just too good to me. Zhuo Fan was so touched he was choking, tears filling his eyes. Bailey Jingwei waved his hand. Then, can Grandmaster Gu tell me of their movements? Of course. Prime Minister has given me a new lease on life, and the least I could do is return the favor, unlike them. Zhuo Fan shook his head, his eyes shining with loss and hatred. Bailey Jingwei was puzzled, but soon came to understand once he heard his story. Humph, fools who only throw away talent, that's what they are, And they talk about being pragmatic with Grandmaster's fate. Furthermore, they're even using your own son as a shield. How vile, how repulsive. Right? I didn't know they were like that, treating me like family, until Shangyuan Qingyan told me everything 2 days ago. She's such a nice girl. Zhuo Fan sighed. Bailey Jingwei sparkled. Grandmaster Gu will get every last one of them for sure and give you justice. You just go take some rest in your room and await the good news tomorrow. But my son, he won't be harmed. Zhuo Fan sighed, letting 2 guards escort him away. Shangyuan Feiyun spoke out of earshot. Prime Minister, did Grandmaster Gu really switch sides? He wasn't close to them to begin with. Thanks to my smooth and enlightened words, he has surrendered to us. Bailey Jingwei spoke. Most of what he told us fits with the report Shangyuan Yulin gave us through the Jade Slip. The only discrepancy is the missing chat between him and Shangyuan Qingyan, but that's normal. He has no business butting into a private chat. Shangyuan Feixing's pragmatic plan had to have been discussed with his high elders late in the night, making Shangyuan Yulin unaware of it. Now that I believe. Shangyuan Feiyun nodded. Shangyuan Feixing loves to play the nice guy, but that ends when his clan's future's at stake. All niceties are thrown away. Humph, nothing but a rotten hypocrite. Don't say that. Bailey Jingwei smiled. It comes with the territory. Even Shangyuan clan's clan head would sometimes place his clan first. I can sure understand it. Ha ha ha, Sword King Feiyun, I find you rather biased about your brother. Humph, Shangyuan Feiyun huffed in anger. Bailey Jingwei smiled, his mouth quivering with a confident grin in Zhuo Fan's direction. We finally got the alchemist Grandmaster to switch sides. I've yet to lose my touch, ha ha ha. Prime Minister Bailey. Danking Shen, who had been keeping silent while the 2 mighty actors played their role, finally spoke up. Since we trust Grandmaster Gu now, then the eyes that are on him. Bailey Jingwei cut him off with a flick of his hand. One is reality and another is necessity. He has just switched to us, but even if we do believe him, the monitoring can't stop. It's only for a day anyway. I'd rather not have my plan fall to ruin from a simple slip-up. Shangyuan Feiyun and Danking Shen shared a nod. Bailey Jingwei is meticulous and cautious, despite the house arrest he was under, and the couple of soul harmony experts watching him outside his door. Zhuo Fan was sporting a weird smile. The plan's moving along nicely. The next night, Shangyuan Feixing assembled his experts in the garden and looked at the bright moon, ordering, "Begin." "Yes, sir." The men saluted and faded into the night sky, closing in on their prey, the flying cloud manor. Shangyuan Yulin looked at Shangyuan Qingyan, smiling. "Yanner, they're off. When the manor turns to chaos, the security for the city entrances will slack. We'll use this chance to get out, go to the meeting place with Uncle. I'll take young Sanzi." Shangyuan Qingyan nodded and left to find Gu Santong. Shangyuan Yulin's face fell in annoyance. "Is he your kid? Why do you even care so much?" Shangyuan Qingyan suddenly cried out and rushed over. "Oh no, something bad happened." "Yanner, what is it?" Shangyuan Yulin asked. Shangyuan Qingyan panted in panic. "Why young Sanzi is gone? TCH, the brat is nothing but trouble." "Where could he have run off to? Forget about him. Time waits for no one." Shangyuan Yulin snaked. Shangyuan Qingyan glared. "How can you talk like that? He's but a child who's now lonely and sad without his father. We can't just leave him. Did you forget how much his father helped us?" "To hell with his help. Come dawn, it won't matter, he. Rolling his eyes, Shangyuan Yulin smirked inside. Once the curtain fell on tonight, Bailey Jingwei promised him the Shangyuan clan's top experts would be done, and Gu Yifan would become a traitor hunted by the eastern lands, leaving him with no choice but to take asylum with the Prime Minister. And the juniors escaping from here would be led by him to restore the Shangyuan clan. Then, as a Central Area spy, he'd work with the Sword Star Empire to unify eastern lands. Shangyuan Feiyun would become the leader, and he would become Shangyuan Feiyun's right hand, ruling over everyone else. Ha ha ha. Oh no. Shangyuan Yulin's fantasy was cut short by a cry. Young Sanzi must think his dad is at the manor, so he must be going there. I never told him his dad left, and his dad didn't say goodbye, fearing he couldn't let go. I have to go to the manor and find him. Yanner, Uncle is attacking the manor. You can't go there. It's too dangerous. Shangyuan Yulin grabbed her shoulder. Shrugging his hand away, Shangyuan Qingyan ran off. That's why I must go. Young Sanzi is just a child. Shangyuan Qingyan was gone. Shangyuan Yulin gnashed his teeth and followed. Their exchange was, however, under the watch of a red and cute figure behind a tree, looking on with guilt. Dad and I want to step on your bodies for our job, but you still went back to save me. Dad, I'm sure you won't step in even if Auntie is about to die. Then, Gu Santong faded into the night. Chapter 905, Sudden Breach. Whoosh Tilda Shadows made use of the night's dark cover to cross the moonlit clearings with ease and arrive before a grand manor. The plaque hanging above identified it as the Flying Cloud Manor. Patrols of Soul Harmony guards moved about, ensuring its safety. Shangyu and Feixiang witnessed their shift changing, right in front of the manor gate with hardly any attention to their surroundings. Whoosh Tilda hundreds of Shangyuan clan experts, wearing black, struck, having readied themselves for this moment. The earth shook under the thunderous sound as the veritable army attacked as one with enough force to split mountains. The guards never knew what hit them, their voices robbed as the wave of power smashed into them. The guards' eyes grew bloodshot, and then each of them started popping like overripe tomatoes, spreading blood and gore everywhere. 2 teams, 50 people, were dead in a few seconds. Shangyuan clan's experts moved with purpose and speed, taking the smooth start as a good sign for what was to come. The men ignored the carnage and went deeper. Rumble Tilda the early power wave had shook the whole manor awake. In a quaint little room, sitting at his table, gently picking the rattling teacup, sipping from it and hiding a peculiar smile. The pale yellow light of a lone candle reflected off his bright visage, and the unmoving soul harmony experts behind him in the hundreds. Prime Minister, they're here. A man holding the candle bowed with utter respect, unleashing his late Genesis stage power. Bailey Jingwei's face bloomed into a smile. Just wait for them to get closer, ha ha ha. The man nodded and withdrew. Bailey Jingwei snickered and drank his tea. His demeanor, the coldness of those eyes and the hard face made everyone's hearts shudder every time he placed the teacup down. The manor's under attack. Activate the array, protect the Sword King. As the earth shook, the manor shuddered with it while the guard captain issued frantic orders. The men nodded and executed their signs. It was not due to the ambush, but having gone through the same terror once before. The images were still burned into their eyes of the time the last attackers just came and went to the manor. What followed was Sword, King Feiyan's wrath unleashed upon hundreds of soul harmony guards. It was so bad the real estate market experienced a collapse at the sudden influx of empty houses, the fall of many outstanding guard families scattering from ending up broke, a given. People always said serving men in power came with its own danger, but working under a Sword King wasn't any easier either. Now it was their turn to be put to the test with another raid. Talk about rotten luck. They could have come earlier or later, but no, they just had to pick tonight when I'm on duty to make sure I suffer for it. Is that it? What did I ever do to you? I don't even know you, so why me? All the guards were outraged at the attack, but equally helpless. They knew their luck had run out, and blaming others wouldn't help anyone. They could only do their duty to the best of their ability to stop these attackers where they stood. Tilde as the guards finished with their gestures, a faint barrier came to life, covering the core of the manor and dividing it from the incoming thieves. The guards smiled for once. We've done our job and they can't get in. The joy was short-lived as 3 elderlies appeared before them out of the blue. One's eyes shone. It's still a breeze getting in before the defensive array is truly activated. The 3 shared a look and smiled, making their own signs and attacking. Their hands extended in a most peculiar stance, intertwined as their index fingers came out from each palm and unleashing devastating power. 3 break the skies as one soaring cloud-luin sword. A savage blade sword wave rushed out, of such power that it felt like a god unleashed it. And all of it was sent at the helpless guards and the incomplete array. Boom! The array formed by 300 guards held all but for an instant exploding into nothing. The force ravaged the area, crushing their hearts and blowing them away. The only lucky survivors were around 100 of the original 400 guards. These meager dozens of Genesis stage experts still suffered greatly at the attack. They looked shocked at the devastation. There was nothing around the manor for dozens of miles. All those gardens and trees, lakes and ponds, all gone. As to where the sword wave struck, that went on for 50 kilometers. There was a clear, endless line of utter nothingness left in its wake. SSS Tilda the guards gasped in fear at these elders' power. Who the hell are they? They're in the Genesis stage as well, but how can their combined attack be so strong? Not even Sword King can take that. Figures populated the area as hundreds of Genesis stage experts went past the three elders and straight for them. The elders let them take the remaining guards. Genesis stage experts as well. The guards had been too damaged by that ferocious attack to put up any resistance to the rest of the Shangyuan clan's strength. Their wails and cries echoed soon after, until silence was once again restored. Shangyuan Faction grinned. While he lost 10 of his men, it was worth it since the enemy lost scores. The emphasis on this ambush was speed, evident by how fast they went through the entrance and the second line of defense. Even he found it astonishing how smooth it all went and smiled. At this rate, we'll be in and out of Jade Falls with the soaring sword before Shangyuan Feiyan even gets wind of us. Ha ha ha, Shangyuan Faction spurred on. Let's push on. Yes, sir. The men nodded in excitement. Who could blame them when everything was a walk in the park so far? The odds looked mighty high for the whole team to finish the mission and come home in one piece. So the men pushed harder and faster, feeling like nothing could stand in their way. We're invincible. Wholly unaware this was merely an elaborate bait they fell for, its line reeling them into an inescapable net. Shangyuan Qingyan reached the manor to see the hellscape. The deafening silence was proof her father had been here. In face of such destruction, how could a child survive it? The men might not lower themselves to harm him, but the shockwaves would still spell his end. Shangyuan Qingyan frowned in deep worry, but her gaze was firm and her step quick as she went in. Yanner, don't! Shangyuan Yulin blocked her path, grabbing her shoulders and speaking with distress. Uncle is in there, fighting. Soul harmony experts are nothing, and even Genesis stage experts are sure to die. What can you do with an 8th-layer ethereal stage cultivation? You're only going to die. Don't throw your life away. Shangyuan Qingyan bit her lip. No, since I am in such danger, that means young Sanzi must be having it worse. Who cares? He asked for it. He's a brat causing trouble. Shangyuan Yulin spoke with hatred, but Shangyuan Qingyan was unflinching. Yanner, if not for yourself, then do it for Uncle. Uncle won't tarry in the Flying Cloud Manor any more than he needs to. Genesis stage experts can flee, and so can soul harmony experts. But not you, and you'll be holding them back. You'll only make it harder for Uncle and might even harm him. Can you live with that? Shangyuan Qingyan hesitated, but her gaze was firm once more. I know, and that's why I won't let Father find me. I'm only looking for young Sanzi, and then I'll leave. If I die from this, then so be it. It's just one of the things an aunt must do. Shangyuan Yulin pushed Shangyuan Yulin away and shot into the manor. Shangyuan Yulin sighed and followed. Then a flash of red came as well, who was not far behind them. All that remained here was the ground covered in blood and limbs, a sign that this world was lawless. Chapter 906, Plot Within Plot. That sure is fast, passing the second defense line. In a quiet little room, an old man caressed his beard while listening in on the outside ruckus. A Genesis stage cultivator saluted. Dragon-cleaving Sword King, the thieves are quickly on their way here. They'll reach our line in 15 minutes. Shangyuan clan, Danking Shen's eyes shone coldly, and he said, I have nothing against them, yet here I am clashing with them. How frustrating. The guard merely listened. Danking Shen dismissed him by muttering, Leave, since there's still time, let me enjoy the remaining minutes in silence. Yes, Sword King, sir. The guard left, fading into the darkness. Around this room, just like Bailey Jingwei's, hundreds of experts lay in wait, ready to strike. On the other side of the manor, Shangyuan Feiyan set his forces for an ambush. Hearing the noise in the distance, he closed his eyes to focus on it, wearing a faint smile. Ha ha ha, by the sound of things, it's those three's tri-talent surging cloud art. There's no way the manners barrier can hold them. Those three coots want to get my head quite fast. Think again? Shangyuan Feiyun mocked, flicking his sleeve and sitting in his chair. I shall wait right here. We're all Shangyuan clansmen, so let's see whose soaring sword art is better. Tonight we'll see who is the strongest, the three soaring cloud swords of Eastern lands or the best in Eastern lands. Shangyuan Feiyun squinted, filled with battle lust. But no one would be joining him, neither the Venerables nor Zhuo Fan, since Zhuo Fan used Shangyuan Yulin to set up a different act, all to split the two sword kings and give him ample room to wiggle. With two sword kings joining hands, they'd make handling the three Venerables of Eastern lands a walk in the park. The Shangyuan clan could hardly fight back and would collapse then and there. How was Zhuo Fan supposed to play in these conditions? Since you're done with them, won't that make me next? Which made this subterfuge a stalling tactic. Zhuo Fan wanted it to stretch for as long as possible, which clearly worked by all appearances. Rumble till the whole of the manor shook under the attacks. The table, chairs, and cupboards fell, smashing the chinaware on display in Zhuo Fan's room. Peacefully sitting on his bed meditating, Zhuo Fan sported a sudden grin as his eyes flashed open. That must be my cue, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan climbed out of bed and cracked the door open. Damn, did you hear that? Just what could make all that noise? Is there another break-in? That has to be it. The same thing happened last time 2 months ago, only this time it sounds stronger. What about Sword King Feiyun? Should we go guard him? You know how those brothers ended up last time just for being moments slower. Don't worry about it. Sword King Sir has it under control. It's fine. How do you know? Dumbass, Sword King said it himself in this morning's warning. No matter what happens, we're never to leave our post. You could practically feel the premeditation in his tone. Not to mention the manor is stuffed with elites in every shadow. They must have a special task for sure. You're saying Sword King knew that we'll be under attack tonight? Why didn't he notify the guards, strengthen them? Ever heard of baiting, dumbass? But our brothers at the gate died for nothing, yes. The two guards discussed the ruckus reaching them and sighed at the implications. Nobody's like us look haughty posing as the manners guards once making our rounds, when in fact we're all just our lord's pawns to throw away at a whim. Let's say Sword King did give us the order to go die, would you refuse? Humph, dying under Sword King's order will mean going down with honors. Your family will be compensated, their safety assured. But if you cling to life too much, Humph, you saw yourself how those brothers 2 months ago ended up, how their families are in ruins. It's not as simple as just you dying. Now, which of the two endings do you find more worthy? Shuddering, the other guard grimaced and shook his head. Now he held a bit of joy in his tone. I suddenly find the crappy detail of babysitting a radiant stage alchemist to be quite nice. At least I get to keep my life, ha ha ha. The first guard nodded and grinned, though something sad hid behind his smile. That might work now, but what about next time? Lord's matters are of no concern to us. Now stop the chatter. A third guard made his presence known as he walked over to berate them. A loose tongue will only bring trouble. If you plan on living for years to come, learn how to keep your mouth closed. The two guards shook and nodded. The third guard returned the nod and the mood eased. Creak tilde the door slowly opened and Zhuo Fan stepped out with a peculiar smile. The three guards looked oddly at him. What's Grandmaster Gu doing showing his face now of all times? A guard blocked him. Grandmaster Gu, what do you need that requires you to leave the room? Ha ha ha, nothing much. I just heard the noise and wanted a closer look. Grandmaster Gu, it's dangerous out there. Please go back inside. We'll keep you safe. The guard refused. Zhuo Fan smirked. And if I insist? The guards were puzzled. He's clearly toying around, but why? The only reason they treated a fifth-layer radiant stage cultivator with such respect was due to Bailey Jingwei's courteous attitude around him. So they ignored Zhuo Fan's posing, showing a look of ridicule. Grandmaster Gu, please don't make it any harder than it has to be. Our job is to keep you safe and, if the situation demands it, restrain you. It's all for your own good. It's too dangerous out there, so please go back inside. Don't make us use force." A guard replied respectfully but firmly. Zhuo Fan chuckled, with a hint of evil inside it that gave them the chills. "What's with that laughter? You were saying earlier that the most worthy death is that done for the manor." The trio were stunned. "Where's he going with this? Let me fulfill your wish. I sincerely hope your families have good fortunes from your passing." Zhuo Fan ignored the baffled guards, sighing, "Though I find such a death cowardly. Is that what a cultivator that defies the heavens should choose?" Whoosh! A shadow extended from Zhuo Fan's feet that swallowed the guards in a blink. Darkness was the only thing that was present in this world. "Domain Soul," one of the guards shouted. "Grandmaster Gu, enough games. Take the domain down or we'll have no choice but to get serious." "Won't the Lord make us account for you getting hurt?" "Account for? Ha ha ha, you're overthinking things. There's nothing you can explain ever, since the only place you'll be accounted for is right here, right now." The distorted, mocking voice raised the guards' hackles. "Damn brat, learn when to quit. We don't want to hurt you. Why all the damn theatrics?" But since it came to this, a guard shouted, "Grandmaster Gu, you asked for it, so don't blame me for hurting you." He made a fist and punched at the abyss, only to find himself unable to follow through his move, paralyzed. The trio cried out, What's happening? I can't move." "Ha ha ha, I guess I forgot to tell you that my domain is a twin domain, unlike any ethereal stage cultivators. The two intersect and amplify their strength to hold even soul harmony experts like you from ever escaping." Zhuo Fan's eerie voice came again, "Though freeing yourself is far easier." The darkness crept up their bodies and seeped into their very flesh, gorging on their strength. The trio wailed in terror. Consumed alive by the darkness, they turned into dark statues. As the blackness faded to give way to the moonlight, Zhuo Fan was the only one present. A look at the sky and an ear on the ever-increasing clamor, Zhuo Fan smirked as he shot for Jade Falls. "My turn. Chapter 907, Dreadful Sword." Whoosh! Hundreds of men in black landed in a wide space with the moon hanging overhead. Before them were a row of buildings, though not the watery paradise they all were aiming for. "Clanhead, this place isn't right. It's not what it says on the map." One man looked around before going to Shangyuan Feixiang to express his doubts. Shangyuan Feixiang frowned, his face unnatural. He was getting a really bad feeling. There were some heavy sounds that cut off his thoughts. The black rows of houses all were filled with candlelight, and an aged voice sounded. "Shangyuan Clanhead, it's been ages. Have you been well?" Shangyuan Feixiang shuddered at the familiar voice. His face grew hard as he stepped back in terror. The rest were shocked at seeing their calm clan head out of his element. "Just who is in there?" Creak Tilda, an old man, slowly stepped out of a lit house. With him came hundreds of Genesis and soul harmony experts, all releasing their power and bloodthirst. Former best in Western lands, now dragon-cleaving sword king of Central Area, Danking Shen. "Why you didn't leave?" Eyes shaking, Shangyuan Feixiang gnashed his teeth, his suspicions confirmed, yet his heart sank. Trap, 3 days ago, their scouts watched Danking Shen and Bailey Jingwei leave. Yet here he was now. It was all just a cover Bailey Jingwei set up, making a show of leaving and then returning to kill them. Everything was fake, so we'd take the bait. Danking Shen's mere presence confirmed Bailey Jingwei was the one running the show. He was in the worst danger possible, far beyond just fighting 2 sword kings, but also being snared by Bailey Jingwei's trap. It just didn't get much worse than this. Shangyuan Feixiang was soaked in sweat, his eyes frantic as panic and despair set in on his face. Danking Shen easily read his mood, sighing, "Shangyuan clan head, I have nothing against you, but as we stand on opposite camps, I'll have to offend you." "Retreat!" Shangyuan Feixiang shouted in anger, his eyes bloodshot. He was wrecked with regret over his lapse in judgment, over his carelessness in getting his clansmen into this danger. If they were all to perish here, Shangyuan clan would be threatened, Eastern lands would be threatened, and he would become his homeland's stigma. Shangyuan Feixiang's guilt was so deep his eyes looked dead. He would not hesitate to give his own life if it could save everyone else out of this disaster. His men were startled at first, but then realized from Shangyuan Feixing's ashen face that they had been trapped. They trusted their clan head's decision and withdrew at once from where they came. Danking Shen shook his head, sorry, but my position demands me to stop you. You're never going to leave this place. Danking Shen hacked with 2 fingers. A draconic roar echoed as the world changed. An outrageous flood of sword energy came, turning into dragons and converging into a half-kilometer-long draconic sword. With the howls of dragons sounding in the background, the gigantic swords might spread terror into its quarry. It felt like it could split the world in 2. Every man there gasped, feeling for the first time a power like no other robbing their courage and draining their resistance. It was akin to the 3 venerables' combined attack, just that it came from one man and was on a much more insane scale. Is this the power of the central area's 9 sword kings? The people watching the gargantuan sword hanging overhead were overwhelmed with fear. Shangyuan Feixing watched their shocked faces, the terror in their eyes, and roared, "Don't stand there! Wake up and flee!" Right. Startling awake, the men gave Danking Shen one last look of fear, then fled with all they had, even as their backs were icy cold. "I never wanted to harm anyone, but it'll be up to your luck." Danking Shen sighed and his hand shone as he hacked. Hutilda the Grand Sword descended upon the earth like a cataclysmic meteor, its pressure robbing the men of breath and the ground of stability, making it crack and pieces beginning to actually float. While the true targets, the men that wanted to follow their clan head in fleeing, found themselves under a mountain, sinking into the earth and unable to budge an inch. Panic dominated their hearts, all stemming from the obscene power such a skill could unleash, from looking death in the face. This strike would kill most of them and put an end to their mission, all in one move. Dragon-cleaving sword King's power is terrifying. Fear had reached a breaking point in their minds, now giving way to despair. Shangyuan Feixing gnashed his teeth in defiance, cursing the sword as it came for them. He drew his fingers and made a circle, unleashing a scarlet sword wave, filling the air with life and smashing into the huge sword. Danking Shen, enough of your contempt. I may not be the best in Eastern lands, but I've earned my name through the years learning the soaring sword art from the soaring sword. Great. I can't wait to spar with a fellow insightful cultivator in divine weapons. Ha ha ha. Danking Shen chuckled at the challenge. Bam! The 2 sword attacks smashed into each other, unleashing a violent pressure and blinding light. Only Danking Shen still walked with ease, his fingers pointing out casually while Shangyuan Feixing bled from everywhere and fought to just stand upright. Danking Shen sighed. Shangyuan Feixing, you're a clan head but haven't grasped even a third of soaring sword's nature. If it were your brother, this clash would have ended in a draw. A shame you have yet to catch up to him, or maybe you never will. Insight is beyond our grasp. Danking Shen felt regret as he shook his finger. Bam! Shangyuan Feixing's soaring sword wave was crushed, and the huge sword continued its descent. Shangyuan Feixing spat thick blood, his eyes filled with guilt and regret. He knew Shangyuan Feiyun was better than him, and he only got to lead the clan because the elders wished it. Now, with his clansmen about to be slaughtered, he was weak to stop it. This feeling of futility broke his soul and filled him with shame as a clan head. Feiyun was right, the strong are kings. If I had stepped down from my seat, he wouldn't have betrayed us and the Shangyuan clan wouldn't be in such a crisis. It's all my fault. Lamenting his decisions, Shangyuan Feixing closed his eyes and awaited his death. Clan head. His men watched Shangyuan Feixing collapse and cried out. All their struggle to go to him was rendered futile by the sword's power. Danking Shen's sword was about to end them as the clansmen shouted for their head, for his name. Whoosh. But then a bright green glow shot from afar, like a shooting star cutting the night air and smashing into the sword. Bam! A deafening ringing sounded, but with a totally different outcome than before. The dreaded sword of a sword king had been stopped. Chapter 908, No Escape. Hutilda, the 2 gaudy sword waves clashed in the air for a moment before canceling each other out. but the storm of power they unleashed threatened to send everyone flying. Even Soul Harmony stage and Genesis stage experts felt they could take off any second. Let alone the lavish buildings around, now turned to rubble. For 50 kilometers there was nothing but sand. Once the storm faded and the winds eased, the people saw 3 elders standing next to Shangyuan Feixiang. They were helping him to his feet, using Yuan Kai to speed his recovery. Their cold eyes, however, were always on Danking Shen, cautious. Danking Shen smiled and cupped his hands. The 3 greatest guardians of eastern lands, I presume, Shangyuan clan's strongest venerables, 3 cloud swords. You give me much honor seeing me. My masters have spoken many times of you that you were equally renowned. Today I see how true that was. Humph, exalted double dragons sure picked a fine disciple. The elders looked at Danking Shen with satire. In the end, those 2 old guys are the heads of Western lands, part of the 4 Lands Alliance to resist the Central Area's incursion. Isn't it ironic how their disciple ends up Sword Star Empire's lapdog? The elders mocked, and the other people held him in equal disdain, despite the fresh show of power. Danking Shen, though, let it go over him, nodding. Seniors are most right. I did shame my masters and become invincible swords lapdog. Though with so many people out there, who's to say there aren't clans with a couple of black sheep? At least I am only Double Dragon Manor's disciple, while the lord of this humble abode is the grand successor to the Shangyuan clan. Yet doesn't he wallow in the same filth as I? Didn't he become a lapdog too? Ha ha ha. Why you? The venerables were red with anger, wanting to retort. Danking Shen is a traitor, but only to his exalted double dragon masters. They aren't kin. Every group had their own disgrace. But Shangyuan Feiyan to Shangyuan clan was the second young master, with the noblest blood in eastern lands flowing through his veins, revered and admired. With someone like him turning traitor, you have the nerve to point fingers at me. The elders choked on the humiliation. They should have known better than to speak up. Their image wasn't clean, yet they started pointing out another's. What a disgrace, being talked back and unable to refute. Shangyuan clansmen shook at Danking Shen's attack and lowered their heads. Shangyuan Feixiang spat blood again, feeling much better. Yet he didn't try to continue recovering and grabbed the venerable's hands. We've been duped and must flee at once or we'll all die. I know, Feixiang, don't worry. You have us. A venerable shouted, men, protect the clan head as you retreat. We'll cut them off. Yes, sir. Some men grabbed Shangyuan Feixiang's arms and fled. Danking Shen turned cold and waved after them. The men behind him released their bloodthirst. Yes, Sword King. Don't even think about touching our clan head. The venerables shot forth, their mighty auras locking the pursuers in place. Danking Shen's eyes shone and stepped in as well, releasing his own power to counter theirs. Seniors, I'll keep you company. Then we'll get rid of the exalted shame for them. The 3 joined hands and sword energy exploded straight for Danking Shen's head. He wasn't one to sit still, as draconic roars sounded and a sword wave swept the sky. The 4 tangled up in an ongoing brutal fight. Sharp sword waves, killing moves all, littered the now dazzling sky. Each clash warped the space around them, threatening to cave in on itself. None of the guards even entertained the thought of getting near, not with that hell show going on. Danking Shen's Soul Harmony and Genesis stage experts were even more wary, winding around their fight before going after the Shangyuan clan. The enemy's coming. 100 Genesis stage experts stay behind to hold them while the rest protects clan heads' retreat. One high clansman shouted, seeing the pursuit closing in. The others nodded and broke off from Shangyuan Feixiang. The pursuers were no freaks like the 9 Sword Kings, while Shangyuan clan's men were all elites. They would have no trouble dealing with them. The retreating party experienced an odd feeling as they went on. One second they were seeing the Black Knight, and the next they were back to the ruined manor. This was no defensive array. It was actually directed inward, turning it into a trap with them in it. We're stuck here. Break it so we can flee? Shangyuan Feixiang panicked and ordered. The hundreds of men worked, unleashing their all-out attacks on the barrier. While the banging felt constant on the ears, there was not even a sign it had the expected effect. They were all overwhelmed by the barrier's strength, unlike the first one they passed through to get in. The three venerables fighting Danking Shen noticed this and became restless. When they finally got a breather from the fight, they unleashed a hurried sword wave at the barrier as well. Boom. This time the sound was definitely much louder and the barrier shook all over. But that was it, soon settling back to normal. It was now the venerables' turn to be shocked. What the hell is this? How can a barrier be so strong? Whoosh. A bright and colored sword wave appeared then, slashing a venerable's shoulder and forcing him to spew blood. Danking Shen eased his fingers and spoke. "I thought you're fighting me, yet you have the luxury to mind something else." The venerables gnashed their teeth in hatred. Danking Shen is too damn strong, just like Shangyuan Feiyun. They had a mere faint lapse in focus when they tried helping the Shangyuan clan with the barrier, but it was enough for him to capitalize on it. In a battle of experts, it could all end in seconds. This only goes double for fighters of Danking Shen's level. They knew that the next time they let their mind wander from the fight, the best in Western lands was going to be their end. Their moods were heavy, no longer looking relaxed around Danking Shen. "Sorry, Feiksheng, we got our work cut out for us dealing with dragon-cleaving Sword King. We can't help you. You're on your own." The trio ignored all else and focused on Danking Shen, pouring their every bit of energy on fighting a Sword King. Danking Shen met them halfway. Shangyuan Feiksheng's group kept attacking the barrier with little use. It was hard as a mountain, not even shaking like it did when the venerables attacked. This proved they were just too weak to make a dent in it. They were now stuck here with no way to retreat. They had to think of another way fast if they wanted to survive. Shangyuan Feiksheng was sweating, his eyes bloodshot. "Ha ha ha, don't bother. There's no escape for you." In their great crisis, their danger only mounted as hundreds of men appeared out of nowhere, led by a youth, cutting off their retreat. Bailey Jingwei mocked. "Shangyuan clan head, save your energy. I had brought 10 of the best 11th grade array masters from the imperial capital, spending half a month and sacred stones to set up this 11th grade array. Bound heaven array. It compares to a 12th grade array in hardness, taking no less than 10 attacks of a Sword King. That means all your venerables have to do is just strike it 10 times and it will break. Though, by the looks of it, they have their hands tied with dragon-cleaving Sword King, so no chance there. I'm willing to bet they'll breathe their last on the 3rd attempt if they were ever foolish enough to try, ha ha ha. You have no way of getting out of here alive." Bailey Jingwei was like a judge from hell, proclaiming Shangyuan clan's fate and robbing them of any hope. Chapter 909, Seal. Bailey Jingwei? Shangyuan Feiksheng's eyes shook, howling curses like a mad beast consumed with hatred. As he looked from Danking Shen and the 3 venerables to his clansmen, Shangyuan Feiksheng's energy left him, regarding Bailey Jingwei and his hundreds of guards. In the deadlock that he was with the enemy, having lost numerical advantage as well, he knew defeat was certain. The only option, Shangyuan Feiksheng's eyes flashed and shouted as he led the charge with his broken body. "Get the head! Capture Bailey Jingwei and we may survive!" Roar. The men grew spirited and followed their clan head into battle. Russell Tilda as the Shangyuan clan got filled with valor and approached, Bailey Jingwei remained utterly calm around his Genesis stage expert guards. In fact, he didn't even register them. "Ha ha ha, get the head is it. Not a bad idea. But can you do it?" Bailey Jingwei smirked, fearless in front of their ruthless charge. He felt in complete control, merely shrugging as he said, "Attack." "Yes, sir." His guards went to meet the charge, leaving 30 behind. The 2 forces howled at the top of their lungs to hide their fear, to spur themselves on, all for survival or for orders. In this barrier, the battlefield was split in 3 areas. Danking Shen fighting Shangyuan clan's 3 venerables, the 100 experts of Shangyuan clan against the pursuers behind, and Shangyuan Feiksheng leading his men to catch Bailey Jingwei through the latter's guards. Though one recurring theme to all these locations was the hellscape that was painted with every drop of blood and loss of life. Shangyuan clan found its force split in 3, the worst situation one could have on the field of battle, and a result of Bailey Jingwei's plan. The highest danger came when being flanked. The only chance of survival lay with Shangyu and Feixiang, and if he could grab Bailey Jingwei. A pity that chance was nil. Ignoring the fact they were fighting more and better guards than them, even if they reached him, there were still 30 guards keeping him safe. Regardless of how one looked, everything was pointless. But it was human nature to seek survival, to seek for a way out where there was none. This led to Shangyu clan's obsession. Two guards presented from nowhere an imperial Tudor chair and a square table carved from a pear tree before Bailey Jingwei, along with tea. Bailey Jingwei quietly sat down, sipping his tea and watching the bloody act live, with the howls and wails reaching his unfiltered ears. None of which managed to even make him twitch. Shangyu clan's strong are dealt with like this, and their position in Eastern lands is shaky. Eastern lands' days are numbered. Only. Bailey Jingwei frowned, surveying the lively battlefield with unease. Where's this feeling coming from? And why everything's going like clockwork, so why do I feel like I'm missing something? Bailey Jingwei frowned. His demeanor exuded calm, covering the inner turmoil he didn't know the cause of. This had never happened before in his long career of schemes. Near the Jade Falls, 10 Soul Harmony stage guards were on their patrol. When the sounds of battle reached them, they rejoiced, fortunate to be stuck as night guards and able to keep their lives. Sometimes, danger would come knocking instead. Whoosh! Something black landed in front of them, startling them into shouting, "Who's there?" "It's me." Panting, Zhuo Fan revealed his frantic face in the moonlight. The men reacted in shock. "Grandmaster Gu, what are you doing here?" "There are not enough men, so I'm passing Sword King's order." Zhuo Fan took a deep breath and pointed in the direction of the battle, saying with scorn, "Can you hear that? The thieves are much stronger than anticipated, and Sir Sword King has ordered all of you to help." "And?" Zhuo Fan's eyes darted around while urging them to go. The men were skeptical. "There are many other Genesis experts around, so why come to us, Soul Harmony experts? What can we even do?" "That's why I came to you, to give you the Lord's secret order." Zhuo Fan grew more nervous as he said, "With the enemy's great force, Sword King wants to limit the casualties and outsmart them. What are you afraid of?" Doubt still lingered in their eyes. "The manor hasn't run out of men, so why send a new alchemist to pass orders?" But from Zhuo Fan's frantic look and radiant stage cultivation, they could understand it and let their guard down. What else could this pipsqueak do than be an errand boy? What if they failed Sword King's big plan? "Let's at least wait after we heard the message." The 10 men went over to Zhuo Fan. "Yes, now hurry up. We can't have anyone listening on Lord's secret order." Zhuo Fan called them over constantly, but his mouth curved into a devious smile. As the 10 guards reached him, waiting for the message, what they heard instead was a creepy tone. "Sword King's order is for all of you to die." Whoosh tilde in a flash of black, Zhuo Fan made a full circle around them. They watched in shock as their bodies twitched once and folded. They fell backwards, yet saw their legs still standing straight. Zhuo Fan's black sword was gone before they could see it, walking away. All that remained were a pair of legs, frozen in time. "Now I can seal the world wind tunnel with none the wiser." Looking at the wonder of waterfalls in front of him, Zhuo Fan's eyes shone with success. Clang! A scarlet blade flashed again, coming to take Zhuo Fan's life. Zhuo Fan was amazed. For God's sake, that damn Shangyu Feiyun new Shangyu clan is after the soaring sword, so why the hell didn't he move it? Is he that bored, wanting someone to just take it? Or is he that confident in Bailey Jingwei's plan that there's no point? Sighing, Zhuo Fan shook his head and his right eye flashed in 7 golden halos. The murderous sword suddenly shook in midair, halting in place. It even looked scared. Grinning, Zhuo Fan said, "I'm not here for you, but it'll be a pain if you mess things up midway. I'd better get rid of you first, 6th grade sacred weapon, soaring sword." Hum tilde as his evil tone fell. The space around him shook and warped in the sword's direction. The mighty pressure made the haughty sacred weapon give up its plan and flee back to its lair, behind the water. Shit, how did it know that? Wasn't it some basic animal? How Soaring Sword's core crumbled just then, having lost its scarlet edge and sharpness. Even so, Zhuo Fan was not about to stop there. Who knew what that thing would be planning later? Divine Eye of the Void's 7th stage, Void Seal. Zhuo Fan's right eye shone with 7 golden halos. The space slowly solidified as it put pressure around the soaring sword. It was forced to be stuck in place once more, only able to shake all over and hum as if to plead. Zhuo Fan showed no quarter, amping the pressure some more and placing it all on the soaring sword. The sword stopped moving and fell to the ground lifeless. A 6th-grade sacred weapon, the divine sword of Eastern lands, had its spirit sealed, loosing its power. Chapter 910. Just what's happening? Walking over to the divine sword and picking it up, Zhuo Fan traced the scarlet blade with a smile before he placed it in his ring. The divine sword was now dead inside and lacked the power of a sacred weapon. He only had to look, and used Divine Eye of the Void's 7th stage Void Seal, and the sword spirit ended up sealed in space. It was one of the few skills within Heavenly Sovereign's 12 stages art that could trap someone, and that was forever, in a different space pocket. Zhuo Fan reckoned the 5 great sacred beasts fell victim to this skill and endured torture in the mortal domain. Zhuo Fan's own Divine Eye of the Void's 7th stage had just been achieved. Sealing spiritual beasts was hard enough, let alone sacred beasts. Thus sealing the ignorant sword spirit was much easier. He'd reach omnipotence only by getting to Heavenly Sovereign's cultivation. Zhuo Fan was looking forward to it. The more he gleaned into the Divine Eye of the Void, the more realized there was no limit to Heavenly Sovereign. Such an ultimate skill had to have taken millions of years, so how could he, a mere copycat junior, be a match in any way? Zhuo Fan took a deep breath, sighing at the depressing thought. He had to figure out a way out of this deadly situation if he wanted to get rid of his loneliness. And that only started mattering recently. Zhuo Fan shook his head of all these bad thoughts, looking up with confidence once more as he stepped for the waterfalls. Whoosh! The roar of water falling from ungodly heights sounded as constant explosions with each step closer. Yet the magnificence of this world wonder was lost on Zhuo Fan, who checked the moon and stars for his direction. The Big Dipper. So here. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed looking at the shining 7 stars arranged across the night sky as he searched their matching location here on the ground. He flicked his hand and sacred stones flew out into the earth. Minutes later, Zhuo Fan took a deep breath, having done the hard part. With this, a fallback is in place. So even if they do find out something is off here by chance, I can escape. Ha ha ha. Hardly any in mortal domain know much about star arrays. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan now turned to the water park, his face hard. It's time to seal this place. Whoosh! Zhuo Fan hovered under the moonlight, sending sacred stones down like rain. In the next hours, the situation shifted all over the manor. The roars, howls, and wails on the blood-streaked ground were proof the men had gone insane, seeing nothing but red. Jade Falls was silent by contrast. All the guards had been mobilized against Shangyuan clan, leaving but 10 to watch this place, though hardly a challenge for a man of Zhuo Fan's caliber to dispose of. It was exactly how he wanted it, peace and quiet, so he'd finish his own plan, throwing more sacred stones than a shopping addict. In a dark little room, Shangyuan Feiyun was hearing the commotion as he patiently waited like a fool. His men, part of the ambush, were quite bored but had no choice in the matter. They've been at it for an hour now. Why isn't anyone coming here as well? If they don't show, I'll go there to fight myself. Curses, was that Shangyuan Yulin's info right or not? Young Sanzi a bright voice echoed around the water garden, carrying her eagerness and worry as she tried to keep her tone low as possible while also searching for someone. Zhuo Fan shook and his hands paused, his mood affected. What's this lass doing here? I thought Shangyuan clan had you all kids run off. Zhuo Fan went back to work, his face back to normal, if not colder. Not my problem. Since you hate freedom so much, hell's doors are wide open for you. You clearly have a death wish coming here. What an annoying chick. Young Sanzi her voice drew closer, right up to the roaring waterfalls, Following her was a man. "Cousin, not so loud or the guards will catch us." "I know, cousin." Shangyuan Qingyan was tense as she kept calling out. "Young Sanzi." "Young." Shangyuan Qingyan noticed Zhuo Fan in midair spraying sacred stones for his array, and the situation stunned her. Shangyuan Yulin started as well. He knew Zhuo Fan was in the manor, but what was he doing here exactly? Zhuo Fan only spared them a look, deigning it not worthy to stop his project for them. "Sir Gu," Shangyuan Qingyan stammered. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at the imperial capital with Bailey Jingwei?" Zhuo Fan did not respond. "Hey punk, my cousin asked you a question." "What's going on here?" Shangyuan Yulin was overjoyed, using this chance to paint this guy the scapegoat for this disaster. In his mind, since Zhuo Fan had been seen as a spy and wasn't dead, that meant he betrayed them as well. It was only natural since the great young master of Shangyuan clan could. Some thick yokel couldn't be faring any better, him having more integrity than me. Like that's gonna happen. Humph, I'll have you know I received a much higher education. Shangyuan Yulin still couldn't get rid of his young master heirs, his mind stuck with hopeless fantasies. Zhuo Fan mocked and toyed. "Cousin, you're saying you don't know? How should I know?" Shangyuan Yulin tensed. Does he know everything? Did Bailey Jingwei tell him? How could Bailey Jingwei just expose someone as important as me? I may be a spy, but I'm also a hidden ace. How's a prime minister so sloppy? Zhuo Fan eyed him and mocked him while his hands did all the work. "Ha ha ha, cousin, you're so rotten no one could surpass you, nor ever will. The term degenerate demon is practically made for you." "Wah, how do you know that?" Shangyuan Yulin panicked. "Only that sicko." "Wait." Zhuo Fan turned to Shangyuan Qingyan. "If you value your life, walk away. If you want to know everything, you're welcome to stay, but so will your life." "Just what's happening? What are you talking about?" Shangyuan Qingyan shook as she watched Zhuo Fan's evil smirk with doubt. Zhuo Fan had dispensed with his usual childish act and was now showing deep and mysterious eyes. She had never seen eyes like these, but she had been warned by her elders to get as far away from them. They were toxic and undecipherable while always at danger of being killed. Zhuo Fan gave her that feeling, a man shrouded in secrets. While Shangyuan Yulin's tense face was painting a different picture. "Cousin, what's going on?" "How should I know? Don't listen to his nonsense." Shangyuan Yulin evaded and glared at Zhuo Fan with bloodthirst. Just how many secrets does this punk know? I have to silence him for good either way and stop him from running his mouth and ruining my return to Eastern lands. Shangyuan Yulin shot straight for Zhuo Fan, bent on snuffing him out, though not forgetting about making Zhuo Fan the fall guy for everything under the sun. "Gu Yifan, you sold the Shangyuan clan. That's why you're back. I'm going to make you pay." "Cousin, wait. We're not sure if..." Shangyuan Qingyan cried, but Shangyuan Yulin had no intention of listening. Shangyuan Yulin was right next to Zhuo Fan now, unleashing his full power as a soul harmony stage cultivator as he brought down his savage fist on his prey's head. All Shangyuan Qingyan did was to tense up and look in worry. She hated herself for wasting time instead of focusing on cultivation. A mere 8th layer ethereal stage cultivation was nowhere close enough to stop a soul harmony expert's blow, let alone catch him. Zhuo Fan was about to bite the dust, and Shangyuan Qingyan began crying, unable to do anything but shout, "Don't, cousin, Mr. Gu, look out." Zhuo Fan's arms never slowed in setting up an array, despite death looming over him. Shangyuan Yulin's face was twisted as his punches came for his head, speaking evilly for his ears alone. "Punk, I've wanted to do this ages ago. I finally got the chance, so die." Zhuo Fan's flat look and unresponsive attitude exuded complete disregard. Only as the last sacred stone left his hand did he sigh. Done at last? "What?" Shangyuan Yulin was stumped, giving him a cold look. Zhuo Fan turned to the fist coming for his face. "I told you not to goddamn bother me." Bam. Shangyuan Yulin slammed into the ground in a cloud of dust. As it scattered, Shangyuan Qingyan watched Shangyuan Yulin laying in a half-a-mile crater with his chest caved in and spitting blood. He was looking with fear at the hovering man, unable to process what happened. Zhuo Fan lowered his right hand and wiped it with the other. just like removing a swatted fly. The action left Shangyuan Qingyan in shock. A radiant stage cultivator had just pulverized a soul harmony expert like it was nothing. Mr. Gu, what are you? Shangyuan Qingyan was overwhelmed and perplexed by this mystery man, her delicate face expressing her naked confusion. Chapter 911. The High Moon Seals the Falls. Zhuo Fan drifted down to the ground, disregarding completely the pale and dying Shangyuan Yulin or the shocked and frozen Shangyuan Qingyan. His cold eyes were on the falls, his hands raised to start the array. Shangyuan Qingyan's heart was jumping in her chest watching this proud figure. He's nothing like before. He was completely different, like a stranger. For some odd reason, this version of Gu Yifan had a certain devilish charm to him that made her not let him out of her sight. The insane power had a part to play, sure, but so did his mysterious air he carried himself with. Sir Gu? Zhuo Fan was about to work on the signs when she suddenly said, "Young Sanzi is gone. I think he came to the manor to look for you. We should go look for him and leave here before." The gestures paused and Zhuo Fan frowned. "Is that why you ran here? You just jumped into danger over something as lame as that?" The wounded Shangyuan Yulin in his crater felt his face twitching at the question. "Fine. So I came along with you to this place for no reason and ended up half dead, but I cannot accept you still ignoring my plight and only ever thinking about that damn brat. I'm the one in most danger here." All kinds of annoyances, grievances, and rage got bottled up in his throat. Shangyuan Yulin was close to crying, not like Zhuo Fan and Shangyuan Qingyan had time to mind a dying man. He might just as well be dead already. It only worked to fuel his bad thoughts. Young Sanzi is still a child and running here is dangerous. Shangyuan Qingyan spoke heavily. "Mr. Gu, no matter what you do, you must first look for him and make sure he's safe." Eyeing her firm eyes, Zhuo Fan paused and turned around. "You don't have to worry about young Sanzi. He's not here. I asked him to leave you and meet me someplace else. I'll go see him in a moment." "What?" Shangyuan Qingyan was shocked. Shangyuan Yulin rolled his eyes, his heart aggrieved. "Kuz, see that? While you're worried about that thing, his father already left himself a way out. Your kind intentions only make it worse. He doesn't care at all." Shangyuan Qingyan's brow shook and gasped. "You mean you two lied to me? We've been lying about everything." Zhuo Fan spoke. "I'm leaving since the commotion will attract Bailey Jingwei and the others. Leave as well if you want to live or you're going to die at their hands." Shangyuan Qingyan was obstinate as she watched his cold back. "Are you trying to get me to escape? Then tell me the truth first. Talk or not, I'll know everything if I just stay, including those things you two hid from me." Zhuo Fan paused and nodded. "Fine, then I'm not leaving. Let's see just how much you hid from me." "Your funeral." Zhuo Fan sighed. "I gave you a chance as a favor for all you did for young Sanzi. But since you're suicidal, that's your problem." Zhuo Fan ignored all and his hand weaved signs. With every gesture that left Zhuo Fan's hand, his fingers looked like dancing fireflies in the darkness, stealing Shangyuan Qingyan's breath away. The smooth movements showed his expertise in arrays and astounded the little girl to no end. The formidable alchemist she thought Zhuo Fan was turned out not to be his only talent. Arrays were part of his repertoire as well. Just who is this man? Shangyuan Qingyan had dumb look on her face. Zhuo Fan's eyes were icy regardless, focused on the endless falls and his dancing hands. "Rise, O moon, in the sky, letting the waves climb and reach for your height. Let them enter the moon palace as mist, my nature frozen within." Zhuo Fan finished by extending a finger. Tilde the jade falls surged, trembled and moved, the water splashing everywhere in fine mist. The moon above, drawn to something, sent its cold rays on the falls. The bright moonlight stung the eyes, the icy air chilling to the bone and making everyone close to the falls shiver. The falls shook harder now, like the rumblings of a huge wave. Shangyuan Qingyan's lost eyes watched the spectacle in shock. What kind of array is this? And why did Mr. Gu set it up? Shangyuan Qingyan cast her curious eyes on Zhuo Fan, whose icy face finally revealed a faint smile. The gaudy moonlight flashed brighter before fading for good, revealing an astounding sight to Shangyuan Qingyan. The majestic and wondrous falls froze in a glittering ice sculpture that ran for miles. The magnificent view touched this girl's heart. Pa. Zhuo Fan poked it with a finger and the ice crumbled, scattering to pieces. With this, the frozen falls were no more and the jade falls were gone. The whirlwind tunnel was now sealed, making sure the drawing array inside would not be damaged. His job was done here. What did you do? How could you destroy something so beautiful? Shangyu Qingyan huffed at the loss, complaining to Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan shook his head. What an ignorant lass. With that commotion, those guys should be making their way here. Yet you don't care about your wee life but some scenery. I see you're as sharp as a marble. Zhuo Fan listened to the slaughter dying down. What do you care? Can't I just die with that image as the last thing I see? Humph! Shangyu Qingyan huffed at him, but sighed in the end. Regardless, she was not one to see the reality. But at this time, going against her very nature was her desire to know this man's secret. So she was stubborn. Shangyu Qingyan peeked at him with a bitter smile. The Shangyu Qingyan who disdained men finally did such a dumb thing as well. Sounds of people getting near were heard from the battlefield, now that the fighting stopped. Going back 2 minutes, the Shangyu clan and the guards were entangled in a fight to the death. Blood flowed like a river and casualties piled higher and higher. Yet not even the gory display could soothe Bailey Jingwei's worry. As for the venerables, with one of them wounded, their stance was growing shaky against Danking Shen. Coupled with Bailey Jingwei's bound heaven array, the Shangyu clan was done for. None would leave this place alive, not Shangyu Feixiong or his venerables. Eastern Land's power would fall, a house divided against itself. It would present Bailey Jingwei with the perfect moment to strike. The Four-Land Alliance would sport a crack as result, and the central area would have the best chance to go to war with them. By the looks of it, the odds stood with Bailey Jingwei in seeing the lands united in his lifetime. The fight this night affected the unity of all the lands. Bailey Jingwei held it in very high regard, just that there was this one nagging feeling even as victory was around the corner, something he couldn't shake. Where is the problem? What have I missed? Bailey Jingwei sank in thought. Chapter 912, Escape. Clan head, half of our men are dead. We can't hold on much longer. Clan head, we can't make a breach. The enemy's too strong. Clan head, we're surrounded. Clan head, the venerables can't take much more. Every shout was urgent and disastrous as it reached Shangyu Feixiong's bloody ears. I was wrong, completely wrong. He shouldn't have risked it for greed after he knew Bailey Jingwei and Danking Shen were around. But he still went in for the soaring sword, and look where that got him. The Shangyu clan wouldn't be in this mess if it weren't for him. The venerables wouldn't be so hard-pressed. It was all the clan head's fault for not analyzing the situation, for disregarding the signs. He turned from the exhausted venerables to the bodies of his men on the ground as more were added with a pitiful cry and a spray of blood. Their screams jarred his ears and tears of blood fell from his eyes. Brothers, I've let you all down. Clan head, don't say that. It's all that cunning Bailey Jingwei's fault for trapping us. One Genesis stage expert rushed over and held his exhausted, bloodied, and faltering form as he spat. We just have to get hold of him, and Shangyu Feixiong will have to let us go. The man led the others. Brothers, follow me. Take Bailey Jingwei and help Clan head in escaping. Take Bailey Jingwei. Help Clan head escape. Shangyu clan's men roared like man-beasts in their charge for Bailey Jingwei. The man in question still stood calmly behind hundreds of guards, leaving no gap for them to exploit. A group rallied under cries of killing, using nothing but reckless bravery and suicidal actions in attempt to push through. But the tight group of guards were ruthless. As the howls consumed the air and limbs were flying every which way, the small charging group fell defeated, and Shangyu Feixiong slumped to the ground in despair. Those dead eyes saw only blood, his heart in the grips of torture. Prime Minister, the thieves lost their will and the fight will end soon. A guard reported as he saw Shangyu Feixiong's spirit fading, mocking. Sir's planning is brilliant and invincible. Bailey Jingwei nodded with a stony face, yet frowned instead of smiling. He looked in the distance at the quiet ahead and said, The fight had been going on for a couple of hours now, so why isn't there anything coming from Sword King Feiyun? Is something going on here? Ha ha ha, Prime Minister is too worried. What could be going on when the whole of Shangyuan clan is stuck here? The guard bowed. Moreover, victory is within our grasp. Even without Sword King Feiyun joining, it'll be fine. These thieves are going nowhere, hee. Bailey Jingwei pondered and nodded. That may be the case, but with Sword King Feiyun around, it would save us the trouble. Boom! A loud explosion drowned his voice, shaking the air not too far away. Bailey Jingwei jerked and looked over. Whoosh! The cold moonlight shone down like a pillar upon this mortal domain in all its glory. The sudden display put a halt on the bloody massacre, forcing the men to cover their eyes. A few minutes after, the moonlight faded, but not the shock on the men's faces. What was that? Bailey Jingwei raised an eyebrow at the sudden disturbance. He looked around and cried. That's where the Jade Falls are, the soaring sword. We've been played. Bailey Jingwei shook and looked appalled at the discovery. He turned to the Shangyuan clan on the verge of dying and was filled with indecision. But then he snapped. Open the barrier and follow me to the fall to protect the divine sword. Startled, the guards bowed at once. Prime Minister, we can't. The thieves are about to fall. If we open the barrier, they'll escape. Pa Bailey Jingwei slapped him hard in anger. Damn slave, since when are you the Prime Minister? Humph, there's nothing more important than the soaring sword. It's the Patriarch's desired item. If we lose it, I can't take the fall, and neither can any of you. Don't just stand there, open it. Shuddering, the man bobbed his head and made signs along with the others to open the barrier. Hum-tilde, the space cleared with a ripple, and the cool evening air blew across their faces. The Shangyuan clan never felt so alive as each new breath felt so precious. Having not been through such desperate fighting before, only now they did realize how good it felt to be alive. Dragon-cleaving Sword King, stop fighting and come with me to protect the soaring sword. The Shangyuan clan might relax now, but Bailey Jingwei's group was agitated. The Prime Minister, always calm and shrewd, lost his bearing, shouting at the top of his lungs. He took the lead for the falls, his men following right after to provide safety. All the guards were soon gone, leaving Shangyuan clan's battered men like they didn't exist. Danking Shen paused and waved at the three. Seniors, let's stop. I have to go over there. Do what you want now. He flew for the falls and grinned inside. That boy did it. Ha ha, he's really something to do it under the noses of two factions. Ha ha ha. Danking Shen didn't know what Zhuo fans planned, but he knew he did it. Danking Shen, don't you dare run. We still have thousands of moves to take you, cough. One venerable shouted but was soon forced to stop from a coughing fit. The other two sighed. Third, just stop. It's clear we're the ones losing so far. Fighting any longer will be the end of us. Don't brag or it'll look foolish. The man turned to the two and sighed. The first in Western lands isn't a pushover at all. They rushed to Shangyuan Feixing's side to see to him. How are you feeling, Feixing? Clan head, are you all right? The clan was around him, looking at him with worry. His eyes still held some fear as Shangyuan Feixing looked at their faces. Did we just survive? Someone went to steal soaring sword while we fought. They panicked and rushed to protect it. It can be counted as surviving. One venerable sighed. Just who could this third party be? He must be really shrewd to play us both for fools. Feixing, should we go see? Soaring sword is right there. Maybe we can use this chance to take it? Shangyuan Feixing's face shook with desire but refused. No, our greed made us suffer many casualties so far. We can't go through another disaster. I want all of the Shangyuan clan to retreat, leave this dangerous place. With Bailey Jingwei around, it won't be easy taking chances. It's best not to fall for another trap. But the soaring sword is so close. Are we leaving it just like that? No, I and the Venerables are the strongest and can escape with ease. We will go. A Venerable was dissatisfied, but Shangyuan Feixing's stance was firm. The rest are to leave Flying Cloud City and meet up with the others outside. Clan head, my mind is made up. Shangyuan Feixing cut at their protests. I've made one mistake and won't make another. Shangyuan Feixing is important, but I won't ruin Shangyuan clan's future for it. The men had no choice but to give up at their clan head's insistence. The venerables nodded. Shangyuan clan's main force easily got away with Zhuo Fan's map, while Shangyuan Feixiang and the venerables went for the falls. Unaware the precious soaring sword both factions were fighting over had been so easily taken by the same person they regarded as a mere pawn. Chapter 913. Speculation. Whoosh tilde the wind whistled as many men came down from the air before what was known as Jade Falls. They all had expressions of shock on them at the scene. Moving from the melting icy bits on the ground to the two people she thought she knew, what she found was Zhuo Fan's ice-cold eyes that filled her with fear, making her stagger back. Bailey Jingwei was fuming mad. His brow was shaking as understanding hit him. The nice guy persona was replaced with one of seriousness and gloom as he snapped at Zhuo Fan. "Grandmaster Gu, what exactly is this? Are you going to offer any explanation?" Zhuo Fan smiled as his only response. Whoosh tilde next to arrive was Danking Shen and Shangyuan Feixiang with his three venerables. The strangeness of the situation got to them as well. Shangyuan Feixiang was looking even more perplexed at the sight of his dear daughter. What is going on here? What are the two of them doing here instead of the meeting place? It was a strange scene for sure, seeing Bailey Jingwei, the pillar of the Sword Star Empire, and the Shangyuan clan's top four standing side by side. They did not look to have any intention to fight at all. The gaps in their knowledge in this situation had their basic nature overridden. Their minds were too consumed in trying to understand what went on here than killing each other in rage. All stared at the youth in front with desire to clear this conundrum. "Yanner, what's happening here? Why did you come here?" Shangyuan Feixiang's eyes twitched, staring at his daughter. Shangyuan Qingyan winced and peeked at Zhuo Fan before turning to her father with a shrug. "Dad, I am not sure myself. I only came to look for young Sanzi, but who knows what really happened." "You don't know either. Why are you standing here then?" Shangyuan Feixiang stared at his daughter in confusion. Bailey Jingwei snorted. "Shangyuan clan head, you're playing the fool now, like your clan is not the obvious culprit behind this." "Bailey Jingwei, what's that supposed to mean?" "What did we do exactly?" Shangyuan Feixiang glared at him in anger. "The Shangyuan clan is righteous in action, straightforward and responsible. We own our actions but never take the fall for others." "Bailey Jingwei, you'd better explain yourself." "Explain." Bailey Jingwei raised a mocking eyebrow. "It doesn't get much clearer than this." "Humph, Shangyuan clan head, I take my hat off to you. You have some serious nerves to play such a dangerous game. To steal the soaring sword, you used all of your clansmen as bait so Gu Yifan, a whelp, could move alone and take advantage of the light guard." "Ha ha ha, I do respect you. This move is glorious and I know when I'm beat. It never crossed my mind that the ever-righteous clan head of the Shangyuan clan would also be a shrewd old man. Sword King Feiyan is far stronger than Sir, but had no chance still in winning the head position from you. This explains why, humph." Shangyuan Feixiang was taken aback, more confused than ever. The venerables shouted, "Bailey Jingwei, enough of your bullshit. Our clan head has always been kind and righteous, discussing with the elders before using his position. He's not shady and cruel as you shamelessly claim him to be. Shangyuan Feiyan failed to win the head position due to his overconfidence and failure to get the public support. There's no conspiracy here at all. Bailey Jingwei, let's fight if you want, but don't try staining our clan head's good name or us three will put you in your place." "TCH, hypocrites." Bailey Jingwei mocked. "I did take clan head to have a big heart until now. But with his board open to me, his ruthlessness exposed, willing to use the blood of hundreds of his clansmen just for the sake of getting soaring sword. He's nothing more than a clan head with a nation ruler's designs. That's no gentleman if I ever saw one." As Bailey Jingwei's revulsion became more apparent, the venerables grew more pissed. Shangyuan Feixiang was still lost in a deep fog. What did I do? How am I suddenly shameless and devious like a ruler? I'm just a cultivator, valuing heart, morals, and integrity. How am I suddenly like those mortals? Danking Shen kept his realizations to himself, hiding a grin. He only peeked at Zhuo Fan to see him enjoying the drama. The brat toyed with these big men to the end, Ha ha ha. Whoosh tilde there were more visitors coming, interrupting each side's nagging. After uselessly guarding his designated spot the better part of night, Shangyuan Feiyun finally joined the ruckus here. He didn't even register the cold looks he gained all around, opting for just standing there, frozen, and watching where the usual grand jade falls had to be, only to find it gone. And, like everyone else, maybe more even, he flew off the handle. What the hell is going on here? Where's my paradise? Where is the Jade Falls? Where is it? Bailey Jingwei rolled his eyes, his tone biting. Is this the time to be concerned with some water park, Sword King Feiyun? The problem here is the soaring sword. Oh, right, the soaring sword. Since the water's gone, where is the sword? Shangyuan Feiyun shook awake and glared at everyone present like they each owed him a fortune. He finally chose to rest that savage gaze on his brother. Old coot, return the soaring sword if you know what's good for you. Do it now while I still consider you kin. Shangyuan Feixing's face twitched hard, wanting nothing more than to snap back at this traitor. Soaring sword belongs to Eastern lands, not your personal item. It's all in my right to take it back, though it was sensible to gauge the precarious circumstances and keep it to himself. Would he just admit that he had it by saying that? Fighting again without even knowing the reason behind it would make them look like a joke. The third party who has the sword will be having the time of his life at our expense. Shangyuan Feixing thus ignored the blatant threat and taunt, and instead said in a dark tone, I don't have it. Who else is there? Humph, stop playing the goddamn fool, who'd believe you? Shangyuan Feiyun mocked. Shangyuan Feixing's face darkened. Bailey Jingwei smirked. Shangyuan clan head, please stop playing word games with me. It might not be on you, but with another. But isn't he on your side all the same? Bailey Jingwei pointed at Zhuo Fan in anger. All eyes snapped on the youth, but Shangyuan Feixing actually chuckled at that. Prime Minister Bailey, you got it all twisted. Soaring sword only sees Shangyuan clansmen and not nobodies. Shangyuan Feiyun snorted. Shangyuan Feixing had to agree as well. Soaring sword was quite willful and only liked those it spent a long time with. It did not just up and accept some brat it barely saw. That's impossible. Bailey Jingwei still looked convinced of his speculation. The central area has the sundering sword, so of course I know a divine weapon's temper. I just have a feeling that Grandmaster Gu can take the divine weapon regardless of not being part of the Shangyuan clan. Aren't I right, Grandmaster Gu? Zhuo Fan's eyebrows rose and regarded Big Dipper's striking array with a devious smile. He ignored everyone as he walked up to the Big Dipper's striking array. Prime Minister Bailey sure is sharp about everything, ha ha ha. So you do have the divine sword. Bailey Jingwei cried out, his bloodthirst increasing. Shangyuan Feixing's group looked at Zhuo Fan in shock. How? He's no Shangyuan clansman, chapter 914, the whole truth. Not leaving Zhuo Fan out of his sight, Shangyuan Feixing spoke with trembling eyes. Yifen, what's going on here? Why would the soaring sword be with you? We've suffered at another's ambush, and now you have some explaining to do. Dad, you were ambushed? Shangyuan Qingyan came to realize what those roars and noise from before were. It wasn't Shangyuan clan's charge into the manor, but from being massacred. Dad, what about our people? How many died? Shangyuan Feixing gnashed his teeth. There are many dead, but thankfully the disturbance here had Bailey Jingwei remove the barrier, and we have now escaped total defeat. Shangyuan Qingyan sighed, her worries eased, but also giving Zhuo Fan an incredulous look. Mr. Gu, why did you do this? So it wasn't Shangyuan clan head's grand plan? Gauging the father and daughter's reactions, Bailey Jingwei's brow shook. Shangyuan Feixing looked at him like an idiot, his words condescending. They say the Prime Minister of Sword Star Empire is wise beyond anyone. Now I see how overstated it is. No matter how much I care about the divine sword, it's nothing but an item that needs a user to display its power. There's no way I'd ever risk myself and my clan's lives to get it. And even if we do get it, who's to wield it? Like Prime Minister said, it's a risky move with small chance of success and high risks. The brilliant Prime Minister can't see it either. The risk isn't worth it. Oh, I see, we've both fallen for it. Bailey Jingwei shuddered and muttered, Tonight there was actually a third player on the board. We considered ourselves as big players, doing everything to advance towards our goals. This in turn made us blind to the strings attached to us, moving to another's whims, killing each other and paving his way to success. What a mistake. Not once did it occur to me that there may be another enemy than the Shangyuan clan in play. Becoming another's pawn has turned into the biggest shame of my life. Both sides were now in the clear, and their eyes focused on Zhuo Fan in shock and suspicion. For the first time, Bailey Jingwei used a cold tone towards the highly esteemed Grandmaster Gu. "Who are you? Who do you work for?" "Gu Yifan, an average, lone and roaming alchemist at your service, ha ha ha." The flippancy ticked everyone off. These guys were strong, big shots of their own lands, but they were nothing but a bloody amusement for some whelp. They were sure to become laughingstock. These men had been so used to being in charge, on their high horse, they could disregard anything but the gross lack of disrespect. Bailey Jingwei and the Shangyuan clan regarded Zhuo Fan with bloodthirst, wishing nothing more than tear him limb from limb. Zhuo Fan was now public enemy number one, garnering all their hatred. Oh, except Shangyuan Qingyan, who looked worried sick. She didn't know Zhuo Fan had a way out ready and was torn in two. Zhuo Fan looked unfazed by all the animosity he collected, jeering and actually enjoying the other's ill will that only seemed to grow with each of his demeaning actions. He's surrounded by experts on all sides, yet has the time to gloat. This would not stand, especially not to Shangyuan Feixiang, the step-uncle. "Gu Yifan, I always thought this was a trap Bailey Jingwei elaborated, but it was you all along. You made a fake map so you could trap us." "Ha ha ha," of a sort, though not the entire truth. Zhuo Fan gave a wide smile, droning on. "Giving you the real one wouldn't have made a difference, not when the wise Prime Minister Bailey saw through it all and would place the trap accordingly. All I did was choose the location." Bailey Jingwei shuddered. "You knew everything? Since when?" "Pill King Convention." Overconfident in the fact he was about to slip away, Zhuo Fan found no harm in gloating with an evil smirk. "It was painfully obvious to me what you were intending when and how you held the Pill King Convention. It was all within my estimations when you instigated Shangyuan Yulin to help you. Shangyuan Yulin was a traitor, Shangyuan Feixiang and Shangyuan Qingyan winced. Their own kin had sold them out to their enemy. They both looked at Zhuo Fan in bewilderment. Only Bailey Jingwei's sudden reaction confirmed Zhuo Fan's words. Bailey Jingwei squinted, shocked but hiding it well. "Since you knew, then you pulled all the strings till today." Heavily wounded and in his crater, Shangyuan Yulin spat blood and was on the verge of tears. "Prime Minister, sir, you sure know how to ruin your own people. You're basically admitting to Shangyuan Feixiang that I'm a traitor. How am I to get back to Eastern lands now? How am I to continue to be your spy?" Regardless of his random personal rants, ever since Zhuo Fan revealed the whole unvarnished truth, whether Shangyuan Feixiang believed it or not, he himself began to doubt his value as a spy. Bailey Jingwei proved it by giving him up without a second thought. "Ha ha ha, give the smart Prime Minister a prize. You guessed it in one try." Zhuo Fan smiled. Bailey Jingwei clenched his fists as anger boiled within his breast. "Humph, Grandmaster Gu, are you patronizing me or being snarky? It's a first for me, being a genius in retrospect. Isn't that better than being aimless till the end? Ha ha ha." Zhuo Fan quirked a taunting eyebrow. "Ugh," Bailey Jingwei grimaced at the cheap shot, with some even hearing his gritting teeth. Anyone would be pissed being mocked like Zhuo Fan was doing. Bailey Jingwei knew he was no great cultivator in the Sword Star Empire. His only pride lay in his sharp mind, his perfect policies and flawless stratagems. Zhuo Fan proved to him now that all that confidence was only worth insults to the other. It was his first time feeling so much shame and anger. He was the one who always toyed with others, and finding himself on the other end of the string was simply unbearable. Shangyuan Feiyan glared at Zhuo Fan as he demanded, "So you're the one that had me waiting dumbly all night?" "Ha ha ha, Sword King Feiyan, you got the wrong guy there." Zhuo Fan shrugged and mocked as he pointed at the bloody Shangyuan Yulin in his hole. "You have to take it up to the real culprit. He's the one who passed the info, so ask him." If not for his selfishness, wanting to use you to kill another, the original plan wouldn't have suffered changes and Sword King Feiyun wouldn't have been separated. Ha ha ha. Shangyuan Feiyun shuddered and cursed. Rotten bastard, only knows how to mess it up like his mother. You ruined my plan and death's too easy for you. Shangyuan Yulin's heart sank, shaking from fear and cursing inside. How the hell does Gu Yifan know my affairs? Was he watching me all along? Zhuo Fan smirked. Good disciple, my plan worked all thanks to you, ha ha ha. Old sicko. With the recognition of the words came terror and another spurting of blood. How could I be so blind? That old sicko that tormented him for so long, the same one that came and went like the wind, was no other than Zhuo Fan next door. That's why he could slip in and out like that. He was right next to me. Shangyuan Yulin felt like the victim here, his mind wounded by the shocking truth. His body recoiled as well, forced to spit blood on and on. Chapter 915. Big Dipper flinging a ray. The truth of being tortured and toyed with by the same person he hated and despised the most made this young master Shangyuan Yulin more humiliated than anything in the world. He couldn't budge from the serious injuries on his body, but that did not stop him from shivering in regret as tears of shame streaked down his face. Fueled by the bitter resentment his heart was now saturated with, all directed at the sicko Zhuo Fan pretended to be. Even the poorest schmuck out there had his own self-respect. Even the frailest of bugs had their own limits. He could accept being a slave to some demonic expert since he was weaker, but Zhuo Fan was his peer with whom he never saw eye to eye. Knowing that this peer was stronger, the shock to his mind made him feel sick. He was the young master of the best clan in Eastern lands. How dare he be shamed by some nasty scum of society? Thus, if he knew from the start the sicko who enslaved him was Zhuo Fan, he'd never have caved in until death, or made sure to plot from the shadows against him. The fear he always felt towards the sicko was due to not knowing anything about him. It was why Zhuo Fan used him by hiding his real face. The more Shangyuan Yulin was spasming and sobbing in regret, the more Zhuo Fan found his course of action the right one. A mastermind should have his own style to build up an air of mystery and strength. Honesty and coming clean helped no one with intimidation and forcing others to capitulate into being used. The others saw Shangyuan Yulin's creepy movements and felt off. What's wrong with him? What's the problem? It's not like he's the only one the punk got. We've all been duped. To cry over something like this goes to show your mind is weak. Bailey Jingwei could somewhat relate to Shangyuan Yulin's pain. It was a royal and noble humiliation in their blood. None of the other spectators could feel it. Only by being toyed to such an extent by a mere boy would one come to understand this deep shame. It was no different from a beggar spitting on the face of an emperor in broad daylight. Nothing could wash it away, not even killing all the people here. Bailey Jingwei squinted and focused his cold gaze on Zhuo Fan. While the fake report came from Shangyuan Yulin's misguided interests, it's all due to Mr. Gu. Ha ha ha, oh thank you, but all I did was threaten him a little, just enough to want to get rid of me and thus complicating things. Though everything is just as I speculated and as I wanted it. Zhuo Fan beamed. Prime Minister, sir, is, in fact, right when you say it's due to me. Shangyuan Yulin, in his hole, bawled harder. Zhuo Fan has struck another mighty blow to his feeble psyche. He only wanted to kill Zhuo Fan, but he played right into the guy's hand, helping instead. It was the harshest blow an egomaniac could receive. Scared and terrified, all that work I put in it went in another's favor. Oh, my poor ego. It's not just bruised, but in pieces. Shangyuan Yulin howled, the tears flowing unabated as he cried like a baby. It was so pitiful that even the hatred others felt for him was slowly turning into anger at this guy for wallowing in sorrow at his wretched fate. Even Shangyuan Feiyun felt as such towards this spy nephew of his. This punk is no big player. Look at him. How can he climb onto the glorious seat as Lord of Eastern lands? Mr. Gu sure played a great hand. I shall never forget this and admire your feat. Bailey Jingwei understood everything and actually attached more value to Zhuo Fan. Only this time, it was born out of weariness and not cherishing. Anyone that could make Bailey Jingwei dance to his tune was not to be trifled with. Bailey Jingwei looked around to see he had no other helpers and signaled the guards to surround Zhuo Fan. Mr. Gu is brilliant and has directed the play in the best possible way for your benefit. This leads me to believe you have left yourself an exit right. Ha ha ha, Prime Minister Sir sure is clever. Since you know, why waste time talking and telling the men to surround me? Knowing something and doing what's necessary are different things. There is also the matter of contingency. The two looked each other in the eye and burst out laughing. Zhuo Fan was sneering while Bailey Jingwei had a cold laugh, seeing the two at odds, only seeing each other as worthy adversaries, left Shangyuan Feixiang and the mighty venerables shunned and disregarded. Their faces twitched, feeling their self-respect taking a blow alongside Shangyuan Yulin. Come on, can't you at least glance here as well? We're also experts of Eastern Land's Shangyuan clan. We're starting to feel bad with you ignoring us like that, though who the hell cared about some 4 old bags of bones? Not them too, and certainly not Shangyuan Feiyun. They didn't have the soaring sword. Now did they all eyes were only focused on one person, Zhuo Fan. They were weary and tense for any sudden moves by the Grandmaster Gu who toyed with them all night. How was he going to get away? How was he going to give so many great experts the slip? Why was he so confident he could? The unknown always had a knack of putting everyone on edge, preying on their dark imagination. Shangyuan Qingyun's pretty eyes regarded the know-it-all and disparaging Zhuo Fan with shock. She found him a total stranger, a stranger that made her heart race and her face red. It went beyond anything she ever thought possible. The frail and disregarded average radiant stage alchemist that once saved her turned out to be a control freak and an ungodly hero. Zhuo Fan's attitude was one of dominance, a stark contrast from her father's air of righteousness, but the vibe of one that ruled. Zhuo Fan's haughty style was a killer for girls like her, drawing her deeper into his web. For now, though, her obsessive eyes went unnoticed to Zhuo Fan. Especially since hundreds of other eyes were also watching him. Zhuo Fan looked around, then settled on Bailey Jingwei. Prime Minister, sir, my script is set the moment it plays. There's no contingency. Dub! With the sharp yell, Zhuo Fan's hand weaved into a sign. A ripple spread from his feet, and the Big Dipper shone bright from high in the sky. A blinding light was cast down from one of the stars right where Zhuo Fan was standing, holding him safe within. Everyone cried out in shock and stepped back in fear and weariness. That's the ancient star array. It should have been lost ages ago. Just how? An aged voice sounded. You know this array? Bailey Jingwei shook and turned to one of the 11th grade array grandmasters he brought from the imperial capital. He shouted in anxiety, "What does it do?" Watching the bright light curtain with stunned eyes, the man's gaze also held obsession. He only reacted when Bailey Jingwei shouted at him, "Prime Minister, there are many star arrays with varying effects. It is only my first time seeing such a marvel. As for what it does or what is for, I do not know." Then why talk so much? The always respectful Bailey Jingwei lost his temper and cursed. Zhuo Fan smiled behind the curtain of light. "Prime Minister, sir, you should watch your temper. He doesn't know, but I do. Since it's the end, I don't see any harm in sharing with you this star array, the Big Dipper flinging array. Zhuo Fan grinned, looking mighty smug. Teleportation. A teleportation array. Bailey Jingwei jerked and barked orders. Stop him now, don't let him get away. Yes, sir. The men acted, but Zhuo Fan shook his head. It's too late for that. This star teleportation array is focused on speed. Once it's activated, it's instantaneous. Even Genesis stage experts can't reach its speed. I only have to shift my fingers and... Zhuo Fan smirked as his hands moved and faded out. Bailey Jingwei's eyebrows rose and clenched his fists in hatred. Chapter 916. Hostage. A power surge spread with the moonlight curtain as its source. Hiding behind it was Zhuo Fan's fading smug and mocking grin at Bailey Jingwei. No amount of effort, nor speed on the guard's part, even from Genesis experts, helped stop Zhuo Fan from leaving. Bailey Jingwei bit his lip till it bled. He had been toyed with by some mystery punk that came out of nowhere to the point of extreme humiliation. He lost it all tonight, both the chance of wiping out Shangyuan clan's best and the very thing he protected, the soaring sword. How was he going to explain that to the patriarch? To make matters worse for our poor imperial prime minister, his prized title of being sagely statesman had just taken a blow. Not to forget his credibility in patriarch's eyes was now questionable. Over the course of one short night, his bright and promising career had taken a most dark and cruel turn. As he was gnashing his teeth and boiling in rage, Danking Shen sported a rather peculiar smile, giving a big nod to Zhuo Fan in his mind. "Boy, cheers on your success and safe escape. I'm sure we'll meet again someday, ha ha ha." Whoosh, a figure came out of nowhere and flashed through them. It aimed for Shangyuan Qingyan's fair and delicate neck, yanking it forward. The lady cried at the suddenness, still absorbed in Zhuo Fan's performance. The pressure put a strain on her breath, and her face turned red as she coughed for any bit of air. "What do you think you're doing, Shangyuan Feiyan? A peak Genesis expert has so little shame as to lay his hand on a child." Shangyuan Feixiang noticed his daughter was in trouble, and it was no one else's doing but her uncle he hated. "If you won't do it for your niece, at least for status. Fight me if you want to, but leave Yanner alone," Shangyuan Feiyan huffed. "Old coot, you know as well as I just how apart we are in strength. I've no interest in fighting you. I am one of the 9 sword kings after all." Her being kin aside, touching her, an ethereal stage cultivator is beneath me. Alas, the circumstances have changed. Sorry, niece. Shangyuan Qingyan turned a cold face towards where Zhuo Fan had vanished. "Gu Yifan, listen up. Leave the soaring sword and I'll let you go." "Don't, and this girl gets it." Zhuo Fan's signs paused, his face betraying emotion. Bailey Jingwei lit up and signaled his guards to stop before forcing Gu Yifan to leave for good. It was imperative to get him to stay, then use the girl to get the soaring sword back. From what he'd seen, the two looked close. On top of that, the reports showed she quite cared for Gu Yifan, to the point of coming clean with her own dad's plan of using him. This wasn't a result of a mere friendship. There had to be something going on between the two. Gu Yifan had started his plan with the sole thought of using Shangyuan clan for his own goals. But whenever people were involved, anything could happen. Maybe all those walks through town touched the guy's heart. Bailey Jingwei and Shangyuan Feiyan thought of using the girl as a bargaining chip on a simple maybe. Bailey Jingwei looked hard at Shangyuan Feiyan and nodded. Sword King Feiyan didn't just use his fist, but was cautious and bold when required. The Prime Minister understood how this man became a Sword King. There was no way Patriarch would just accept anyone with a bit of strength. "I've gotten too caught up in everything and lost my composure." Sword King Feiyan was actually much more devious, finding the right trail among thousands to pursue victory. A true man of ambition. Bailey Jingwei praised him, his eyes focused on Zhuo Fan and eager for a response. Shangyuan Feixiang's side was tense, filled with bloodthirst. "Yanner's life is in your hands. I don't care what you are, Gu Yifan, but Yanner has been good to you all these days. Even a cold stone heart will sport a crack." Shangyuan Qingyan was also desperate to know his reply, holding hope deep in her eyes. But unlike the rest, she knew it was highly unlikely Zhuo Fan would just hand over the soaring sword for her. All she hoped was to know Zhuo Fan's feelings, even if it was refusal out of helplessness. She was content with Zhuo Fan showing just an inkling of want in saving her. Alas, before all those tense and eager looks, Zhuo Fan smirked. "Sword King Feiyan, are you touched in the head or something? You expect to blackmail me with Shangyuan Feixiang's daughter. Are you sure about that?" Everyone sighed, realizing she was not enough to force the guy's hand. Shangyuan Feixiang shook in rage. A cold stone bastard like him should just die. Shangyuan Qingyan looked forlorn at the blatant rejection. This is the real Mr. Gu, cruel and callous. "Gu Yifan, people aren't plants, they are governed by feelings." Shangyuan Feiyan's eyes flashed as he probed, but Zhuo Fan laughed in his face. "Good one, but has the Sword King ever heard that love takes time? I've barely known the girl for a month, and I didn't even like her from the start, only thinking of using Shangyuan clansmen for myself. How can such a shady goal lead to love? Even if some did bud, it'll only be faint and flat. Zhuo Fan gave a nasty grin to Shangyu and Qingyan. Girlie, I told you staying won't do you any good. Didn't I urge you to leave? Shangyu and Qingyan nodded. There you have it. I've already showed compassion, but you chose death. My hands are clean. Zhuo Fan turned to Shangyu and Feiyun, laughing. Young people have no sense of propriety, stubbornly willing to pay any price. That's why they should see more, though some get to see many times while others just once, just like Miss Shangyuan here. Though experiencing ending your own niece ought be a one-time thing too. Make sure to relish it. Sword King Feiyun. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan was totally uncaring. His laughter filled with derision as he resumed making signs, and his body faded some more. Shangyu and Feiyun grimaced at Zhuo Fan's brutal response. Her life in his hands held no importance to him. He had no remorse at all about just running away, and then he patronized him with killing his own kin. This was not just about staining his name, his mind would not get over it. Thus his grip on the fair neck eased. Zhuo Fan eased a breath. Reverse psychology saved her. Bailey Jingwei saw through it all and shouted, "Kill her, Sword King Feiyun!" What? He's only taunting you. He wouldn't have said all that if he didn't care at all. He is taunting you into letting go. Bailey Jingwei felt good finally getting a grasp of Zhuo Fan's intent and shouted at the light curtain. Gu Yifan, leave and life leaves her. Just try it. Shangyu and Feiyun's grip on Shangyu and Qingyan's neck tightened, laughing. I get it now. Gu Yifan, so you do want to save her. Then leave the sword and we won't make it hard on you. You'll both leave safely. Ugh, Shangyu and Qingyan was choking again, but Bailey Jingwei's explanation made her heart skip a beat as it validated her hopes. It meant Zhuo Fan did care and wanted to save her, just that he didn't show it. Ha ha ha, Mr. Gu is so callous that he is ruthless even when saving another. But this extreme coldness hides emotions. Mr. Gu, just who are you? As her face paled from the lack of air and tears fell down, she was actually smiling, a smile free of regret. A shame I won't ever get the chance to find out. Sensing her life ebbing, Shangyu and Feixiang was panicking. He couldn't even act out for fear of leading to her death. They were at an impasse. Zhuo Fan's eyes grew colder, his hands ready to make the last sign and leave. He didn't want to be like Shangyu and Feixiang and let emotions rule his actions. But he could see the problem. Bailey Jingwei's side had Shangyu and Qingyan as hostage because he had the soaring sword. Once he was gone, Shangyu and Qingyan would lose her value, while handing the sword would only remove any restraint they had. They would go after his life, and he would die along with the Shangyuan clan. Bailey Jingwei was using Shangyu and Qingyan to get the sword and control the Shangyuan experts. Zhuo Fan smirked and was about to leave. It was then a childish voice sounded, Auntie. Chapter 917, Scarlet Fist. Shuddering, Zhuo Fan's sign stopped and gasped in a low tone. Young Sanzi, what is he doing here and not at our meeting place? Tilde even as the power was gathering and the gaudy moonlight shone, Zhuo Fan was frozen behind it, watching in shock. Now his foolproof plan was in ruins. The rest heard the childish voice as well and looked in its direction with surprise. Where did the kid come from? Auntie. The weeping sounds were followed by a red and small figure, sniffing and running for Shangyu and Qingyan. As he staggered and stumbled in his frantic rush, the locket on his neck dazzled in the moonlight. Zhuo Fan was floored at young Sanzi's sudden appearance. Feeling restless the more he was acting like a real and frail child. He knew young Sanzi was doing it for a reason, but with all the Genesis stage experts around, even a Killin's son would find himself overwhelmed fast. Zhuo Fan's heart froze, his attention fixed on his cute figure as sweat trickled down his brow. Young Sanzi, don't be rash, don't be rash. His prayer didn't reach young Sanzi as the child ran under everyone's gaze to Shangyu and Feiyun and started waving his wee fists around. Meanie, let my auntie go. Run, young Sanzi. Shangyu and Qingyan panicked and forced herself to shout despite the grip on her neck. She cared too much about him. Gu Santong wasn't just half faking it, making sure his punches were that of a child. Shangyu and Feiyun was blissfully oblivious of the monster lurking beneath that adorable facade. His eyes lit up and hoisted him. Ha ha ha, I heard you had a son, Gu Yifen. This must be the twerp. Now I have your son as well. You might not care about the girl, but that can't go the same for your son. Zhuo Fan winced, his fist clenching as he looked worried at young Sanzi. You shouldn't have come, young Sanzi. Meanie, let my auntie go. Gu Santong was still feisty even as Shangyu and Feiyun held him in the air, waving his hands and feet at him, but they didn't even make an impact. It was all so funny to Shangyu and Feiyun. Gu Yifen, I'll count to 3. So you keep that sword and I won't kill the girl, but instead your son. You think about that. Shangyu and Feiyun, you rotten bastard, you call yourself a Genesis stage expert by hitting a 7-year-old child. Shangyu and Qingyan raved despite her heavy breathing in his clutches. Shangyu and Feiyun ignored her rants, only staring at Zhuo Fan with a dark look. 3. Zhuo Fan's face shook, stuck in indecision. 2. Shangyu and Feiyun called out again, the bloodthirst in his eyes thicker. Zhuo Fan clenched his fists, sweating as he watched young Sanzi in worry. Bailey Jingwei mocked seeing him unmoving. Grandmaster Gu, are you that empty inside? You said you didn't know the girl for long to care, but now it's your own son. Are you going to say he hasn't been around for long either? Humph, what a father you are, caring more about a dead object than your own flesh and blood. Unlike you, your son is so touching, being around the girl as long as you have yet to see how attached he's grown. Are you sure you're even related? How come you're so different, ha ha ha? Bailey Jingwei mocked and laughed at his expense, even though it was all true. Zhuo Fan and young Sanzi were not related. It actually went beyond blood relation. Zhuo Fan's hesitation stemmed from not knowing how to play along young Sanzi's act and save him. Saving was only possible if he timed it right, especially with young Sanzi's strength, so he waited for the right moment for the father and son to act. 1. Shangyu and Feiyun finished, but Zhuo Fan didn't budge, which made him shout. What a heartless father, not even caring about his own son's fate. Then allow me to help you by removing this bastard? Bang! A loud sound broke his rant, followed by a sharp pain to his chest. He spat blood and was sent flying, letting the hostages slip free. The mighty power surge spread out and kicked up a cloud of dust as it leveled everything in 5 kilometers. Though with everyone being Genesis stage experts, there was no fear of any life being harmed when the surge hit. As the dust settled, Shangyu and Feiyun was revealed to be bleeding from the mouth and looking in shock. How? T the child. The others were just as shocked as he was. How can a child harm Sword King Feiyun? T that's impossible. Gu Santong panted, his young body covered in a red glow, still in a punching stance. He looked to be looking at Shangyu and Feiyun with equal shock, since it was his first time against a Genesis stage expert, and a top one at that in the form of a Sword King. He went all out. Despite that, and the fact it was a flawless sneak attack, his almighty kill-in power proved to fall short as it only gave Shangyu and Feiyun a flesh wound. This never happened before, ever. It then dawned on him Zhuo Fan's concern about Flying Cloud City being packed with Genesis experts and just how dangerous it was. There was no room for them to punch through like always. Young Sanzi? As everyone was riveted in shock by the wee child, a shout reached their ears. A ripple echoed around young Sanzi's area as Zhuo Fan behind his curtain of light showed a golden right eye. Shift. Young Sanzi knew his enemy was beyond tough and let go of any intent of following up, choosing to grab the still stunned Shangyu and Qingyan with a rare hard face. Auntie, relax and let it come. Dad'll save us. Shangyu and Qingyan was still baffled, but seeing such a serious look on the 7-year-old's face made her bob her head in reflex. Bastard, you're going to pay for that? The air shimmered as Shangyu and Feiyun unleashed the soaring sword art in his rage. The world shifted as a huge sword came down on the two, unleashing its dreadful power and robbing everyone's breath away. It was unclear how a Killin's tough body would fare against such a grievous strike, but one thing was sure, there would be nothing left of Shangyu and Qingyan afterward. Shangyu and Feiyun cried out in pain. Shangyu and Feiyun, how can a Genesis cultivator kill a child and an ethereal stage girl? What will the lands think of you? You call that a child? That's no child but a monster. Have you ever seen a child with such brutal strength? He made me bleed with a punch. There's no way that's normal even for a sneak attack. Shangyuan Feiyun snapped back and silenced Shangyuan Feixiang with his retort. Now he waited in anxiety as to what would follow. Zhuo Fan was the most worried of them all. He had to strain himself and give his all in his divine eye of the void, working faster than Shangyuan Feiyun's sword. He had to. Young Sanzi? Zhuo Fan's eyes grew bloodshot as he screamed in his mind. As he forced himself to jumpstart the skill, his eye was bleeding, but none of this mattered as his gaze was fixed on Gu Santong, and the space around him began to move. The huge sword was mere hairs away, ready to take their lives as well. Who was faster among Shangyuan Qingyan and Zhuo Fan determined young Sanzi and Shangyuan Qingyan's fate. Chapter 918. Young Sanzi. Whoosh! The tearing in space was clear in everyone's ears. As the sword was just a meter away from taking their lives, the divine eye of the void warped the space beneath it, working its best to save them instead. Shangyuan Feiyun and Zhuo Fan acted from different sides on the same target, one to kill and one to save, yet both giving their all. It was in this strained contest that Zhuo Fan began to show signs of coming up short. Killing always came easier than saving. Even as shift and soaring sword art were exerted on the two at the same time, the sword came from Shangyuan Feiyun, and it didn't need to even touch them to cause tremendous pain and harm. Gu Santong would live through it with his sacred beast power, but Shangyuan Qingyan was too weak here, not even in the Shangyuan Qingyan, and was up against a peak Genesis expert's ultimate skill. Even a glancing blow was enough to render her broken in body and mind. Gu Santong understood this and noticed how Zhuo Fan was falling behind. He focused and pulled Shangyuan Qingyan behind him. With a stomp, his body shot for the obliterating sword attack with no remorse. Young Sanzi. Zhuo Fan and Shangyuan Qingyan cried out, but Gu Santong's mind was set, punching at the huge sword with his fist wrapped in scarlet. I am the invincible scamp, Gu Santong. I have never known defeat, and no puny sword energy can harm the likes of me. To the eyes of any onlooker, he was no whelp, no child wet behind his ears, but a brave hero unflinching in the face of death and welcoming with open arms. A pity he was up against one of the 9 sword kings, Shangyuan Feiyun. He might have held his own against any other Genesis stage expert, but not against Shangyuan Feiyun. The sword went through Gu Santong's arm with a muffled sound, going after Shangyuan Qingyan. His challenging declaration came to a stop, forced to spat crimson blood. His rosy complexion turned deathly white as his frail body swayed in the wind and fell backward. But his fist had managed to slow the sword for less than a second, something anyone would disregard, but it held utmost importance in a crisis such as this. The sword finally grew slower than Zhuo Fan's divine eye of the void. Whoosh! Tilda Shangyuan Qingyan vanished in an instant, now appearing next to Zhuo Fan, behind the glowing curtain of light. The next moment, the sword crossed the now empty space and struck the crowd with a mighty boom. The howls and cries pierced the sky as anything in 50 kilometers was turned to rubble. The Genesis stage experts standing there were the ones to suffer for it, with more than 30 dead. It was testament to Shangyuan Feiyun's power. Everyone was shocked inside at the outcome, not at Shangyuan Feiyun's strength, but at Zhuo Fan's skill, able to save someone from right under Sword King Feiyun's nose. Shangyuan Feixiang noticed his daughter was safe, and eased a breath he forgot he was holding. He felt conflicted now about Zhuo Fan, torn between gratitude and hatred, but admired him nonetheless. The boy can do the impossible, unflinching as the world is collapsing on him. Just who is he? Zhuo Fan cared not about others' reactions, his right eye flashing once more. He saved Shangyuan Qingyan, but now he was staring at Gu Santong as he floated there. However, in a fight between experts, using one skill might not work a second time. Someone darted and grabbed Gu Santong's neck. The man flicked his hand and canceled the shift. The golden glow in Zhuo Fan's right eye faded and looked up with hatred and clenched fists. Shangyuan Feiyun. Gu Yifan, So you're not just an unknown 11th grade alchemist, but also in possession of some weird skills. Shangyuan Feiyun dangled Gu Santong in front, splattering the blood flowing for young Sanzi everywhere. One is a freak and the other is a monster. You two sure opened my eyes wide today. The old man is crafty and shifty while the young son wields savage power. That punch really hurt and I lost myself there and almost killed them. How lucky your son is so capable in stopping my sword and still come out alive. But try anything else now and I'll snap his neck like a toothpick. Zhuo Fan's heart sank. Shangyuan Qingyan cried, "Young Sanzi." She turned to Zhuo Fan. "Gu Yifan, you have to help him. Just give up the dead sword, he's your son." "Yeah, give it up. Nothing can come close to the importance of your son's life, right? Ha ha ha." Shangyuan Qingyan mocked while holding young Sanzi. As blood flowed from the ruined arm, young Sanzi's condition was growing worse by the second. Others were feeling for him. Such a monstrous strength, but all in the body of a little child. His act of sacrifice earlier only made him more admirable. If it were anyone else holding Gu Santong, some of them might even lend a hand. "What kind of man are you, bastard, to pick on a child?" Zhuo Fan hesitated as Gu Santong's grew weaker. But then the child strained to look at his father, giving him a look and a smile. He then closed his eyes, at peace with his fate. Zhuo Fan's brow shook, his fists clenched, but ultimately he let it all go. He grabbed Shangyuan Qingyan's shoulder and made the last sign. "We're leaving?" "What?" In Shangyuan Qingyan's moment of anxiety, worry, and shock, the starlight shone brighter and the two faded away, followed by the vanishing of the curtain of light. Everyone gasped, even Bailey Jingwei. Is Gu Yifan so cruel? Did he give up on his son for a damn sword? Shangyuan Feiyun's face twitched, his eyes dimmed and shook from anger. His hand gripping Gu Santong tensed in reflex. The child was only still alive thanks to his sacred beast heritage. This is utterly preposterous. Shangyuan Feiyun howled at the sky, regarding the child with bloodlust. "Damn you, Gu Yifan. Since you don't want him, then I'll get rid of him for you." Shangyuan Feiyun waved his Yuan Kai charged finger at Gu Santong. He didn't finish as another curtain of light came down from the heavens above. The Big Dipper shone again. Only this time it landed in Flying Cloud City, in Gu household. What followed was a beam of light shining across the sky that made Shangyuan Feiyun's sword pause from falling down. "Wait." Bailey Jingwei shouted in haste, looking at the distant light and turned to the array masters. "What is that?" One array master stepped forward and bowed. "Prime Minister, the world has its own laws and so does arrays. In general, the more power is amassed, the greater the effect. This is true for all arrays, teleportation arrays included. He has set up such a star array so fast and small scale in the flying cloud manner and using sacred stones, proving his skill and quick thinking. But such array won't work over large distances. It would have needed a larger and more time-consuming array to do so. Something impossible in the central area where someone would have easily noticed. This means he has only used it to escape the manor. Bailey Jingwei instantly reacted with an angry slap and cursing. "Damn it, fool, say it from the start. Since he hasn't gotten far, we have to give chase. Sword King Feiyun, take the kid and let's go." Chapter 919. Light/glow, Bailey Jingwei turned to the ever-silent Danking Shen. Understanding his gaze, Danking Shen came to his side and grabbed him before shooting for the light. As a mere ethereal stage cultivator, he'd never catch up to the others with his meager speed unless he had a Genesis stage expert helping him. Shangyuan Feiyun figured out the little brat still had his uses as a hostage. Without further ado, he also flew after them with Gu Santong in his clutches. As for the other Genesis stage experts, they followed without question. Of the packed manner of experts so far, now it turned to have only 5 who were just staring dumbly. Shangyuan Feiksheng, the 3 venerables and 1 tittering between life and death, Shangyuan Yulin. All of them felt weirdly at a loss seeing the others just ignore them outright over someone else. You're telling me that us big shots from eastern lands have no worth. They just treat us like decorations, not even locking their house. The clear humiliation got to these 4 oldies. They had been hiding to stay alive all this time, and now that they were given the cold shoulder, their life was over. Talk about being self-critical. Then again, Gu Yifan was so young and toyed with both parties like nothing. Truly commendable, brave, amazing, and extraordinarily talented. In any other place, even they would have disregarded the Shangyuan clan over the kid, since he was just too good. First, he snatched Soaring Sword, which was eye-catching enough. Then there was his glorious talent that shone like no other here. What if he were such a marvelous youth? What then? That was, of course, paying close attention to such a dangerous element. And while these Shangyuan oldies were tough, part of a bigger faction, it's been millennia since such a gem appeared within their ranks. Gu Yifan was like a younger invincible sword now, even if striking it out on his own. That infinite potential sent shivers down anyone's spine. It was for the same reason Bailey Jingwei and Shangyuan Feiyun went after the kid. The Soaring Sword might even be secondary, Shangyuan Feiksheng's side at the light pillar. The new replaces the old as every generation surpasses the last one. I just can't believe how the glory of our Shangyuan clan has faded compared to some unknown kid. It's not faded, but overshadowed. One venerable nodded. The stars shine brighter upon the night sky only because the clouds hide the moon's glow. The moon can cast her light upon the world all because the sun has fallen beyond the mountains. When the moon comes out, the stars fade. When the sun rises, the moon vanishes. He is the sun and the moon, and as long as he lives past today, his light would be glorious. They all gave a nod at his assessment. The new dawn is heralded by its new heroes. Our time has ended. Should we give chase? I'm worried about Yanner. Shangyuan Feiksheng pondered as he looked at the distant light. One venerable spoke. There's no need. We've been in such a dangerous situation just now, and we couldn't even keep Yanner safe, but the kid did. He easily walks the path he made for himself to escape, so of course he will. Yanner will be fine with him. While we can never catch up to him and get the Soaring Sword, going after him is pointless. While we no longer take priority with him still around once he's gone, all that attention will be focused on us. Bailey Jingwei will come with us hard once more, and we hardly have the men to fight. Even if we do escape, there'll barely be anyone left. Only a fool would do this, ha ha ha. Shangyuan Feiksheng nodded and sighed. Kid, you've been wicked and shrewd, using us however you wished, but I haven't exactly been good to you either. Yanner isn't like that. She truly cared for the two of you. I just hope you'll take care of her and keep her safe, and this old man will be content. Shangyuan Feiksheng sighed and turned a dark look at the slumped Shangyuan Yulin in his hole. Then, venerables, what about this bastard? A traitor is to be taken back and fully questioned. One venerable's eyes shone and snapped. Shangyuan Feiksheng nodded and went to lift a bitter, pleading and panicking Shangyuan Yulin. The four experts flew out of town. They couldn't mess with the matters as they stood, but a traitor was a different matter. The four sported nasty smirks. Shangyuan Yulin was feeling worse and worse. What did I do to deserve this? No one wants me. I gave my all as a spy. I worked hard for the clan, but no one cares. Is the world going to let this wrong go unanswered? Oh, Snow in June. Star Reader. Reference to the injustice to Dewey. A play by Guan hanking of a girl's unjust ending and vindication. How fast had he forgotten just who he was really working for, even turning on everyone else. The triple agent had nothing helping him in his endeavors. No morals and not even loyalty for his own family. Alas, all of these were secondary, paling in comparison to messing with the one man no one ever should. Ending up as a stray no one would even take pity on. Meanwhile, with the flash of the light pillar, Zhuo Fan and Shangyuan Qingyan appeared in the backyard of the Gu household. With no time for her to make sense of everything, Shangyuan Feiyun's team had already shown up. A Genesis stage expert's speed was nothing to scoff at. He held Gu Santong and barked at Zhuo Fan inside the light pillar. Gu Yifan, you didn't want him, but I was kind enough to bring your son to you. Hand over the sword now, or you can say goodbye to this brat. Young Sanzi, we... Shangyuan Qingyan started despite how Zhuo Fan sported the same cold face, his hands making signs. Merak. Whoosh tilde in another flash, the two were gone along with their light pillar. Shangyuan Feiyun's face twitched. Shit, This bastard is hardcore, ignoring everything and just running off. He didn't care at all. Bailey Jingwei and Danking Shen just caught up. Shangyuan Feiyun shrugged helplessly, his anger burning hotter than the sun. He showed not the slightest hesitation. I've seen my fair share of stone-cold people, but he's to the point of being inhuman. Bailey Jingwei frowned heavily. He'd been using his sharp wits and quick tongue to come up on top every time, but Zhuo Fan wouldn't even stop to listen. He couldn't work his magic, not when the other wouldn't even let him in. Whoosh tilde another beam of light was cast upon the world down yonder. Bailey Jingwei signaled at once, and everyone gave chase. Shangyuan Feiyun huffed and took Gu Santong to find his dad. Gu Yifan, your son. Whoosh tilde Shangyuan Feiyun's roar reached Zhuo Fan first, but only the first words as he went away once more. The chase went on and on. The glorious flying cloud city of the Empire was given quite the funny show. The flying cloud manor was out in force trying to catch some light from the heavens, yet it kept slipping through their fingers. Shangyuan Feiyun, with a kid in his arms, was looking like a nagging old biddy chasing her husband to give him an earful. The only thing missing was shrieking and whining in the streets like a banshee. You cold-hearted man, don't just leave your wife and son in the harsh, cruel world. It only helped to fuel Shangyuan Feiyun's anger, his turning face red. For God's fricking sake, isn't this your damn child? I'm here giving him to you and you don't want him. Do it again and I'll just bury him. Of course, he was only thinking about it and not putting it into action. They weren't about to get rid of the one thing that might just tie Gu Yifan down. On Zhuo Fan's side, seeing how young Sanzi's life was assured, he had no qualms about really leaving this place. It might look heartless and cruel and harsh, but it was the smartest thing to do. With father and son together, their chances were non-existent. While if one ran with the soaring sword, the other was sure to survive. Shangyuan Feiyun dangled young Sanzi in front of him for the soaring sword, so Zhuo Fan, of course, was going to use it as a way to keep him alive. He was stuck on how to save young Sanzi, so the only choice was to make the enemy keep him alive longer. As for a rescue, Zhuo Fan's mind was still hard at work among the constant flashing around town. Young Sanzi's sacrifice to save Shangyuan Qingyan was unexpected, outside his plan. To try again, he would need to lay serious groundwork first. Soaring sword was nothing much to him, not when young Sanzi was part of the equation. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed, his face filled with conviction. Chapter 920. No winner tonight. Fekta, Megrez, Aliath, Mizar. With every star shining down on Earth, Zhuo Fan's hands shifted and changed locations. Each time he was brought hundreds of miles away from Shangyuan Feiyun, now over 500 miles out of flying Cloud City. Shangyuan Feiyun's team were like flies drawn to the glorious light, always in pursuit, yet always coming short. This short delay was compounded with each transfer, making the gap over 50 kilometers wide. But the men could only grit their teeth and keep at it. They were like a bunch of fools made to chase something that was not there for another's amusement. So after the fourth light came, Shangyuan Feiyun had had enough, his rage exploding. To hell with it. Is this bastard playing fetch with us? Humph, let him try it again. I won't budge an inch. At worst, I'll just end his son and settle it with Gu Yifan later. He can't run forever, not while he's in central area. Sword King Feiyun, enough nonsense. All that matters is the soaring sword. So long as the sword is out of reach, we can't harm a hair on his son. What if he snaps and just throws it in some dark hole forever? What then? Bailey Jingwei gave him a warning look, then he turned to the 10 array masters keeping up with them. Grandmasters, you're among the best array experts in the Empire. Have you managed to glean anything into the array after all this time? The 10 experts shared looks and hesitated. Finally, one spoke. Prime Minister, at first we understood little about this star array, but we now have begun to notice things. Normal teleportation arrays uses ley lines to travel, shortening the distance between points. All that needed was to break these paths, and the transfer will halt. With star teleportation arrays, they follow the heaven way, using star power to connect heaven and earth, thus unbreakable. It's far beyond any ley line teleportation array there is. I don't give a damn about his skill in arrays or how better he is than you. I just want to know how do we get to the part where we catch him." Bailey Jingwei's face twitched in annoyance. "If he keeps flashing around, won't it go on forever? While he's rested, we'll be weary running all over to catch him." Not likely. Prime Minister can rest assured." The array master pointed at the sky, explaining, "The world's forces are in balance, governed by its own laws. These can never be breached by any mortals. The star array is sublime, but it can't escape following the world's nature. It will end. Judging by what we've seen so far, he has borrowed the power of 6 of the 7 stars in the Big Dipper in order, catering to the arrays he set on the ground below. By our reckoning, the next one should be the last. The power of the stars will have been used up through Alcade. This star, having correlated with the previous location, will be shedding its light on this Earth right over there." The array master pointed to some random bush hundreds of miles away with a stuck-up nose. He, see that? That's called specializing. With just a little time watching a new array, I can already surmise its process. This is the awesome power of a 11th grade array mass ba. He didn't get to gloat for long as a sharp slap sent him spinning, his mind included. Coming around at some point, he was face to face with an irate Bailey Jingwei. Flinching, the array masters looked dumbfounded, even wronged. What did we do now? Why's Prime Minister angry with us? How are we in the wrong? Bailey Jingwei spat through gnashed teeth. You bunch of old decrepit fools, why the hell didn't you say it earlier? Giving me such a drawn-out and useless explanation instead of just pointing to the guy's destination. Humph, ignorant wastes. Sword King Feiyan, let's go, we have to keep him there the moment he lands. Right. Shangyuan Feiyan followed after Bailey Jingwei with Gu Santong in his grip. There they would lay in ambush for the moment Zhuo Fan came. They were finally one step ahead. Prime Minister Bailey, all the array grandmasters you brought seems to have atrophied brains with how slow they are. What can you do when they spent their lives in scrolls about arrays yet missing the workings of the world? They can't read the mood at all. I do find them valuable for that, but also vexed. Be it alchemists or array masters, they all wish to reach the apex in their fields, and for that they study and study some more in isolation from the rest of the world. They're like pedantic scholars. True, all known great alchemists and array masters have simple minds. Shangyuan Feiyan nodded, then his eyebrow twitched. Yet the kid's the exception. He's got great alchemy skills, yet he's slipperier than a snake. How did he get so good in alchemy when all he's done was focus on mind games? Bailey Jingwei's brow shook as he nodded. He really is the weirdest aberrant I've seen, baffling everyone yet instilling in them great danger. Shangyuan Feiyan's eyes flashed. As the two talked, Danking Shen was content to just carry Bailey Jingwei in silence. Mediocrity breeds no hatred and envy, while brilliance draws danger. Boy! Whoosh tilde the figures dashed through the air and Bailey Jingwei's group reached the bush just as the last light came down from the heavens above, just like that array master predicted. Zhuo Fan and Shangyuan Qingyan faded in behind the light. Ha, the old coot was right. The kid is coming here. Shangyuan Feiyan laughed with Gu Santong in hand, looking smug. Let's see how you run now. Grandmaster Gu, I've come to deliver your son, ha. Shangyuan Qingyan gasped at Shangyuan Feiyan's vile expression. How are they so fast now? We just stopped and they already caught up. They must have noticed the arrays process. Quite normal when you have 10 array masters in tow. Zhuo Fan watched as the enemy was looking at him like a piece of meat to gorge on. Other than that, his face was flat, his hands steady as the signs flowed. Not that it makes a difference. Alcade? Tilde the pillar of light exploded in a blinding light that turned night into day in an instant. The violent surge spread everywhere, including Shangyuan Feiyan's group. They were forced to a halt and gasping for breath as they covered their eyes from the light. Bailey Jingwei covered his face, but let only a slit to see the smirking Zhuo Fan behind the curtain of light. He shouted at the array masters, "Just what is this? The array's power is too strong for even a Genesis stage expert to get close. Prime Minister, we don't know at the moment. We need to observe for longer. Screw you." The array masters were covering their eyes as well, and their response only made Bailey Jingwei angry. "These old geezers always mess up when I need them most," Zhuo Fan laughed. "Ha ha ha, Prime Minister, sir. Of course they don't know, but I can give them a tip. The name of the array is Big Dipper Flinging Array. The crux of it isn't the 7 stars, but the dipper, get it?" Whoosh, Tilda giving a most annoying smile. The two were gone along with their pillar of light, leaving behind his last solemn words. "Thank you, Prime Minister, for looking after my wretched son. If you still feel the need to have the soaring sword, I ask that you raise him big and strong for when I'll be coming to take him back. Ha ha ha." Whoosh! The 7 stars up above sported faint lines between them, connecting each one. With one last flash, Big Dipper shone brighter and shot a ray of light like a shooting star, splitting the sky in two. At the end of the ray was none other than North Star. Right after, one last pillar of light smashed onto Earth, shaking it hard. This time, however, there was no chase. It was just too far away, needing days for even Genesis stage experts to catch up. Zhuo Fan had just gotten away from right under their noses. Looking at the sparkling light, everyone had a dull gaze. The entire force of the manor had been running around in circles for the better part of the night, yet they had nothing to show for it. All they had been doing was ending up as the butt of another's joke. The worst part was he was only in the radiant stage. Humiliation did not even begin to describe the utter shame and crushing defeat. It was not reduced to Flying Cloud Manor's disgrace, but it included Bailey Jingwei's, Sword Star Empires, and the 9 Sword Kings. Bailey Jingwei held his head and sighed. The great sage of the empire had been led by the nose all night long. Chapter 921, back at the start. Ha ha ha, we have it? All watched the fading light with crushed looks. Flying Cloud Manor's hundreds of Genesis stage experts, with a Sword King and the Sage of the Empire, found themselves utterly helpless in stopping one small thief. The news was hard to swallow to anyone, and the mood was bleak. But not for all, evident by that bright laughter. With twitching faces and angry glares, they knew the laughter wasn't mocking them, but it still felt like scorn in their ears. So they turned towards the culprit, one of the 10 array masters. Totally oblivious of the hatred he gathered, the array master looked positively radiant at his discovery, skipping like a child to Bailey Jingwei. "Prime Minister, we got it. The intricacy of the star array is obvious now." Bailey Jingwei frowned and didn't speak, but seeing their innocent smiles made him shake his head. "Prime Minister, the Big Dipper Flinging Array isn't just a short teleportation array, but also a gathering array." He had been moving 7 times, 6 times between Dub and Alcade, while the last transfer unleashed all the power the array gathered. It is just a minor teleportation array, but acts like a major one. Using the connection between the North Star and the Big Dipper, he formed a large transfer. That's why he said the focus wasn't on the stars but on the Big Dipper, which is none other than a hint at North Star. By flinging, he meant by using all the star power in the Big Dipper through the North Star. Bailey Jingwei's disappointed face didn't even register to the ecstatic array master, growing more and more exuberant. The sudden venue of research he discovered was too much excitement for him to bear. The star array is truly wondrous. I did say you must have the skills to do it, and power. Without it, it wouldn't get you far. I just didn't imagine he'd used 7 stars' power into one. That's why there was such a great surge right at the end. But too much power would damage a minor array such as this, which is why it only works once. See for yourself, the array formation is ruined. The array master went to the bush, and after a bit of searching he came out with sacred stone fragments, shouting, "See, it's exactly as we deducted. The power overwhelmed the array and ruined it, ha ha ha." The other 9 array masters broke out in laughter alongside him. This proved their conjecture was without a doubt correct. Bailey Jingwei was drained of the energy to even cuss at them. He just sighed and flew back to the manor. Danking Shen went after him. The array masters were stumped. Is Prime Minister mad at us? He was so eager to know just a minute ago. It's too late, Shangyu Feiyan sighed. He's gone now, so what's the point of explaining? Humph, some array grandmasters you are. Shangyu and Feiyun left as well with the guards. Some even shot them some looks of disdain. Bookworms only like to show off. The 10 were left baffled and clueless. Too late. Sure, it is late, but not too late. The guy might have escaped, but getting this long-lost star array is invaluable. Do you have any idea what it's worth? Humph, what does a dumb Philistine even know? The array master mocked them. They're gone, so let's research the array the man set up. Careful not to damage it further. This is a star array we're talking about. Those uncultured swines have no idea what they're dealing with here. Unlike them, our research might even lead us to develop many new arrays. Here, here. Well said, his friends wholly agreed, getting to work at once. They treated each remnant as an archaeology site, turning every nook and cranny and speck of dust to get the most out of it. This was the difference between a specialist and a politician. The first focused on his own world, going for new discoveries and innovations, while the second only cared about reputation and his pockets. These two groups had no tangent whatsoever while also shunning each other. The politician laughed at the specialist for being pedantic, while the specialist disdained a politician's sophistry. When a politician became a specialist, he'd show no result. If a specialist changed sides, his life would be ruined, always pulled in all directions and blocked from committing himself to his research. There would be no progress as well. Bailey Jingwei had a healthy respect for specialists, since all he cared about was the benefits these men brought along. As for their academic research and goals, he knew nothing, nor was he willing to try. They were each stuck with a different perspective, abhorring the other's style in every way. Though Bailey Jingwei understood one truth, that only the obsession and pedantic made one a specialist. Disapproval and poor communication aside, he wholly approved of them, for he had only to gain from these kinds of specialists. With all the anger and frustration in their interactions, it was still not enough to snap and just kill them. This was just one of the crucial qualities for a man in power. Back in the manor at the Jade Falls, Bailey Jingwei gasped at the icicles on the ground. He'd been going against people his whole life, yet this time he failed so miserably. He had gained nothing in this fight. Gu Yifan, you're a true genius, but one that I found most revolting. Bailey Jingwei took a deep breath. We were born with conflicting personalities, bemoaning a new contender. As we're both deep thinkers, clashes are unavoidable. Guest scholars always tend to criticize another, ha ha ha. Whoosh tilde Shangyu and Feiyun came over with Gu Santong. Prime Minister, what about the brat? Lives for now. Until Gu Yifan takes the bait, then he dies with him. Bailey Jingwei gnashed his teeth. Shangyu and Feiyun mocked. That's rare, for the talent-cherishing Prime Minister to have such bloodlust against another talent. He must really have gotten under your skin, ha ha ha. Today has nothing to do with it. Even knowing his real talents, I'd have never let him take another breath all the same, especially if I could use him. Bailey Jingwei's eyes flashed and left while leaving behind a chilling tone. I loathe anyone like me? Shangyu and Feiyun smirked. Scholars never call themselves the best, while fighters always fake modesty, saying they're second. Fighters shed blood and sweat in their savage fights, while scholars pit their minds in convoluted schemes. So even the great Prime Minister Bailey cannot live this down. He must really feel threatened. Ha ha ha. Shangyu and Feiyun turned to the now ruined water garden and gnashed his teeth. Gu Yifan, you ruined my paradise and I'll ruin you. Shangyu and Feiyun huffed and walked away, the wounded Gu Santong dangling in his hand and leaving a trail of blood behind. Danking Shen stroked his beard while shaking his head. Boy, you now have a pair of rabid dogs after you. This will only get hard for you from now on. Meanwhile, as the beam of light fell, Zhuo Fan and Shangyu and Qingyan appeared among the glittering moats in a thick forest leagues away from flying Cloud City. Shangyu and Qingyan was still shell-shocked by what had transpired. She had been going 100 miles at a time in each jump, then out of nowhere they were so far she couldn't see a shadow of flying Cloud City. Shangyu and Feiyun was not getting to them now. Relishing the thought, Shangyu and Qingyan turned to Zhuo Fan. Mr. Gu, how did you? Wait here. I need to blow off steam. Zhuo Fan spoke coldly and went deep in a dark cave. Shangyu and Qingyan looked worried, apprehensive at his words as she waited tense. Howls of beasts soon reverberated from the cave, filled with anger and frustration. Shangyuan Qingyan jerked, lowering her head as she understood his grief. He needed to let go. All that perfect planning to get him and young Sanzi away from Flying Cloud City failed. Because of me, his son was taken. She blamed herself for everything, shedding tears of remorse in solitude. The howls went on for a long time into the black night, all the way till dawn. Shangyuan Qingyan was conflicted about what was happening, how he was, but could not gather the courage to venture inside the cave. When Zhuo Fan finally did come out, he had a flat look, deader than before. What got Shangyuan Qingyan curious was that Zhuo Fan's aura felt dimmer in a way, and that his cultivation fell to the 4th layer of radiant stage from 5th. Chapter 922. Goodbye. How? Shangyuan Qingyan's lip quivered as she stared at Zhuo Fan's flat expression in shock and doubt. Zhuo Fan sighed, having figured out her question. What's the problem? I just advanced in these 2 days, is all. Advance? Then how? I use a different cultivation method than the rest. It focuses on the mind, into going back to one's nature, the true self-art. Zhuo Fan spoke. What looks like regression is in fact hiding one's aura, blurring inside as cultivation returns to inception and purest chaotic form, all while the power grows. At the same time, the heart and mind attain peace, impulses drop and help one's character. Every time something bothers or triggers me, I cultivate. I've been doing this for the past 2 years. Zhuo Fan's eyes looked peaceful, but there was a sadness deep in there that nothing could cover. He had been cultivating Elder Yuan's cultivation method for these 2 years to calm his mind. All that sorrow and longing had been quelled for so long. Shangyuan Qingyan noticed something and asked, "You mean because your wife these years?" "That's enough of that," Zhuo Fan shouted, cutting her off. "Where's your Shangyuan clan meeting? I'll take you there." Shangyuan Qingyan jerked and then saw the calm look he still had. She dropped the subject and led the way. Glancing at her, Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed as he followed. 1 man and 1 woman flew, one in front and one behind, eastbound. As the sun rose again in front, 2 days passed. They had not spoken a single word all this time. Zhuo Fan sported the same dry look while Shangyuan Qingyan was anxious all the time, stealing glances. She wanted to ask more, or better yet, know him more. But that distant expression of his quelled any such curiosity. Another day stuck like that. Shangyuan Qingyan descended next to a lake. Zhuo Fan floated down next to her and scanned the surroundings. Is this where the Shangyuan clan is retreating? Quite hidden. "How did you know? I didn't tell you," Shangyuan Qingyan gasped. Zhuo Fan shook his head. "Did you forget I dabble in arrays? The barrier around the lake is invisible to the average eye, but it can't hide from mine. If it wouldn't be bad manners barging in, I would have popped it already." She batted her big, purdy eyes, once again stunned. Even as Zhuo Fan gave her a funny look, she still didn't react, just staring at him like a statue. Is there anything else you can do that I don't know about?" "Aplenty, but why should I tell you? Just ring the doorbell already?" Zhuo Fan sighed and shook his head. He flicked her head, jerking it and making her pout in pain. She wasn't really angry, just blushing. With a bright smile, she made a sign to open the barrier but didn't finish as someone shouted, "Who's there?" 2 youths in white pooped in front in high alert. "It's me, can't you see it?" Stucking out her chin, Shangyuan Qingyan declared. The 2 paused, then exploded. "Young miss, you're back. Clan head has been so worried about you." Shangyuan Qingyan nodded with a smile. "Hold up. Gu Yifan, you dare show your face here? Die." The 2 finally noticed Zhuo Fan, and their bloodlust exploded, backed by their soul harmony stage cultivation. Shangyuan Qingyan panicked and wanted to stop them. "What are you doing?" "Young miss, clan head and the venerables told us Gu Yifan was a spy. All our losses are due to him. Now we'll have our revenge for our kin." The 2 spat, advising Shangyuan Qingyan, "Young miss, step aside. Don't let his pretty words fool you. He has got to die." The 2's savage looks had her tense. She stood before them still, defending Zhuo Fan. "As long as I'm here, no one will harm a hair on Mr. Gu's body." "Young miss." The 2 regarded Shangyuan Qingyan's determination and sighed in defeat and pain. Shangyuan Qingyan looked behind her and whispered, "Leave quickly before Dad comes out. Now, while I can still protect you. Once everyone is here, I won't be able to do anything. No one asked you to. I came just to see your dad. Now move along and lead me to him." Zhuo Fan stated. Shangyuan Qingyan glared hard at him. "Is this the time to show your brave side? You had so many of our clan killed. My dad is the head and won't just let you go. Are you that intent on dying? All the more reason the young miss of the Shangyuan clan should call out her daddy to punish this criminal and get retribution. Well, what are you standing around for? Why you?" Shangyuan Qingyan was stunned, and then she cursed. "Can't you see I'm helping you? Why do you insist on walking to your death? If you die, what will I tell young Sanzi?" Zhuo Fan's tone was cold. "None of your concern. I came here for your dad. If you won't lead me, then I'll just barge in by myself." Zhuo Fan was getting ready to make good on his words. Shangyuan Qingyan hastily stopped him while grumbling. "Barging in will only make it worse." "Fine then, have it your way. I'll go tell him you're here. Maybe I can." Shangyuan Qingyan shook her head, feeling that her request would most likely land on deaf ears. But since no persuasion worked on Zhuo Fan, she had no choice but brace for the worst. Shangyuan Qingyan made her sign, and the tranquil lake water rippled. A black hole formed as the entrance of a deep cave was presented to them. "You too, be nice. You're not to do anything until I return. Is that clear?" Shangyuan Qingyan was about to go in, then she warned the two guards to not make a mess of things. The two looked at each other and bowed most respectfully. "As young Miss commands, we understand." "You better." Shangyuan Qingyan nodded, and her dress flicked as she entered. She gazed back in worry even as she did. "Mr. Gu, you can still walk away." Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes. Shangyuan Qingyan sighed and went deeper. The cave echoed with her ever-distant steps until they vanished. The guards were listening to every noise to make sure she was gone. Then they sported nasty grins. Their bloodlust was directed at Zhuo Fan, ready to pounce. Zhuo Fan gave an insufferable smirk. "Young Miss is back." Shangyuan Qingyan didn't go too far, and a patrol announced her return with joy. The clan head rushed over at once, unable to contain his happiness to find his daughter was alive. He hugged her tight. "Yanner, you're here at last. Are you hurt?" "I'm fine, Dad, thanks for asking." Shangyuan Qingyan was happy too. Then Shangyuan Feixiang asked in a rush, "Yanner, how come you only got back now? Did he do anything to you?" "No, Mr. Gu has been nice ever since he saved me. He even escorted." "What, he brought you here?" She just wanted to put Zhuo Fan in a good light, but Shangyuan Feixiang was stunned. "Where is he now?" Chapter 923, Renegotiations. Ugh, Shangyuan Qingyan's heart sank, stuck on what would be a good response. She wanted to start off by making Zhuo Fan sound good and get her clan to change their impression of him. This way, the request wouldn't sound so harsh. Now her dad wouldn't even let her speak her intention. The two might even come to blows. It was like bringing fire to gunpowder. "What do I do?" Shangyuan Feixiang noticed her hesitation. "You don't know. After escorting you, did he leave or not?" "Father, please calm down first. You have to only just talk with him. He could have his own share of problems." Shangyuan Qingyan didn't reply, trying to mediate in Zhuo Fan's stead. Shangyuan Feixiang got the gist of it. "So he's outside? With who?" "We met two clansmen and are watching." "Damn it!" Shangyuan Feixiang clenched his fists and rushed out. The other elders and experts, venerables included, went with. Whenever kids clash, it always leads to a fight. Gu Yifan must be. Shangyuan Feixiang frowned, and Shangyuan Qingyan was happy at his reaction. "Father, are you worried about Mr. Gu? Great, so you don't hate him. But don't worry, I already warned them. They won't do anything to Mr. Gu and wait for you to come." "Worried about him?" "Ha!" Shangyuan Feixiang snapped, annoyed. "The last few days we spent interrogating that bastard Yulin. Now we know that Gu Yifan destroyed him in one strike. There's no way the two guards can even harm him. Once they fight, they'll only get killed. The Shangyuan clan will never allow anyone to trample over us." Shangyuan Qingyan jerked and stuck her tongue. "I told you that I warned them. Mr. Gu came to see you as well, so he won't make a scene." "Warn? Do you actually think some head-headed youth will just listen just because some wench told him to?" Shangyuan Feixiang sighed. "Boldness is good for youths, but too much leads to recklessness and unforgiving mistakes. Second elder, are those two yours? No matter what happens, you have to stay calm. We'll handle it after we know his reason for being here. The elder in question nodded at once. Clan head, I've been cultivating for so long now, my mind is like a rock. You still don't know me? Ha ha ha, it's because I know you too well that I'm warning you. You never once smoothened your nasty temper all these years. Anguin Feixiang shook his head. The Shangyuan clan's big men made their grandiose entrance or exit outside. They all looked tense, like they were meeting another big faction. Shangyuan Qingyan clicked her tongue. What's up with them? Father's more than enough to see Mr. Gu. What's the need of coming out in full force? Her tiny mind was still telling her that Zhuo Fan was her peer, waiting for his punishment like any disciple in the wrong. He was no different from Shangyuan Yulin, who was also a traitor. Shangyuan Feixiang's thinking was different. For the job he planned on Flying Cloud Manor, the Shangyuan clan saw Shangyuan Yulin as a spy, but not Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan ended up being the master in the shadows. He was the third party in the clash between the manor and the Shangyuan clan. Not to mention, he made a fool out of the greatest sage in the empire, Bailey Jingwei. There was nothing reasonable about judging Zhuo Fan, not when he exceeded the limits within which any normal youth should operate. He was a faction leader in his own right. Their coming in force at Zhuo Fan was not in any way to label him a traitor, but to negotiate from one leader to another. It sounded ridiculous to anyone's ears. Hundreds of your Genesis stage experts are coming out to see a Soul Harmony stage kid at best. And for what negotiations? That there was the problem. He wasn't just of Soul Harmony stage strength, but a calculative man of Bailey Jingwei's level. Wasn't Prime Minister Bailey worthy of their talks? It only gave Zhuo Fan more value. One other aspect was worth mentioning. The soaring sword was with him, and that left them with even fewer choices. They refused to believe a youth shrewd enough to clash with Bailey Jingwei would let his hormones do the talking and hand it over just because hundreds of experts were giving him mean looks. As such, negotiations. Tilde Shangyuan Feixiang's group opened the barrier and came out in power. But then his face twitched. The worst-case scenario he pictured came true. Zhuo Fan was just casually standing next to a bush. The problem started when one looked down at the blood under his feet. The two young Shangyuan clan guards were battered and bleeding on the ground, giving an on and off groan to signal they were still in this world. One was sure that even they were baffled how a radiant stage youth would just wreck them like nothing. Their eyes were filled with sorrow and pain, but no amount would change reality. The info came too late. We didn't get to notify the clan of his strength. Damn it, just where did this pair of monstrous son and father come from? One's freakier than the next, the elder sighed. The elder, declaring his rock-steady nerves to Shangyuan Feixiang, was now boiling at the humiliation his disciples were given. His mighty aura of a Genesis stage expert was on full display. Zhuo Fan spared the man no glance, laughing and being friendly. Uncle, these 3 days felt like years. Did you miss me? Ha ha ha. Cut the bullshit. I saw exactly what you were 3 days ago. Stop with the damn acting, Gu Yifan. Shangyuan Feixiang's face tensed and snapped. Why are you here? What's your angle? Zhuo Fan paused in his step, revealing a bright smile. Shangyuan Qingyan interjected in hopes of easing the tension. Father, Mr. Gu cared about my safety and walked me back. Nah, I asked her to lead me here to chat with Shangyuan clan head. Zhuo Fan didn't let her sugarcoat it and cut her good intentions short. With his words, his tone grew colder as well. Shangyuan clan head, I have an offer for you. Interested? Shangyuan Feixiang stared at the cold and savage face. Speak. Then I'll be blunt. Zhuo Fan began. For the sake of your precious daughter, my son was captured by Shangyuan Feiyan. As the Shangyuan clan is a clan devoted to righteousness, wouldn't it be natural for you to return the favor and help me save my son? Shangyuan Qingyan shook. Mr. Gu is risking so much for his son. He came to see Dad for this, yeah, for me, young Sanzi. This doesn't concern you. Leave. Shangyuan Feixiang cut her off, staring hard at Zhuo Fan. Ha ha ha, save my daughter? You two used her as bait to control my clan. We've danced to your tune for the better half of a month and cost the lives of so many of my people. If I could, I would give up my daughter in exchange for their lives. Now you want us to take such a high risk for saving my daughter. Whatever for? Shangyuan Qingyan shook, gasping at her father's words. Her heart was in pain, hanging her head and shedding tears in distress. Father cares more about others than me. This was her father, devoted to good. If I could give my life for them, then I would. Shangyuan Qingyan's heart was crushed, but understood that this came for what her clan believed in. Shangyuan Feixiang paid her no heed, still glaring in anger at Zhuo Fan. The elders declared, "We will follow our righteous clan head to death." Righteous Zhuo Fan quirked an eyebrow as he searched Shangyuan Feixiang's eyes. He wasn't buying it. Throwing away your flesh and blood for mere sympathy points. Hypocrite, nothing more than a trick of negotiation. Did you really think I'd fall for that gimmick? Humph, Chapter 924, Successful Cooperation. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone with disdain, his face skewed in the most condescending way possible. Shangyuan clan head, that's quite a fact twisting. It's no different than saying that I and my son ended up causing your heavy casualties. Even with saving your precious daughter, it pales to the hundreds of lost lives. But ask yourself this, was your clan's losses the result of my design? Shangyuan Feixiang shook, winced, and became solemn. Humph, your clan fell for the scheme. 1. Because of Beili Jingwei's deliberate and devious ploy, and 2. Because of you, Shangyuan Feixiang, due to your narrow-minded view and your shaky decisions. Take me out of the picture, and the Shangyuan clan would have suffered all the same. You'd still have your traitor. You'd still be jumping at the chance to send Shangyuan Yulin to the Pill King convention Beili Jingwei set up just for you. That punk would still turn on his clan. And, of course, your clan would still suffer and die in Beili Jingwei's trap. You can't blame this one me, not when I had no hand in it. It's all you, Shangyuan Feixiang. It's what the incompetent and greedy Shangyuan clan head brought to fruition. I was only there for the ride, a mere passenger. Your disaster has not a thing to do with me. Zhuo Fan shouted, filled with mockery and disdain. Quite the contrary, if you think about it. It's my very existence that stirred things at the falls and caused Beili Jingwei to panic into breaking your trap and allowing you stragglers to be standing here. You might even say that I'm not just your daughter's savior, but everyone's. You're spitting on another's favor and going as far as poisoning the well by throwing all your incompetence on me. Talk about being ungrateful. Is this how the righteous #1 clan in Eastern lands operates? I spit on you, hypocrites? Zhuo Fan's roars rang into their ears, cutting them deep. Some were so overcome with realization that they hung their heads in shame. He didn't care about us, but he only used both of the parties' fight for his benefit. He has not endangered Shangyuan clan at all. As he said, is there no one who wouldn't play the third party and kill the remains of the first two? How can we just blame our shortcomings on an outsider? This isn't how the best clan in Eastern lands takes responsibility. He did offer us a fake map, but even if it was real, Beili Jingwei would still have trapped us. When all was said and done, their fight with Flying Cloud Manor was only on them. Like he said, if not for his involvement, we'd remain mere fish in a barrel, awaiting our demise. We have no right to blame him. He really is the Shangyuan clan's savior. The elders behind Shangyuan Feixiang were chattering, forcing him to shake his head. The imposing stance he had was now crushed. They were Genesis stage experts and would not pick on the weak, especially with their righteous reputation. They always had to find the moral high ground for their every action. This was why excuses were everything. Even if one was up to no good, they had to find a good explanation first. This, righteousness, was like a chain holding his clan's experts back. Their original plan was to come out in force and flex a bit in hope they'd scare Zhuo Fan enough to fork out the sword as to gain absolution. Now that he tore their groundless excuses to shreds, they had no right to demand it. They were not vile or hypocrites to such a degree. If they could use the proper means to get their wish, good. They would never stoop so low as to stain their beliefs. They didn't have the nerve to, seeing them stuck. Zhuo Fan stared at their conflicted looks. Shangyuan Feixiang was looking gloomier than ever, not knowing what to do as the whispers behind him continued. The Shangyuan clan's position had been crushed from the start. Shangyuan Feixiang pondered, and this time regarded Zhuo with seriousness. Gu Yifan, you may be right. This loss was on us and not you. But to have us rescue your son, I'm afraid that's not possible. We've suffered heavy losses and can't even fight the flying cloud manner. As a clan head, I cannot unjustifiably risk my people's lives. You may be our savior, but I'll still have to refuse. Faker. Zhuo Fan mocked him. Shangyuan clan head, a true man doesn't talk behind another's back. You've come to the central area with so many people, yet had not once considered the risk, how many you would lose. Humph. Shangyuan Feixiang regarded him in silence. Zhuo Fan scoffed. Death is either heavy or worthless. Every life has its value. Hasn't that value been long established for all of you? Soaring sword. Shangyuan Feixiang's eyes shone. With an evil smirk, Zhuo Fan nodded. Right, Shangyuan clan head, let's be honest for once. You all came to the central area for the soaring sword, but now it lies with me. In other words, I can use it to buy your lives for my purpose, right? Of course not. Even with so many of us here, we still have our principles, with excessive losses. Oh, right, my bad. I wasn't talking about all of you, just a few experts. I mean, there's no point in using some weak fools like these two here. They'd just die anyway, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan cut Shangyuan Feixiang's off, dispelling his misgivings while driving his point by kicking the beaten and helpless guys on the ground. Shangyuan Feixiang approved. That's reassuring. This was his limit. The pain of just letting these youths die in the central area, instead of going back home, was too much for him to accept. These kids were the future of the Shangyuan clan. Their deaths meant the crippling of Shangyuan clan's power and a bleak fate. Regardless of times, the greatest power of a clan or a sect would always be its heritage. With just some awesome experts at the helm, one just had to wipe them all out, and your faction would crumble by itself, while this intermediate part would in a couple of decades turn into heroes. The clan would flourish, and it would be glorified. As for the experts, they could enter the enemy camp no problem. So long as they weren't trapped like before, escaping couldn't be easier. When Zhuo Fan offered the soaring sword to some experts, he instantly weighed the pros and cons, agreeing to the deal. Though some skepticism remained. Gu Yifan, I can lend them to you, but how are you going to handle flying cloud manor's overwhelming force? Do you have any guarantees? Who do you take me for, you? Humph. Zhuo Fan scorned. Lighten up. I'm not going brain dead like you and won't incur heavy losses. The chances are not one of them might even die while you'd be getting a bargain with the soaring sword. Shangyuan clan head, ha ha ha. Shangyuan Feixiang shook. The biting words entered his ears, yet didn't get a rise. All he did was stare at his confident eyes before nodding. We've seen just how shrewd he is. I just hope it's the case. Since he's only asking for some experts, they could react to anything. Not how he was always passive and ended up with sacrifices. Shangyuan Feixiang frowned. Agreeing was one thing and his restless mind was another. Though unlike him, Second Elder's rage could not be quenched. Humph, so now we're supposed to listen to some brat. Yep, got a problem. Damn right. Shangyuan clan's elders follow the clan head, not some rotten punk. Second Elder's fury peaked as he regarded the disciples at Zhuo Fan's feet. Moreover, we're not about to just turn a blind eye to you harming our disciples without a reason. Zhuo Fan sported a crafty smile, egging him on. Senior, you're welcome to step forward and I'll be more than happy to justify myself for these two juniors' predicament. Humph, you had your chance to apologize. Second Elder huffed and stomped before Zhuo Fan, shouting, These two are my disciples. Harming them means... Pa. The crisp and snappy sound of the slap rang in everyone's ears. Second Elder's thin cheek now sported a very conspicuous mark. Zhuo Fan waved his hand around. What are you waiting for a face slap? SSS tilde everyone else gasped in stupefaction. Second Elder was a Genesis stage expert that warranted clan heads' respect when being addressed. Now, though, a mere radiant stage brat slapped him, shaming and humiliating him in the worst possible way. Chapter 925. Love between father and daughter. Gu Yifan, you're finished. The old man's going to kill you. They all watched, sighing helplessly and stunned. This kid had such a gall on him that he'd go and just slap a Genesis stage expert's face, literally. Second Elder had his mind black for a second there. But the feel of his scorching sting on that cheek made his face twist in fury as he howled. He unleashed all his power filled with bloodlust, thinking only about killing Zhuo Fan as he went to smash his brains out. You goddamn punk, now you've done it? Why not? The question is, what are you going to do about it? Hit me back. Zhuo Fan jabbed. Did your atrophied mind already forget about the soaring sword? Kill me and you can say goodbye to it. You'll be the shame of the clan. The sudden palm attack stopped just as fast as it started, though it kept shaking for some reason. Second Elder glared at Zhuo Fan with bloodshot eyes, but his only option was to grind his teeth, stop with his attack midway and come to terms to reality. Zhuo Fan's words cut right where it hurt the most. They came all the way here to the central area, just for that particular sword. If, say, they failed because of his lousy temper in offing the kid, he'd end up destroying all his clan's sacrifices and hard work so far. Second Elder's every fiber screamed to just let go and do it, but he reined in all the fury, thinking about who he was doing it for. But the rage was bouncing around in his skull with nowhere to go and affecting his mood. Rotten punk, just you wait. If it weren't for the clan, pa. Zhuo Fan gave a quick response in the form of another quite resounding slap on the other cheek, just to match. Why wait? Geezer, enough of playing your seniority card. I already said that I'm using the soaring sword for your lives. Haven't you come after this thing anyway? Forget about those meager slaps. Even killing these two at my feet still won't give you any worth to haggle with me. You... Second Elder's heart jerked, pointing at him, but his mind was so overwhelmed cursing came hard. The brat was too obnoxious and insufferable in his gloating. It was even worse knowing he could get away with it too, mocking the other as much as he wanted since the victim had to just sit there and take it. So he huffed and puffed for a while now, but that was it. Everyone else was dumbfounded. Their Second Elder, who was always like a powder keg, just got manhandled by a kid. The same kid had the soaring sword, granted, but the other was a veteran who fought in hundreds of battles. Was it that easy to just deflate him? The three venerables nodded with hard faces. What a shrewd tactic. It's only more obvious he's capable of it since he beat Bailey Jingwei. Ignoring Second Elder popping a vein there, Zhuo Fan walked over to the cave like the others weren't even there. I'm going in to pick the men and I'll be gone. The other looked from him to the still fuming Second Elder with dumb looks. Shangyuan Qingyan was stunned by this new side of Zhuo Fan. That he'd have the nerve to mess with a Genesis stage expert. It only worked to make her heart race faster. A demon archon. A whisper traveled, completing her thought. Savage as a demon and dominating like a king. There was no other explanation. She turned to see who it was that said it and found it to be her own father, only to find his face solemn. Feeling her gaze, Shangyuan Feixiang told the elders. Go and watch the kid. Read his pattern, but don't incite him. He is shrewd and brave, with a subtle mind and having the one thing we want the most. What's worse, he doesn't fear us at all. All right, Feixiang, we will. At the very least, we won't get slapped out of nowhere by a kid, ha ha ha. Glaring at Second Elder, the Venerable mocked. Then he turned serious and led the men into the cave after Zhuo Fan. For all intents and purposes, the kid was just that, a junior. But his twisted mind and subtleties left these men of power seeing him as nothing less than a fearsome character, their equal. As for Second Elder, he got coaxed by other elders to come along, recalling at the last minute there were two disciples Zhuo Fan thrashed and picked them up to heal them. The place was soon left to Shangyuan Feixiang and his daughter. He called to her as she was leaving. Hold on, Yanner. What is it, father? Shangyuan Qingyan asked. Shangyuan Feixiang paused in hesitation but spoke honestly. Yanner, now that we're alone, I want to apologize. Apologize? Yeah, Shangyuan Feixiang sighed. Yanner, your mom passed away early and I have remarried many times to cultivate our art, but you're the only daughter I ever had, and no one can replace you in my heart. I have said those words of exchanging your life with others, but it was only part of the plan, not actually feasible. What parent on this heaven's green earth would have the heart to give his child away? Even for 10 or 100, no one will. Shangyuan Qingyan shook and her eyes shone with hope. Shangyuan Feixing sighed. I only said it to chip away at Gu Yifan's stance in the negotiations and take the initiative. I could not let him, just because he saved my daughter, offer everything on a silver platter, even paying with our people's lives. Saying some falsehoods is natural in negotiations. Maybe you think I'm a hypocrite instead of open and direct, ruining Shangyuan clan head's righteous name, but this is the world we live in, Yanner. If my words hurt you, then I want to apologize. A father can always see his daughter's tears no matter where you are. Father. Shangyuan Qingyan was overjoyed as she went to hug him, tears gushing. I knew that father cared about me the most. No matter how stubborn I was or how I always annoyed the aunties, father won't ever change. I knew father loved me the most. Father may not be the most righteous man, but you're the best father a daughter could have. Shangyuan Feixing smiled and nodded. I'm glad you understand. I thought you'll no longer respect me after seeing me lying. Now, haha, that it's out in the open, I feel so much better. Father, you said it was only a trick to switch the negotiations in your favor. Did it work? Shangyuan Qingyan looked at him in curiosity. Shangyuan Feixing's face twitched and he sighed. The kid's too cunning and I wasn't able to get any advantage, crushing me at every step. Did you not see his outrageous arrogance? He even dared mock me. He now holds all the cards in this deal while I'm the loser. I just want to get him to finish his goal and get the sword from him. With his cocky attitude, if he stays for too long, something's bound to happen. He really is the devil. Oh, Shangyuan Qingyan nodded with a bright smile. Shangyuan Feixing noticed the sparks in her eyes and sighed. She's all grown up and a man is going to take her from me. The day is fast approaching, but he's just too dangerous. Shangyuan Feixing took a deep breath. Feeling for the first time that even as the clan head, he could not assure her happiness. For the man she had her eyes on was uncontrollable. Zhuo Fan walked around the cave like he owned the place, with the elders and venerables in tow. It was as if an emperor went out on a stroll with his guards. The other clansmen there were struck dumb, especially the juniors. Isn't that Gu Yifan, the traitor? Why does it look like the elders are catering to him like a clan head in this secret base? They all wore goony looks as Zhuo Fan passed them. Chapter 926, Expendable. Say, kid, just what are you looking for in the cave? Having looked over most of the cave, yet not particularly interested in anything there. Or maybe they were beneath him. One man got curious since he also didn't start choosing his party. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone and looked at the puzzled people. Looking for someone, a messenger. Messenger? Precisely. Zhuo Fan grinned. I need a runner, someone to send a letter to Flying Cloud Manor to set a place for a hostage exchange. The clansmen were curious, exchange hostages. Sure, the soaring sword for my son, Humph. Zhuo Fan scoffed. Shangyuan clan elders were stumped but also annoyed. For crying out loud, wasn't that sword supposed to be for us? How'd you use it in an exchange? Zhuo Fan easily read their faces and smiled. It's obviously a ruse. If it were that easy to get my son in an exchange with Bailey Jingwei, I'd have done it already. Why would I waste time coming here of all places? Since I can't put stock in Bailey Jingwei to follow through with the switch, I'll be needing you guys' help. Though if you feel disinclined to lend a hand or two, I'll just have to go out on a limb. It's all the same to me, really. No, we're glad to help, glad. The elders rushed to reassure him, feeling sweat trickling down their necks. For God's sake, if this punk makes the switch, that'll make all the losses we incurred all for nothing. They could trade with the kid to get the sword, but once it landed in Bailey Jingwei's hands, all hope was lost. So Zhuo Fan had them on a leash, dangling the sword in front of their eyes to do his bidding and making them readjust their attitudes. They were scared that any mood change would push the kid into skipping them for their enemy. One man's pain is another man's joy. This led to the elders treating Zhuo Fan like their ancestor, hanging on every word and following it without question. While the onlooking disciples were looking baffled all this time, do our elders have no dignity? What are they doing hanging around some brat? What about the honor of the Shangyuan clan? Why, not me. Every disciple there looked at Zhuo Fan with envy. Not even the successors of the clan were given such respect, and they were the future. Ignoring the blatant dagger stares on his person, Zhuo Fan took a round trip around the place, only to end it with a frown and a sigh. Isn't there any soul harmony stage disciple around? Boy, such disciples are rare, barely a few of them around. Of the ones we brought, leaving Shangyu and Yulin, the only ones left are the two you beat up. One venerable rushed to answer, but then was puzzled. Does it have to be a soul harmony stage disciple? What does cultivation have to do with sending a message? Zhuo Fan shook his head. If only it were that simple. This job comes with a high risk of dying. What? Everyone gasped. Ignoring their squeaks, Zhuo Fan chided. What's with the whining? What's the big deal about using one life? Didn't you already use so many back in Flying Cloud Manor for the soaring sword? I'm only asking for one, so that's a win for you. I need a soul harmony stage cultivator, because his self-destruction has to be at that level at the least. An ethereal stage 1 would hardly have any effect in deafening Shangyu and Feiyun. I want a disciple out of consideration for you elders. Since you're almighty important to the clan, I can't just as well ask you to die. Then again, since there's no disciple around. Zhuo Fan's eyes scanned the oldies with a creepy smile. They shuddered and jumped in fright. Why the hell would we go back to Flying Cloud Manor, just to blow up? Would they fear Shangyu and Feiyun, a sword king, if blowing up had worked? No, it was precisely because it couldn't even scratch him that they didn't feel like blowing themselves up for nothing. Now that Zhuo Fan asked them this, they were put on the spot. Zhuo Fan was totally right. So many died to get the soaring sword, and now only one more was needed. But sometimes, a clan had to ignore the pragmatic solution in favor of the ethical one. So many died in their raid of the manor for soaring sword, but that was in the name of the clan. Because of their deaths, the survivors cared even more about the clan. That was called being united. While being ready to sacrifice one member to get to their goal, that was the same as throwing away all ethics, morals, and the clansmen's devotion all these years. The collapse of the clan would only be a matter of time. Standing united was the clan's foundation. Zhuo Fan was no Shangyuan clansman and would simply write this off. But the elders could not just destroy the clan's morale because of a bit of danger. They'd rather take the worst outcome, with them dying in hundreds for their goal, instead of killing off one of them for it. This was never about gain and loss, it was about spirit. With their morale crushed, there was no team. The elders looked at each other, but they all shook their heads. Zhuo Fan's eyes shook. They're not the fools I took them for, at least. They know when to put their foot down. But I need a man for my dastardly plan. Since Shangyuan clan is out, what now? Zhuo Fan sunk into deep thought. Ah! A cry echoed throughout the cave like a squealing pig. It was oddly familiar to Zhuo Fan, who's whining like that. Humph, who else but Shangyu and Yulin, the traitor? One venerable spat in disgust. Zhuo Fan lit up and a broad smile crept on his face. People, is this condemned traitor still considered one of you? Could you lend him to me, though I don't plan on returning him? Well, they looked at each other and then sported smirks. A venerable laughed. Sure, please do. We were still uncertain if we should go for death penalty or torture him first for his heavy crimes. Since Mr. Gu wants him, I believe using his life for the divine sword is enough to absolve him. That'd be so great. What do you guys think? Ha ha ha. The others laughed along with knowing looks. Alas, the poor Shangyuan Yulin had once again hit rock bottom in the hands of the devilish Zhuo Fan. Now that's fate, or maybe a nightmare, he. Zhuo Fan snickered along with the other elders, the sound bouncing off the walls and making it even creepier. A sudden chill crawled down everyone's spine, feeling like demons were cackling in their ears. Og tilde. In a closed room, Shangyuan Yulin was having the torture of his life. He was deformed in the process, hung to a stone pole and sealed of his cultivation. An elder with black beard clamped his shoulder and sent Yuan Kai inside him without qualms, so that his bones would creak and his tendons would snap in the most gruesome way possible. Hence the agonizing cries. The elder demanded, "What else did you tell Shangyuan Feiyun? Talk. Does he know about this place? Sixth elder, have mercy." Sobbing from all the pain, Shangyuan Yulin wailed. "Sir's asked me 1,000 times already. I already told you, Shangyuan Feiyun only wanted to kill the experts, not to eliminate you completely. He doesn't know of this place. He still wanted me to get back to Eastern lands as a spy. He didn't even ask about our meeting place. Please have mercy." Sixth Elder huffed and ramped up the pain. "So you want to go back as a spy, is it? No matter how many times I hear it, it still fills me with absolute rage, making me wish I could skin you alive. Screw you. You don't care, but I am being asked the same thing over and og. Mercy, I was wrong, Sixth Elder. Spare me. I want to see my uncle. Uncle, save me." Shangyuan Yulin once again howled in pain and tears. The heavy stone door opened with a creak in his most desperate need, and a familiar and most unwelcome laughter reached him. "Ha ha ha, easy with the cries, your uncle can't save you now. But your master might have something that does." Startled, the two inside looked to see Zhuo Fan walk in with a wide smile, his ridiculing words mocking Shangyuan Yulin's wretched situation. Chapter 927, Show Pony. "Jigu Yifan?" Shangyuan Yulin's pulse quickened, his eyes widened, his face bore shock. What is going on here? What's this traitor doing here? And, more importantly, what got him so confident to come here? Since every Shangyuan clansman saw him as a traitor, it made not 1 ounce of sense for him to just waltz in here. Questions upon questions filled Shangyuan Yulin's mind, yet there was no answer to lift the confusion, no sign to clear his doubts. Soon, though, none of it even mattered, not when the hatred of revenge took over his faculties and was reduced to just crunching his teeth in rage. It was all this guy's fault that he, Shangyuan Yulin, had his bright future as a double agent ruined. It all went down the drain the minute Gu Yifan popped into the picture. He betrayed the Shangyuan clan and was now under their strict and creative torture, while also losing his value to Shangyuan Feiyun. He was now so revolting, none saw him as a human being anymore. Everyone despised him, everyone hated him. What was worse, he now had no future, all because of this demon, Gu Yifan. Shangyuan Yulin's fury only grew as all his failures came to mind. Looking at the insufferable smug face and that demeaning smile, he'd want for nothing more than to tear him apart piece by bloody piece. The thing that took the last straw was that the punk faked being some big-shot demonic cultivator to toy with him, and even had to knock his head on the floor for that. It was a humiliation this young master could never ever accept. What emperor would prostrate to a filthy, flea-ridden beggar? Anyone would be better than this freak? Everyone had their limits, whether aware of it or not. Shangyuan Yulin's was Zhuo Fan. Anyone can be better than me, but not this bastard. I'm superior to you in every way. This was none other than Shangyuan Yulin's pride talking. It stemmed from his deep disdain of Zhuo Fan from the very start. He just couldn't let go of it. Or maybe his obsession with Shangyuan Qingyan, who ended up getting close to Zhuo Fan, that he couldn't overcome. In any case, while the entire event was made clear to any casual observer, he was still stuck in the past, blinded with his head stuck in the sand. The same guy he viewed as inferior, as a mere smudge towards his glorious future, ended up being an expert in deep disguise. He would never accept it, and would do anything to justify this fact to himself, to the point of being incapable of thinking basic questions as to why Zhuo Fan could just strut in here. All that came out was vitriol and bloodlust. Sixth Elder, he is the reason why we lost so many people in the Flying Cloud Manor. He gave us a fake map. Sir has to grab him and avenge them all. Sixth Elder gave Zhuo Fan an icy look. He hardly talked with Zhuo Fan in the Gu household and knew how things transpired, thus labeling him as a double agent as well. Since he was too busy carving into Shangyuan Yulin in here, he was not part of Zhuo Fan's enlightening and inexorable speech held outside. In short, he was oblivious of Zhuo Fan and the Shangyuan clan's deal. He was now thinking of nothing else but catching this traitor and giving him a re-education he wouldn't forget. Sixth Elder hated his kind the most. He shot for Zhuo Fan, bearing his bloodthirsty palm on Zhuo Fan to grab him. Late Genesis stage power slammed into Zhuo Fan and pinned him on the spot. Yet it didn't seem to affect him, as if he chose to stay put, if that smile was anything to go by. Shangyuan Yulin snickered, relishing his mortal enemy's plight. No matter how Sixth Elder was raging and his attack seemed deadly, it was only meant to seize and not kill. That's how you deal with spies. You capture them for interrogation, not kill them, though that wasn't to say the process was pain-free. The grip on Zhuo Fan's shoulder would be so tight, all the bones would snap like twigs. Then there's the pain, he, followed by a world of hurt, as each day something new is done to you to relish newfound agony, he. Shangyuan Yulin was actually looking forward to what came, snickering to himself as he pictured Zhuo Fan hanging from a rack with hooks in him. He, I'm the young master of Shangyuan clan. A traitor will be deformed, twisted, tormented under all the pain he's inflicted upon. To an outsider like you, that goes double. Let's see how long you last under Sixth Elder's deft hands. Ha, I bet you'll be far more miserable than me, but at least you'll put me at ease, hi. Shangyuan Yulin cackled in his mind, rapture clearly painted on his face, his eyes obsessed with turning those twisted thoughts into reality that he was already picturing Zhuo Fan bleeding. Even as the attack had yet to land, he perked his ears, ready to relish Zhuo Fan's shoulder crumble like glass, the symphony soothing his disturbed mind. Ah, I've waited days for this. There's no better joy out there. Sixth stop. An aged hand came out of the darkness and grabbed Sixth Elder's cruel hand before it even reached its target. Sixth Elder started and found one of Shangyuan clan's 3 venerables next to him and the many other elders coming in. Sixth Elder shook. What? Mr. Gu is a guest and needs to be treated with respect. The venerable gave him a look and pulled Sixth Elder to the side to whisper in his ear. Sixth Elder jerked, bobbed his head and returned to Zhuo Fan with new eyes. I ask Mr. Gu's forgiveness for my earlier ignorant transgression. Dong. While the cave was awfully peaceful, the same didn't apply to Shangyuan Yulin's mind, feeling like bombs went off constantly. Gone from his elated state of hoping to see Zhuo Fan suffer, Shangyuan Yulin's mind was broken. What the hell? Why are the elders treating him like some prized pony? They weren't like this even around Uncle? There's no fault in ignorance. I may not be much, but at least I'm kind, ha. Zhuo Fan never registered Shangyuan Yulin's shocked eyes, closing in with his chest held high, putting on some mighty airs while taking a look around. My, what base chambers. There's not even a chair around. Since Mr. Gu says it must, then it has to have one. One elder shouted, Guard, get Mr. Gu a laurel chair. What do you mean we don't have one? Get clan heads from the meeting hall if you have to. Yes, sir. A reply came from outside, and in no time flat, a disciple brought the chair behind Zhuo Fan for him to rest his laurels. But not before the thoughtful disciple gave it a good cleaning with his sleeve. Mr. Gu, please, he. Since there isn't. Why bother? I'm not one to nitpick, ha. With a smug grin, Zhuo Fan faked modesty as he made himself most comfortable in the prized chair. But this wasn't the end of it, not by far. Zhuo Fan gave a disapproving look around, like something was missing, and coughed. Catching his drift, one elder shouted, Get a table and tea. Damn fools, are you blind? How could you forget about the rest when you brought the chair? Yes, elder. 2 disciples were quick to arrive, gently placing a table next to Zhuo Fan. The other carefully placed the tea for their prized guest. Grinning from ear to ear, Zhuo Fan leaned into the chair, the clan head's chair, like a boss. He then made a show of picking his cup and sipping once with one of the most exaggerated expressions of joy ever. This is the life. Shangyuan Yulin, dangling from his pole, twitched, his broken heart now in pieces. His greatest hope these past torturous days was to see Zhuo Fan go through the same agony. What the hell? Why is showing off? What's with the elders? Why are they serving him like their ancestor, if not better? Have you no dignity, old coots? Shangyuan Yulin howled in his mind, but Zhuo Fan's taunting face made him gnash his teeth in fury. Gu Yifan, did heaven place you on this earth just so you can torture me? Ugh, Chapter 928, Leading. With the fragrant tea safely in his belly, Zhuo Fan casually held the cup with a relishing sigh as he smiled and gestured at Shangyuan Yulin. In a damp and dark hole such as this, some hot tea feels like heaven. Ain't that so, guys? Ha ha ha. Yeah, yeah. Mr. Gu knows how to enjoy life, ha ha ha. The elders went into a constant praising spree, all while sporting wide smiles. Zhuo Fan could pretty much say anything and they'd still accept it. Shangyuan Yulin's face twitched from anguish. It cut so deep that death was starting to look oddly inviting. Then it dawned on him. Zhuo Fan was putting this overblown display after all those days spent under the knife, and now actually turned out to be the worst torture of his life. In the words of Confucius, with socialism, fear not scarcity but inequality, not poverty but instability. The reverse applied just as well. In these two's case, the pain was amplified greatly when one was having the time of his life. While if the other had suffered, then no matter the torture received, it would never strip away the joy he felt if he got to see the other suffer. This was divergence. This was human nature. But to a most ambitious young man that had struggled all his life, he could never bear to watch another enjoying the dreams he yearned for. Zhuo Fan was basking in the elders' attention and praises, wallowing in more respect than a clan head would receive. What made it worse, it was none other than Zhuo Fan who was reaping the rewards, the one guy he despised with all his being. It translated into more than just bruised ego for the young lad, it was crushed along with his heart. Why? We're both spies for Shangyuan Feiyun, so why do you hail him and not me? I'm still a young master of Shangyuan Feiyun. He's just an outsider. Why are you treating him so? Shangyuan Yulin's heart was consumed with jealousy, tinting his suffering in a harsher light. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone. That ought to do for foreplay. He regarded the elders. Seniors, please give us the room. I wish to have a private word with my disciple. Would it be possible? Sure, we're here to fulfill all of Mr. Gu's requests, ha ha ha. The venerables saluted and led the men out. Then we'll be taking our leave. Mr. Gu, if there's anything at all, just ask. The heavy stone door rumbled and shut this dark cave. Shangyuan Yulin felt numb. How are they the great elders of Shangyuan Yulin? All I see is lap dogs with no dignity. The minute the door was shut, the elders' beaming smiles turned upside down, grief taking hold. Sixth elder taunted, "Brothers, big and small, who knew you had such nasty sides to you, ha ha ha. Just don't. The punk wanted us to play along, that's the only reason we'd gone through such indignity." The elder who asked for a chair and table rolled his eyes, certain he'd never hear the end of this from his brothers, since he hated this disgraceful crap the most. The others' teasing glances proved it. One venerable waved and became serious. That's enough banter. This is a crucial matter. Using an already compromised spy to send a message is dangerous enough and might lead to unforeseen mistakes. Understanding this is the most important. The boy is adept in mind games, and the faster we get our pawn, Shangyuan Yulin, to fall in line the better. We'll lose everything if he unravels on his way there. Gu Yifan is shrewd and daring, never leaving anything to chance. We've seen it for ourselves. How can he fail when he played Bailey Jingwei as well? Although he did that from the shadows and held the advantage of being overlooked. Now that he's going against Bailey Jingwei in the open, with his son on the line, he's bound to be doubly careful. What's so bad about using some of our integrity in exchange for the soaring sword? Another venerable spoke up. The men nodded, no longer depressed by the demeaning act they were forced to perform. After the elders left, Zhuo Fan was left alone with Shangyuan Yulin in the dark cave. He placed the cup down gently and stood. Aren't you curious about how they're hanging on my every word? Shangyuan Yulin rolled his eyes. Screw you. Go ahead, you bastard, keep pretending till you get sick of it. You're a prisoner here, and so am I. We're both traitors to the clan, so you shouldn't hate me. I'll be honest, we're both the same. Zhuo Fan sighed, his eyes taking a forlorn tint. Out of consideration to young Sanzi, I only wanted to take Shangyu and Qingyan back to the clan and then leave, but they just grabbed me after being found out. I'm just as trapped as you are at this point. Shangyu and Yulin glared and mocked. Trapped? From this angle, you're more like a king. All the elders are kissing your feet, almost throwing yanner at you and the clan head spot. What's there not to like about that? Clan head? Ha ha ha, I'm not their kin and have priors. My track record isn't exactly spotless. You think they'll put someone like me at the helm? Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. You're overthinking things. And besides, the only reason they show respect is so they can get the one thing they want the most. Shangyuan Yulin gasped. Soaring sword? Yes, that thing. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone. I have possession of the soaring sword, and they have to play ball, all while attempting to string me to let it slip where the divine sword is at. Even honey trap is considered? What? Slow your roll, they haven't cracked me yet. Shangyuan Yulin tensed in reflex. Of the Shangyuan clansmen coming to the central area, there was just one girl included. The honey trap could only mean Shangyuan Yulin's mind did not finish the thought as Zhuo Fan came to reassure him. Then he snickered. My nerves are of steel, though I don't think they'll last much longer. You know it too, that Yanner? Shut your mouth. You can't call her like that? Shangyuan Yulin cursed. Zhuo Fan waved him off, having found his leverage on the punk, and went on the offensive. It's not my fault. Those guys keep getting us together. They promise that I just have to give them the soaring sword, and I'll become their son-in-law, having all the power. You know I'm stalwart. The thought of my son in the hands of Shangyuan Feiyun is what kept me from refusing for so long. I still wish to use the sword to get my son back. Off you go, then. Why the hell are you rambling about Yanner to me? Don't you think I'd have done it by now if I could? Dumbass. Would those bastards outside ever allow me to go through with it? Zhuo Fan sneered. The oldies were just outside, ears glued to the door and boiling mad. Bastards. He knows we're here listening, yet has the nerve to call us names. Shangyuan Feixiang and Shangyuan Qingyan just came over and listened in. The minute Zhuo Fan's words about hooking them up were heard, Shangyuan Qingyan went beet red, her eyes furious. Though for no particular reason, she had a bashful smile as well. She knew it was all part of Zhuo Fan's plan. Shangyuan Yulin's brows shook at the mere mention of Shangyuan Qingyan. Then what do you want? I'm under constant watch, but only kept here. I am confined to this cave like a prisoner. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone. That's why I need someone to send Flying Cloud Manor a message to set up an exchange place. The minute I get a breather, I'll rush to get my son back. As for my trail, I'm sure the people of the manor are more than happy to settle them. It's simply borrowing strength. Shangyuan Yulin stared hard at Zhuo Fan. Of course it is, using Flying Cloud Manor to help yourself get away. This, in turn, let him see Zhuo Fan's point and smirked. You mean to have me go? Exactly. I did say we're the same, you and I. We can't stay with the Shangyuan clan, and you need a new home, no? That makes you the only one I can trust since our goals align. Since we both want to leave, you won't sell me out. Grinning, Zhuo Fan said, Since I have the soaring sword, Shangyuan clan sees me as precious. They won't just let me go, but they're happy to fulfill all my wishes. I'll ask them to free you, and then you can send my message. We'll work together so we'll both get what we want, right? Chapter 929. Take notes. Win-win, Shangyuan Yulin squinted and mocked. Sounds too good to be true. You win, I win, everybody wins. But tell me this, why on earth should I help you? You said it yourself, everybody wins. Or do you plan on spending the rest of your life in Shangyuan clan's torture chamber, spending every second of it in unadulterated agony? And Shangyuan Yulin haughtily said, I'd willingly stay in the 9th circle of hell so long as you're a couple circles above. I may know only pain, but seeing you right there beside me with a wretched look will be a sobering experience, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan sighed. Do you hate me that much? We don't have anything against each other. I only fooled you a few times now. Getting you to knock your head on the floor, carved degenerate demon on your chest, made you shout master this and master that. Had you grovel at my feet, but only for a couple of times then, was that all? I honestly can't recall. Meh, that should be it, right? You want more. Isn't that goddamn enough? His face twitched with every sore spot that Zhuo Fan thoroughly skewered, bringing his anger to an all-time high. Gu Yifan, you're nothing but a foul rat. I come from a respected house, the Shangyuan clan. Do you really think that having toyed, humiliated, and tortured me so many times does not warrant my burning hatred for you? I rather choose death before dishonor. The world isn't big enough for the both of us. I'll be sure to return every indignity you subjected to me 1,000 times over, and I'll start with your precious son, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan just stared as Shangyu and Yulin cackled. The elders eavesdropping shook their heads. One venerable sighed. I never knew Shangyu and Yulin knows only cruelty. Such luck we managed to see his true colors in time. He would have only grown to become a disease upon the clan once he takes the seat, just as wretched as Shangyu and Feiyun. Yeah, Shangyu and Feixing sighed, feeling regret. Yulin was a good seed among the disciples, only to find out he had a twisted mind. One venerable was not so quick to agree. Although Shangyu and Yulin is vile, he has his reasons. It was that endless humiliation that brought him so low. Tell me, would any of you be able to take the high road and have a clear conscience when Gu Yifan toyed with you? That had them all second-guessing their rash nods. Ha ha ha, maybe we couldn't. This just goes to show what a real player this guy is. Shangyu and Qingyan giggled and Shangyu and Feixing glared. A man is never to be demeaned. Dignity is most important to a practitioner. Gu Yifan is even more twisted, having humiliated and played Shangyu and Yulin like a fiddle, so why are you laughing? Shangyu and Qingyan covered her mouth before any laughter slipped again. She knew this wasn't right, but just picturing Shangyu and Yulin banging his head on the ground before Zhuo Fan's feet was most hilarious. Has her proper and handsome cousin ever gone through such low times? Mr. Gu is such a bad guy. Her mind was saying something while her curving lips betrayed her true feelings. Shangyu and Feixing sighed and shook his head. So you won't help me? Zhuo Fan asked earnestly after he waited for Shangyu and Yulin's cackle to die out, though the guy didn't know when to quit. Help you? Maybe in another life, ha ha ha. Even as I'll be cooked alive, I'd still laugh just thinking of the grief of losing your son, hi hi hi. Such pain is definitely there. Zhuo Fan sighed but then smiled. Though it's bound to last 5 years, 100 tops. With our long lives, it's like a drop in the bucket. It'll pass anyway. Having descendants and spending time with them will be sure to numb the pain. Shangyu and Yulin shook. Time with descendants? Well, you can't expect me never to move on. He's only a son. Zhuo Fan put on an evil smirk. Speaking of, the chance of a house filled with children is right now knocking on my door. Your uncle and elders are begging me to take the apple of their eyes, all for a measly soaring sword. So you can keep your help, and I just have to accept the loss of a son to move on and make some more. I'll go to Yanner right now, get the buns in the oven so they can't weasel out. It'll make giving the soaring sword all the more a sound decision. Your uncle can't have his little girl turn a widow so fast either. As for you, my good disciple, whether stuck in hell or pushing through it, remains to be seen if you'll see me wallow in misery over the loss of my son or bask in the laughter of my kin. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan walked to the door having finished his piece. Shangyu and Yulin was left stumped. How could I forget? He doesn't actually need to get his son, not when there's another choice with an endless future waiting. His son might die, but he'll have a pretty wife and be surrounded by kids. And I, nothing more than a patsy, fated to die either way. Seeing him smile from hell will only pour acid on my wounds. How can I have such rotten luck? Any choice will get me killed while his choices all promise a nice and cozy future. And by not saving his poor son, he'd become Shangyuan clan's son-in-law, rising higher. It was something this young master with an if you're there to suffer along mentality could not accept. So Shangyu and Yulin cried out, "Wait, back up. I agree. How can I not? All I'm asking is that you keep your distance from Yanner." Zhuo Fan paused and looked back with a devious smile. Finally fell for it, bastard. Amazing, a venerable praised. The kid's mind games are ridiculously good, toying with Yulin's feelings and thoughts. He has the other's state of mind under control, ergo his desires. What do you guys think now of the previous indignity? It was because of that little show we put on that Shangyu and Yulin believes we value the soaring sword so much that we would listen to Gu Yifan. Especially about using Yanner as leverage. That hit him right where it hurt. They all bobbed their heads like wise men, with another venerable turning to Shangyu and Feixing. Feixing, take notes. This is the kind of mentality you should have as a clan head, as the leader of Eastern lands. Me, learn from him? Shangyu and Feixing went red in the face. Gu Yifan is just a junior. And, The way I see it, you're the youth in his 20s here with how naive you are, while he's the real monster living through ages with his cunningness." Smiling, the Venerable said, "Don't you see? Even old guys like us are learning from him." The Venerable pointed, and Shangyuan Feixiang was shocked to see his oldies taking out Jade's slips and recording. Shangyuan Feixiang's face twitched. "That is called taking notes." Shangyuan Feixiang was this close to spewing blood from the shock. These millennia-old geezers were as shameless as rash teenagers. "Where's your self-respect?" Shangyuan Qingyan was the only one angry, stomping away through them. "Don't just write everything. It's nothing but empty words. Stop at once." Everyone gave her odd looks. "What's up, Yanner?" Shangyuan Feixiang sighed and shook his head. "Yanner, are you angry at him for his untrue words and sulling your name? Or is it at him for not following through with it?" "Ha ha ha." Ignorant of all the ruckus outside, Zhuo Fan flicked his hand and the chains were off Shangyuan Yulin. Then he threw him on the ground. "Hey, what's that for? I agreed, didn't I?" "Quiet." Zhuo Fan shouted for him to stop talking. "You did agree, but there's nothing trustworthy about you. I'll have to leave my mark on you again in case you get any ideas along the way. Just you try." Zhuo Fan chopped at his neck and the guy was out like a light. He placed a hand on his back and his right eye flashed with the black thunder flame, surging as it followed the hand and into Shangyuan Yulin. Chapter 930, Bloodworms. "So let me get this straight. Gu Yifan wants to make a deal with me," the soaring sword for his son. "But since Shangyuan clan has him confined, he sent you as messenger." 3 days later, at the Flying Cloud Manor, in the dazzling hall to be precise, Bailey Jingwei was in the main chair, sipping his tea and muttering. His eyes shone while staring forward, Shangyuan Feiyan and Danking Shen at his sides. A shivering, distraught, and familiar guy, also covered with wounds, was fighting to keep his composure as he just stood there. He kept on shivering and looking worried as he bobbed his head. "He really asked me to pass this message. Here's a jade slip he personally made if you don't believe me. It also holds his soul signature." Shangyuan Yulin presented it with shaky hands and Bailey Jingwei casually took it. He nodded to Shangyuan Feiyan. "It's Gu Yifan's all right. He wants us to meet up 100 miles from here on Flourishing Mountain." "TCH, what an utter waste of time. Back when he was here, he said he wanted to give the divine sword for his kid, but then he just ran off. Now he makes the request himself? Humph, I can't tell if he's brilliant or boneheaded." Shangyuan Feiyan read the jade slip as well and just threw it to Danking Shen. It looked as if Zhuo Fan was giving up with this message, but only Bailey Jingwei could read between the lines. "You can't say that, not when Gu Yifan is so sharp. A man of character doesn't take risks. With how we had them surrounded before, if the exchange took place, he'd never be at ease. He wouldn't accept it even if I came to another place. But then he comes back with this proposal, which means he made himself an exit again. Quite sensible. Now he must be thinking how to taunt both sides into fighting so he could slip away. Humph, as if that'll work. Hasn't he had enough toying with me and now he comes back for more?" Shangyuan Feiyan mocked, his eyes spewing flames of rage. The humiliation of being made to play catch was still fresh in his mind. Bailey Jingwei had an explanation for that too, his eyes shining. "Sword King Feiyan, don't let emotions cloud your judgment. We're after the Shangyuan clan in the end. Now we just have to get the soaring sword, and there's no harm if he uses us once more. Not since it'll work in our favor, ha ha ha. Only." Bailey Jingwei's collected smile showed his decision was made, but then his sharp eyes landed on Shangyuan Yulin below, making him reel under the intense gaze. "There's something I can't figure out, young Master Shangyuan. Sure, asking for the Shangyuan clan to release you sounds fair, but there's only bad blood between you two. Not even desperate times warrant him trustworthy. Does he actually trust you so much to send his message? This involves his son, after all." Shangyuan Yulin grimaced, bowing before them with a distraught face. "Prime Minister is correct. The guy never trusted me. That's why he left something in my body." "Look." Shangyuan Yulin showed his arm. The trio's eyes twitched at once, their heartbeats spiking. Shangyuan Yulin's arm had something foul and vile wiggling under his skin, like hundreds of worms fighting to come out. Shangyuan Feiyun yanked his wrist and checked with his Yuan Kai, but the discovery had him gasping. Damn, you're a nest for worms now. Shangyuan Feiyun's face shook hard, pointing at him. This guy has thousands of bloody worms burrowed inside him that just won't die. Not even my Yuan Kai had any effect on them. This is freaky. The other two regarded him gravely. Once the disgusting arm was back under wraps, Shangyuan Yulin's pale face looked astonished. Prime Minister, now you see why he let me come. He knocked me out throughout the process, only for me to wake up and realize my body was swarming with these putrid maggots. He told me they're bloodworms, like marrow-burrowing maggots. Only he or my body's destruction will release me of these things. But giving up my body will mean a decrease in cultivation and halt in progress. He only had me deliver a message, something I found wholly beneath the worth of ruining my future. Now, if you agree, I still have to get back with the answer. He only gave me 10 days before the worms act up and feast on my blood essence. That'll ruin my body. Bailey Jingwei nodded at Shangyuan Yulin's whining like an old biddy, his doubts removed and now believing in the letter. Who'd have thought an alchemist like Gu Yifan would be capable of such nasty business? Shangyuan Feiyun huffed. Bailey Jingwei nodded. All men of renown have walked over thousands of corpses to get where they are since time immemorial. A true man knows when to act and be decisive. It'd be so much easier to handle Gu Yifan if he were kinder. At least we didn't need to be so wary of him. Young Master Yulin, there's just something that evades my understanding. I hope you can clear it up for me. Bailey Jingwei began. Since Shangyuan clan let you go, they must have gotten ready for it. I'm sorry to say, but they switched places the moment you left, since no one trusts you and all. So then, how are you going to get back to Gu Yifan? Shangyuan Yulin bowed. Prime Minister, I cannot find him, but we have a meeting spot where he can find me. He just has to pick up the reply. I'll leave him there, and he'll release control of the bloodworms. As for removing them, that will have to wait for after the exchange takes place. That's quite cautious of him, unafraid you might botch it and even giving you a sliver of hope so you'd follow through. A truly pragmatic man who knows when to act in his benefit. His methods are terribly effective. Bailey Jingwei turned to his left and right. Sword Kings, do you have any questions? Shangyuan Feiyun and Danking Shen shook their heads, speaking at once. Prime Minister's decision is enough. We have nothing to add. Great, that settles it then. Regardless of the soaring sword's location and whether Gu Yifan's intentions are real in this exchange, I still want to try, ha ha ha. Bailey Jingwei's eyes shone as he laughed. He took out a jade slip and put something in it before giving it to Shangyuan Yulin. Young master, here's my reply. Take it to Gu Yifan. I accept his offer and we'll meet in half a month. Shangyuan Yulin gave a deep bow as he took it, though he looked hesitant standing in the same spot. Bailey Jingwei asked, Aren't you on the clock? What's holding you back from finishing your mission? Prime Minister, well, Gu Yifan has another matter for sending me. Its conclusion will decide whether Prime Minister's reply feels honest to him or not, if he would come or not. And what's that? Bailey Jingwei followed. Shangyuan Yulin began, Prime Minister, I would like to see if his son is safe. Absurd. A felon like him will get his son only when he gives the soaring sword. Why on earth will I reveal his location to that bastard beforehand? You take me for a 3-year-old, using slick words to get me to spill his location so you could bust him out. Shangyuan Feiyun snapped in rage. Shangyuan Yulin sighed, Uncle Feiyun, please don't be angry with me. I don't want to see the brat either. But that's what Gu Yifan said. If his son is dead, then the soaring sword exchange will go to the dogs. Goddammit, who are you calling a dog? No, Uncle, that's not me, but Gu Yifan's words. Shangyuan Feiyun exploded in rage and power, making Shangyuan Yulin shudder and turn frantic in explaining himself. Curse you, Gu Yifan. You have me go send a message and even mock the other. Now my head is on the line while you're just laid back home. The only reason I'm doing this job for you is because of those damn bloodworms. All he could do now was brace. Uncle, please calm down. It's quite normal for a father to miss his son after such a long time and be concerned about him. Ha ha ha. Shangyuan Feiyun sighed and nodded. Bailey Jingwei's eyes shone. never leaving Shangyuan Yulin out of sight as his lips curled dangerously. Chapter 931. Hanging by a Thread. Then you can go and tell him his son is safe and sound, treated like a prince. He can make the exchange without worry. As for seeing him, ha ha ha, I find it unnecessary. Bailey Jingwei showed a crafty smile as he sipped tea. Shangyuan Feiyun mocked. Yep, so go ahead and tell him that. It's not like he has some divine eye that can tell him if you have seen the kid or not. I wish it were that simple. Shangyuan Yulin sighed in distress. You know as well the punk is lively as a monkey. He won't be fooled with just that. He told me he and his son had a signal. I need to see the child in person and relay this signal. When I reply, he'll only believe if I come with the matching signal, or he'd believe his son is dead and the deal is off. He'll just give the sword to Shangyuan Yulin and throw his lot with them. Shangyuan Feiyun cried out. There's something like that? You just have to see the brat. It seems like it. Shangyuan Yulin had no intention of seeing Gu Santong if he could help it, which he couldn't. He was always scared here in the Flying Cloud Manor, and the faster he left, the better. There was no way he could feel safe, not when Shangyuan Feiyun was right there flexing his power. Shangyuan Feiyun frowned and turned to Bailey Jingwei, but the man was deep in thought. Shangyuan Yulin's heart sank, having a really bad feeling. Why you didn't actually kill him, did you? Don't you want the soaring sword? If Gu Yifan doesn't get confirmation, then there's no deal. You won't get the sword and my body will be ruined. How could you just kill him? You could at least wait to get the divine sword. Prime Minister, you're a man of wisdom, so how? Silence. Shangyuan Feiyun glared. Enough of your chattering. He's not dead. Oh, so he's alive. Then why are you so sensitive to the topic? Just let me see the brat and don't make it harder on me. I almost had a heart attack thinking I'd see a corpse. Igging. Shangyuan Yulin unclenched, regarding them with renewed hope and waiting for an answer. Bailey Jingwei glanced over and nodded. Fine, I'll take you to the boy, though it's up to luck if you can squeeze even a word out of him. What does that mean? What did you do? Did you beat him to an inch of his life and now he can't even speak? Shangyuan Yulin cried out, seeing their eyes had him trembling in fear. These savages won't spare even a child, how brutal, not like Shangyuan Yulin was any better. At the very least, he would not start tormenting women and children. He was the young master of a renowned clan and had to act like it, knowing how far to take his cruelty. But these men, Shangyuan Feiyun snapped at him. What's with that look? Are you thinking we did this to him? You call a monster like that a child? That's this way, young Master Shangyuan. Bailey Jingwei interrupted, standing up and leading the way with the sword kings by his side. Shangyuan Yulin scratched his head as he went along. The four passed through many places before arriving at a rock garden. Shangyuan Feiyun made a sign and the space warped to reveal a dark hole. The four went down the dark abyss, then lights came to life. As they descended, 2 rows of Soul, Harmony, and Genesis stage guards welcomed them, standing there like statues, 50 in total. Their auras had Shangyuan Yulin scared silly. Flying Cloud Manor's secret jail is under such a tight guard. Yet all this secret place had locked up was none other than a child. This went to show just how wary Bailey Jingwei and the Sword Kings were of him, or maybe Gu Yifan. The four reached the end, but it was beyond the gloomy and damp hell Shangyuan Yulin pictured. Instead he saw silk and lights, a carved table and a granite chair, quite fancy. The bed in particular caught eyes with its carved and intricate jade supports buffed to a shine. You call this a jail cell? More like a king's chambers. Shangyuan Feiyun patted his shoulder and pointed at the pale and resting child on the bed. Here's the brat you wanted to see. Does it look like I touched him? He's Gu Yifan's son. Shangyuan Yulin cheered. He's still alive. Young Sanzi. In the Flying Cloud City, in a dark corner bordering the manor, a sitting shadow made signs as it cried out. He slipped into Flying Cloud City, right behind Shangyuan Yulin, and lay in ambush. Out of anyone's perception, the swarming maggots in Shangyuan Yulin's belly withdrew to reveal a scarlet image of an infant. The idea behind dumping so many bloodworms into Shangyuan Yulin was not to threaten him into submission. He had other ways to do that. The bloodworms worked to those below the ethereal stage since it tortured one's body. but it hardly posed a threat to a cultivator's soul. The other would just have to take the consequence of ruining his body, and you had no way of using him after. Zhuo Fan stuffed him with bloodworms to hide the blood infant's scent. Zhuo Fan had him knocked unconscious to blind him of the process, and just what else was hidden in there. Blood infant was one, bloodworms were another, while also sealing the guy's senses. So when Shangyuan Feiyun came to check, he'd only see the bloodworms, unaware of the blood infant lurking beneath. It was the perfect way to get Shangyuan Yulin to help him find young Sanzi. All of it was set up to find young Sanzi as soon as possible. Any rescue attempt could only start when the target's location was confirmed. Zhuo Fan's brow shook, seeing through blood infant's eyes the frail child behind the silk covers. His fists clenched, his heart shuddered in pain. But calm soon returned. It was not the time for action, but patience. Shangyuan Yulin approached Gu Santong's side and checked his vitals. He turned to Shangyuan Feiyun in shock. "How is he?" "He's weakened by severe blood loss." Shangyuan Feiyun rolled his eyes. Shangyuan Yulin checked again and noticed Gu Santong's damaged arm. Even with the bandages to staunch the bleeding, blood was seeping still, following the arm and dripping into a bowl. Startled, Shangyuan Yulin asked, "Are you letting out blood?" "Why?" "Bullshit," Shangyuan Feiyun cursed. "I'm no saint, but never this vile as to bleed out a child. I never once tortured him and even used my personal training room to heal him, and you're asking if I bled him. This is your personal room? What else, a prison?" Shangyuan Yulin huffed and glared at him, turning to Gu Santong. "The kid is weird. I planned on using him to threaten that Gu guy after my blade hurt him, so I had my alchemists heal him. But the odd thing is that no medicine can halt the bleeding. That's why I was hesitating about letting you see him. While not dead, he's not long for this world. It's unclear if he can get us the sword as he is." Shangyuan Yulin's brow shook. So that's what all that stalling was about. The brat is hanging by a thread. He might not even live past a fortnight to see the exchange. Gu Yifan will never go with the damn thing if he knew, and will throw his lot with Shangyuan clan, raising a family but without his son. Zhuo Fan was overwhelmed at the truth about his condition, worried and flustered. Young Sanzi can't heal? WY, Chapter 932, Weird Signal. Checking Gu Santong's pulse, Bailey Jingwei turned to the others with a shake of his head. No change. His wound didn't mend at all and his blood kept flowing. He'll soon die like this. Sword King Feiyun, you really went all out back then. How's it my fault? Shangyuan Feiyun sighed. I've just been wounded myself and the rage made it hard to control my power. But I didn't try to kill him either, trying to heal him afterward. How was I to know he's weird? Any other guy would be on their feet right about now, but look at him, he's only getting worse. Shangyuan Feiyun was perplexed at this outcome. Bailey Jingwei shook his head and smiled. Ha ha ha, never mind. What's done is done. The issue now is Gu Yifan wanting his son's response for the deal. How is he going to reply like this? Maybe, young Master Shangyuan, will you give it a try? Maybe a father's love is so great that it may rouse the son. Bailey Jingwei chuckled. I guess I'll give it a go. Shangyuan Yulin had no hesitation, not when this involved his future. He had to get an answer out of the brat one way or another. The other option would be Gu Yifan thinking his son was gone and the deal was off, and so was his body. His cultivation would drop, and the worst part was the punk was going to become Shangyuan clan's son-in-law. Yanner, my dear Yanner, I'll never let that bastard lay a hand on you. Howling inside to psych himself up, Shangyuan Yulin went to Gu Santong and showed a more hideous grimace than when crying as he cooed. Young Sanzi, wake up. Your father sent me. Come on, wake up. Young Sanzi was as still as a corpse, blood dripping down his arm. Shangyuan Yulin was panicking, sweat trickling down forehead. Zhuo Fan's brow shook. He was in the dark about young Sanzi's critical condition and had to wait until he saved the child before addressing it. But from how things looked, his life was on the line. Zhuo Fan gnashed his teeth and his fists tensed, only to slump back in helplessness. Goddamn brat, be a good sport and wake the hell up. Tell me the signal you share with your old man before I get serious. Since the soft approach was a bust, Shangyuan Yulin flung his finger in Gu Santong's face and cussed. I don't give a rat's ass about your rotten dad or you dying, but my life's on the line here. If you and your old man are going to risk my life then, brat, see how I'll squeeze the last drops of your miserable life. Awkward Tilda young Sanzi lay there as if he had left this world, calmly resting without a twitch. Shangyuan Yulin winced and dismay struck his heart. Here he was thinking the biggest problem was Bailey Jingwei and the other two making it harder on him, only to find out that it was this snot-nosed antique of a brat that wouldn't play ball. If this brat doesn't wake up, everyone here will lose, the great young master Shangyuan Yulin in particular. What did he do to suffer so? Each time the factions clashed, it was always flying Cloud Manor and Gu Yifan, not Shangyuan clan and the manor. Well, he wasn't completely unrelated since last time he was with the Shangyuan clan, but he was totally tangential with Gu Yifan. Why does this punk and Bailey Jingwei's deal have to drag me down as well? Their ruined deal had nothing to do with him. I sure didn't botch it. It's this Gu brat who won't wake up, and the one at fault for that was Shangyuan Feiyun for being so cruel. None of this was his fault, he was innocent. Why then does your ruined deal end with me losing the most? Why am I the one to always take the fall? Shangyuan Yulin's heart was filled with complaints after complaints, having a worse fate than anyone in the world. While others might die out of the blue, he was worked to the bone by both sides, and what did he get? Suffering and death. And for what? Heavens above, why the cold shoulder? Why the cruel fate? Shangyuan Yulin's heart was bleeding, finding the world's misfortune dumped on his wee shoulders. Bailey Jingwei mocked him. Young Master Yulin, I thought Gu Yifan sent you to give a message to his son. Do so, and maybe the strong bond between a father and his son will bring about the signal. Maybe even wake him up. Give it a go, ha ha ha. Shaking all over, Shangyuan Yulin turned solemn and nodded with hope. Fine, anything's better than dying. He lay next to young Sanzi on the bed, whispering sweet nothings. Young Sanzi, your dad asked me to tell you about your agreement. Do you remember? Whenever you're in danger, I'll always come save you. A gentleman can't forget his promise. Is that what a father tells his son? Why does it feel like a talk of equals? Shangyuan Feiyun was puzzled. Bailey Jingwei was the same, but his mind was working on a solution. Then a faint whisper resounded. A gentleman never forgets his promise. Ha ha ha. Startled, the men looked to find the weak Gu Santong open his eyes and let out a faint laughter. He actually woke up. What's up with that signal anyway? Shangyuan Feiyun shouted in astonishment. Bailey Jingwei chuckled and shook his head. These two are a pair of oddballs. I heard that some fathers and sons see each other as equals, ignoring outdated traditions. This must be the case as well. A gentleman's promise, ha ha ha. The others nodded, but Shangyuan Yulin was not one to give a flying hoot about how much of a weirdo the Gu members were. He only wanted the deal to take place so he could keep his own skin, quite literally. Shangyuan Yulin perked up. Brat, it's damn time you wake up. Hurry up and tell me your answer to the signal. I'll be off telling him the minute you do. Degenerate demon, why the hell would I tell it to you? Gu Santong's angelic face took on a savage smile. Pale as he was, he nevertheless succeeded in getting across the dripping disdain and scorn he had for Shangyuan Yulin, cutting the man deep. For God's sake, even the Gu brat is mocking me. How is that normal? Crunching his teeth, Shangyuan Yulin clenched and spat. Screw you, brat. Hurry up and give me the signal like a good kid so your dad can give the sword for your petty life. I win, you win, everybody wins. Cross me and I'll be sure to make both your lives a living hell. Degenerate demon, why the hell would I tell it to you? Gu Santong rolled his eyes. SSS Tilda Shangyuan Yulin was fuming now. Brat, didn't I just say this is for your own sake? Staying here any longer will only get you killed. Your dad just has to give the sword and only then you'll survive. Talk, what's the signal? Degenerate demon, why the hell would I tell it to you? Screw you. Why can't a rotten kid fricking understand reason? Shangyuan Yulin was on the verge of having a meltdown as he held his head. His knees softened and kneeled at Gu Santong's side, pleading, Child, I'm here to help your father get you back. I've said my signal, so can't you do the same? We're on the same side. Give me your reply and everyone will be happy. Gu Santong gave him a long look, then sported a wicked smile. "Degenerate demon, why the hell would I tell it to you?" Shangyuan Yulin's face twitched hard, his body shook, and his mouth bled. Turned out that Gu Santong's repeated onslaught had popped a vein in him. Young Master Yulin, pardon the interruption. Bailey Jingwei intervened. "Is it possible that the reply is degenerate demon? Why the hell would I tell it to you?" Shangyuan Yulin's eyes blanked out, dumbstruck. Then he turned to Gu Santong's cute and mocking smile. The wounded brat couldn't be more obvious in his scorn. "I already told you the signal, but who was the deaf one here?" Shangyuan Yulin's face twitched, his heart cracking like glass, tears seeping from the seams. "These two are toying with me. They're getting their kicks until I die." Chapter 933. Boom. Gu Yifan and his son sure know how to have fun. It's such a weird signal that it makes no damn sense. Shangyuan Feiyun shook his head at the twitching, crushed, and seething Shangyuan Yulin. Bailey Jingwei was just as clueless, so he just shook away the thoughts. It's how oddities are, or maybe it's just a way to obfuscate others from randomly guessing the signal. There's no point reading into it. At least we now know his response and can make the deal. "Young Master Shangyuan, you should be going. Weren't you on the clock?" Bailey Jingwei smiled at the depressed Shangyuan Yulin with the intention of kicking him out. Shangyuan Yulin got his meaning of sealing the deal fast, so he stood up and bowed to them. "Then I shall go to Gu Yifan with the reply. I shall be the first to congratulate Prime Minister getting the soaring sword from the punk." "Why, thank you, young master." Bailey Jingwei smiled, as did the other two. While this guy had lost all his value, he was still smooth. Such flattery was neither forced nor overblown, said just right to make others feel good. Maybe he's still of some use after all, ha ha ha. With that done, they all went out of the cave, giving no attention to the weakened Gu Santong on the bed. Gu Santong eyed them and smiled. He let out a breath and closed his eyes, though muttering, "Dad's coming to save me, ha ha ha. But did he get what I meant?" Thump Tilda Bailey Jingwei and the two sword kings led Shangyuan Yulin outside, being nice and friendly with him, like he was a real guest of honor. He was cautious as he walked, the rows of powerful guards giving him a bad feeling every time their aura flared. Staying just one extra second in this accursed place felt as if his life would be over. The peculiar thing was, the closer he was to the exit, the more pronounced it was. Tilda Shangyuan Yulin shivered out of nowhere and halted. They had only reached half-point of the tunnel and still had a way to go. Shangyuan Feiyun paused, giving him an odd look. "What is it? Why did you stop?" Shangyuan Yulin just stood there, frozen in panic with horror in his eyes. He did all he could to move his jaw, but it felt he had lost control. Shangyuan Feiyun scanned him since he was acting even weirder. What's he playing at? Shangyuan Yulin gave them some hopeful looks, trying to convey something, impossible in a gloomy place such as this, and the others walked over. Just as Shangyuan Yulin was feeling terror, 100 miles away, in a dark corner outside the manor, someone was using those same eyes as he waited for the target to approach. Squinting, Zhuo Fan was like a patient hunter on the prowl. He made a sign to nail Shangyuan Yulin on the spot, while using the blood infant's eyes to see Shangyuan Yulin taking slow steps towards him. The closer it got, the colder his gaze was. Boom! The instant Shangyuan Feiyun reached Shangyuan Yulin, Zhuo Fan's hands shifted. Tilda Shangyuan Feiyun's senses flared with grave danger coming from within Shangyuan Yulin, something he hadn't felt in ages, though sensing did not equal reacting. Shangyuan Yulin's sudden explosion as a soul harmony expert swept everything in its path, most of it focused on Shangyuan Feiyun in front, though a peak Genesis stage expert was far from defenseless. As one of the very best in this world, it would bring about endless disgrace from being even hurt by a soul harmony stage self-destruction. On the instant the explosion was triggered, Shangyuan Feiyun's strong Yuan Kai was unleashed to shield him from the blast and leave him untouched. It did not go as well for the guards, though. Sure, they copied him to resist the blast, but the worst off among them were the Soul Harmony stage guards. In a narrow place like this, with no place to hide, they could only rely on their Yuan Kai. Survival and death came to one simple fact: whether they were just a bit stronger than the suicide bomber or weaker. Some would come out with heavy injuries while some never got up again. In but a blink, of the 50 guards in the tunnel, a dozen fell victims, and that was ignoring the many others who were now too weak to fight. It went to show just how devastating a blowout of a soul harmony stage cultivator could be. It had to be, or no one would be doing it. But this was just the start. As everyone rejoiced the worst had passed, black thunderflames shot from the center of the blast. It was Yuo Fan's third trump card he stashed in Shangyuan Yulin, the apocalyptic thunderflame. Not even the likes of Sword King Feiyun saw this one coming. It was common knowledge that a self-detonation used one's Yuan Kai, something a Genesis stage expert had to spare just based on the difference in stages. But when the black thunderflame was included, one with the power of total destruction, it was fundamentally a universal killer, all ending up suffering the same miserable fate until its power ran out. Like a claw from hell, the black thunderflame shot like lightning in all directions. Anything it touched, be it flesh or hard bedrock, all burned, wiped out of existence. The Genesis stage guards hardly registered when the black thunderflame touched their Yuan Kai shields, and only heard as it sizzled and was eaten away. The flames then crept on them, swallowing each one as it devoured. It was so deadly. There was no cry released as their souls got submerged in this terrifying black thunderflame. And so the rest of the guards, 30+ in number, all met their end in some unknown tunnel. Even the two Sword Kings were panicking around such deadly force. The worst off was Shangyuan Feiyun, who was closest, now surrounded by this dark burning killer. His only saving grace was the strong Yuan Kai that kept the flames at bay, away from his body, though this was not meant to last. He felt as his Yuan Kai was sapped every moment around this thunderflame. He had to leave at once. SSS tilde the crackling of the flames reached their ears, adding to the fear this black fire incited even in the likes of a Sword King. Shangyuan Feiyun was not alone in this peril, with Bailey Jingwei and Dancing Shen being in danger as well. Bailey Jingwei was only in the ethereal stage and could not muster a token of resistance against the Hell's beckoning. It was all thanks to Dancing Shen for surviving as he used his Yuan Kai to protect them both. Judging by the tense brow and shocked eyes, it was not easy at all. He was also fearful of this strange black fire. That boy's eerie flame has grown to such an extent already. The more I feel it, the more terrible it becomes. Dancing Shen's heart tensed as he watched the ravenous black flames. It felt like just yesterday Yuo Fan used just a finger-sized dark flame in the double dragon gathering to harm Yilin, despite him being under exalted High Ran's protection. This earned his title as best disciple in Western lands. That tiny flame now became a sea of fire, swallowing anything in its path. The boy has become terrifying in just a few years. Dancing Shen took a deep breath and sighed. Chapter 934. Lure. Brother Dan, we can't stop this strange black flame even as it eats it away. It won't do us any good if we just stay here in this tight place. Looking from the ever-expanding Black Sea, Shangyuan Feiyun turned a nervous glance to Dancing Shen. The man shouted, "All right." He pointed 2 fingers at the sky, and a soaring sword of energy shot out in a loud boom, letting the sun cast light in this dark place, while also shedding some light on the demonic black thunderflame. Whoosh! Looking at the clear sky with a stray cloud here and there, Dancing Shen hoised Bailey Jingwei on his shoulder and flew away from the black flame. As the flames latched on his Yuan Kai shield and crept all over it, Dancing Shen shook once and sent his shield away from himself, letting the flames chip away at it from a safe distance, disappearing once their meal was finished. Whoosh tilde Shangyuan Feiyun and a few strong Genesis stage guards arrived, shedding the terrifying flames in the same manner Dancing Shen did. They were at last out of danger and could breathe easier. These mighty and respected Genesis stage experts had just escaped a brush with death, something that hardly happened to them. The more they watched the thunderflames swallow the manor, the deeper their fear ran. What the hell is this? Why is it so horrible? Of the 50 or so guards in the tunnel, only 5 escaped. It was testament to the warranted fear they had for the black thunder flame and of its destruction. The flames kept spreading, eating and destroying all of the manor, and they were powerless to stop it. Shangyuan Feiyun stood there stunned, his face grave from the dangerous experience. It was a first for him, to see his men die out without even making a sound. It echoed in him the same amount of powerlessness he saw in them. There was a limit to what a man could do, a saying he would not soon forget. "Prime Minister, Brother Dan, what is this thing? Do any of you know?" Shangyuan Feiyun flew over to them and spoke with no little shock in his voice. "It's just a flame, but you and Kai can't stop it nor break it. Only by letting it consume everything will it make it stop. The only reason we're still here talking is because we had the Yuan Kai to keep it at bay. Any stronger, and even this sword king would have fallen. This is absurd." Bailey Jingwei and Danking Shen nodded gravely. Danking Shen kept the knowledge about it, and Zhuo fanned to himself. While Bailey Jingwei grimaced, "It's not a question of what, but how strong. With this black flame, nothing in the world can stop it. We've only survived it because its power has a limit. Yet even so, it still managed to threaten the likes of a sword king. Sword kings, think for a second. We've been hard-pressed to use Yuan Kai and keep the flames away, but if just one mote touched us, we'd be dead." Shangyuan Feiyun shook and Danking Shen's voice cracked in shock. "The black flame needs but a touch and nothing will remain of us." Bailey Jingwei sighed. "Such a deadly power is hard for even a sword king to escape. Then what about Patriarch? This is our first time seeing such a thing, but what if there'll be more of it? Then—" Bailey Jingwei trailed off, but Shangyuan Feiyun understood his worry loud and clear. There just has to be more of this thing, and it could drive fear even into invincible sword. The question is, where did this outrageous thing come from? Shangyuan Feiyun frowned, while Bailey Jingwei was lost in worries. In any case, Shangyuan Yulin's detonation has something to do with the Shangyuan clan. Bailey Jingwei spoke coldly. Shangyuan Feiyun cursed. "Those bastards must be behind it. I don't know where they got this dangerous thing, but they stuffed it in the brat and got him to explode. It was clearly aimed at us. I was right to be wary of the detonation even if its blast was meager. Any carelessness from my part and the flame would have eaten me alive. Damn you, Shangyuan Feiksheng, and your cruelty." Shangyuan Feiksheng, Shangyuan Feiyun had instantly dumped all the blame behind this devious and savage attack on his brother. But Bailey Jingwei frowned. Would such a kind and upright clan head resort to something so vile? Let's not forget that the mind behind everything is still Gu. Boom, tilde, a sudden distant explosion cut off his words. The trio jerked and looked over in its direction. From the manor's east side, a surge of power came, followed by a most familiar sword energy, Shangyuan clan's soaring sword art. Shangyuan Feiyun gnashed his teeth. "Prime Minister Bailey, see that? They just took an attempt on our lives. They had Shangyuan Yulin blow up in our faces while the main force was charging in. They want to take my head in case I escaped alive. Humph, there's no way they'll get rid of me that easily." Shangyuan Feiyun shot towards the scene. The rest looked at the spreading sea of black and went after him. It was better to fight with the Sword King than stay here powerless. "Sword King Feiyun, wait." Bailey Jingwei cried, but Shangyuan Feiyun's anger deafened him to anything but his target. Bailey Jingwei squinted and looked back at the flames. He sighed and gave Danking Shen a look, flying together after Shangyuan Feiyun. All the excitement and suddenness had made them blind to the on and off red infant going deeper into the flames and using them for cover. It went through the tunnel filled with flames and arrived to where the weakened Gu Santong rested. "Young Sanzi." Gu Santong shook at the familiar voice and smiled. "Dad, you're here?" "Of course I am. I've come to get you out." The blood infant turned into a pitch-black sword floating under Gu Santong. It then took the child and disappeared without a trace. Shangyuan Feiksheng had come with his 3 venerables and the Genesis stage experts to cause a scene in an area of the manor. They burned and killed without stopping, as no guard could match the power of the 3 venerables, not when they could hold back a sword king. What was more, there were few guards around, far weaker than the carefully picked Shangyuan experts. Boom tilde a string of sword energies were unleashed, wreaking havoc to anything that moved. As lavish buildings fell around him, Shangyuan Feiyun hovered in the air and heard hundreds of people coming over. Damn it! The guards are mobilizing here? Did the brat do it? I don't know if Shangyuan Feiyun and the rest are with them. It will make getting out with just 10 men hard. It may even require to leave some behind. Shangyuan Feiksheng, you rotten relic, you sent me a suicide bomber and almost cost me my life. I'll make sure you'll never walking out of here alive. Shangyuan Feiyun roared as he stormed over. Shangyuan Feiksheng saw Shangyuan Feiyun coming at him like a storm, with Danking Shen and Bailey Jingwei not far behind. He ordered, "Everyone fall back." They took the bait. The rest of the Shangyuan clansmen, enjoying senseless violence, shot off at once, leaving this place a broken pile of junk and destruction. Chapter 935. Joint Tactics. Shangyuan Feiyun just arrived and Shangyuan Feiksheng was gone with his team. It only worked to drive his fury ever higher, cursing at their fading figures. Damn lily-livered fossil, seeing me here got you shaking in your boots. You're nothing. Since you can't beat me, you resort to living bombs. Even an old coot like you has fallen so low. But if you're to send a human bomb, you could at least go all the way and send a Genesis stage expert. What was the point of a fresh soul harmony punk? And you call yourselves heroes? If you're dirtying your hands, go all the way, not act like the cowards and useless bag of bones you are. What a Shangyuan clan head you turned out to be. Shangyuan Feiyun's mouth was an endless well of curses born out of the hatred and rage from the earlier blast he had been under. He did not only aim for Shangyuan Feiksheng's shamelessness, but also Shangyuan Yulin's weakness, unable to harm him at all. The soul of Shangyuan Yulin would have fallen into depression if he heard it from whatever hell he was in. Why me? I'm just the messenger. How did I even die? He just went out with a bang without even knowing. The thunderflame then consumed his soul, robbing him of any chance of survival. One could say he was a poor, unfortunate soul. PN. Any Little Mermaid fans out there, never knowing what got him even after death. But the moment he decided to be Zhuo Fan's messenger was the second his fate as martyr was set in stone, taking one for the noble cause of this demonic emperor's grand rescue plan. Zhuo Fan had no intention to send any messages, only to send him to his death. That stuff with deals and exchanges was only an excuse. Sword King Feiyun, save your breath. They never were after you. You're cursing the wrong tree. Whoosh tilde Danking Shen and Bailey Jingwei arrived, and the latter shook his head, seeing the Sword King consumed by rage. A man of status he is, but only a martial practitioner at heart, unable to escape his crude disposition. Shangyuan Feiyun shook and asked, "What's that, Prime Minister?" "They didn't want me dead. What about that detonation and then that sudden attack?" "I have lost the soaring sword, so their only reason to come here is to go after my life. Not to mention the punk blew up right next to me. If that isn't already obvious, what is? How is that not an attempt on my life?" "Ha ha ha, Sword King Feiyun. Everyone knows how amazing you are." Bailey Jingwei shook his head. "If they were after your head, they'd come up with a far more intricate plan and not some hasty idea. Just look at yourself. There's not a hair out of place." "That's being cautious, blocking the black flame in time." "The flame is deadly, but your instincts are much honed as a Sword King than any other Genesis stage expert. Not even a Soul Harmony Kid's detonation can escape your senses. It's easy to tell from the sudden surge that a detonation was coming as well. The only way the ambush would have worked was if they used one in the same stage." Bailey Jingwei gave a wry smile. "Sword King, you need to think about it. What kind of an ambush points to using a tactic that guarantees not to take the target down?" Shangyuan Feiyun shook and exclaimed, "Prime Minister, you mean? They just wanted us to think it was a temporary attempt on your life." Bailey Jingwei had a creepy smile on his face. Shangyuan Feiyun's heart jumped in shock. "Temporary?" "Yes," Bailey Jingwei laughed. "For Sword King to understand it better, I invite you to go back to the secret room together. Ha ha ha." Bailey Jingwei flew with Danking Shen as his loyal guard. Shangyuan Feiyun was quick to follow. Back at the tunnel of the Sea of Black Flames, only a few motes remained here and there. Shangyuan Feiyun waved his sleeve and sent the still-burning rocks in the tunnel away. This cleared the way for the trio. The tunnel was just as narrow, just that its length was now cut in half, making it easy for them to reach the room. Danking Shen and Shangyuan Feiyun gasped to see the bed empty. Sensing the cold sheets, they knew the child was long gone. Shangyuan Feiyun cried out, "Where is he? When did he leave?" Rescued while the attacking Shangyuan clan drew our attention. Bailey Jingwei analyzed. Shangyuan Feiyun shuddered and gasped, "Prime Minister, you knew." From the very start. Bailey Jingwei's eyes shone and smirked. Our opponent wasn't the Shangyuan clan, but Gu Yifan. Shangyuan Feiyun cried out, "Him? How did he do it? Didn't we agree on an exchange? Why?" "We did agree, but you trust ourselves to let the father and son go free after we got the soaring sword." Bailey Jingwei shook his head. "If I don't trust the deal, then you can be sure Gu Yifan won't either. The soaring sword is his leverage. Once removed, nothing can stop us from killing him. How far do you think a radiant stage father can run with his injured son? It makes sense he'd need Shangyuan clan's cover, but would they help him without the soaring sword? From the start, he never planned on following through on the deal, only after taking our bargaining chip." Bailey Jingwei looked around the empty room and chuckled. "I have yet to figure out how he slipped in and succeeded in taking his son through the chaos, but the minute Shangyuan Yulin demanded to see the child, I knew he planned a rescue. The rest were a series of plans. Shangyuan Yulin's detonation, then the Black Flame's invasion of the tunnel, all a show of strength to unbalance our state of mind. Anxiety causes men to be irrational and fall for his trap. That's why I said, Sword King Feiyun, that the attempt on you was temporary. If you had calmed down and discovered the child was missing, you'd see the target wasn't you to begin with." Shangyuan Feiyun's brow shook, looking tense at Bailey Jingwei and nodding. "Everything makes sense now." Next came Shangyuan Feiksheng, leaving as quickly as they attacked to lure us away. "This was all to enrage and strike at your name, so Sword King Feiyun would believe this was an attempt on yourself, so you'd strike in anger and away from here. Then there's the Black Flame covering the tunnel. With the guards fearful of it, the only sensible thing for them was to follow you." Bailey Jingwei smiled as he unraveled the mystery. This gave him the opening to slip in when no one was around and save the child. He had Shangyuan Yulin deliver a message, so he'd ingrain in our minds that we'd make the exchange in 2 weeks, and anything that happened within this time was out of his hands. This led to us immediately believing it to be the Shangyuan clan behind Shangyuan Yulin's detonation, while excluding him as being part of the equation. Ha ha ha! Gu Yifan makes us feel a swirl of emotions all at the same time. Truly amazing how his schemes are so meticulous. I've traveled the 5 lands for years, but not once met with such a thorny opponent. Just thinking about holding his head fills me with a sense of achievement." Bailey Jingwei cackled. Shangyuan Feiyun nodded, feeling his back soaked. "He's fast, precise, and deadly, stooping to any low. A more twisted mind on this earth is hard to come by. Then there's the fact he had the Shangyuan clan's 10 experts work with him to get his son, with no casualties. At least he's not part of the Shangyuan clan, or it would have turned dire. This is the core of every manipulator, not personal strength, but turning every pawn around him into a deadly weapon. The worst danger Central Area's Sword Star Empire can have right now is if by some chance the 4 lands place value on Gu Yifan." Bailey Jingwei's eyes flashed with murder as he spoke with resolve. "We have to get rid of him now once and for all." Shangyuan Feiyun stared at his hateful face and nodded. "He is a very real danger, but has Prime Minister ever thought of winning him? Not even once." Bailey Jingwei shook his head. "I have said once that I don't like anyone like me. I alone am enough to govern the Central Area. I certainly don't need a second one, and certainly not Gu Yifan." Danking Shen played the silent observer. He had never seen Bailey Jingwei so agitated. He feels his authority coming being questioned, his position. Chapter 936, Outdoing. With the entire string of events clinically presented to him, it dawned on Shangyuan Feiyun what it all represented, though, like in anything, doubt still remained. "Prime Minister, you knew this was going to happen, so why didn't you stop us from falling into his trap? Sword King Feiyun, You're underestimating Gu Yifan. Bailey Jingwei smiled. Ever since my previous interaction with him, it should be obvious just how meticulous he is. If we were to set up a counter for him, he'd see it at a glance, making the endeavor pointless. I want not just the sword, but his life as well. Now that such a cunning devil finally walked into our domain, I would shame his kind intentions and heaven's gift letting this chance slip, now won't I? Humph. Shangyuan Feiyan nodded after a pause. Prime Minister is right. You can't bring a small hook to catch such a big fish. He's unlike that simple-minded Shangyuan Feixiang. But does this mean Prime Minister knows where he's going after saving the brat? Brother Feiyan, don't you find the question redundant? Just look at Prime Minister brimming with confidence, ha ha ha. Danking Shen smiled and turned to Bailey Jingwei. I dare venture a guess that Prime Minister Bailey already has everything under his control. Bailey Jingwei couldn't stop himself from laughing. Dragon-cleaving Sword King is truly a close friend. Yes, I have everything ready. Then where is he? Shangyuan Feiyan asked eagerly. Bailey Jingwei waved his hand, his eyes shining as he spoke. Humph, the punk's key to his joint tactics was speed. From the moment Shangyuan Yulin detonated to Shangyuan Yulin's strike, they all happened at perfect timing and speed. It was enough for just one aspect to be offbeat by one step, and it would have ended in disaster. Speed also dictates the rushed actions he took, resorting to haste and leaving many oversights unattended. This joint tactics demanded that of him, to not be as cautious. Now all he's doing is being on the run as far away as possible, with little attention to anything else. Therein lies our success in beating him and outdoing him with even more speed. Bailey Jingwei had a prideful smirk on his face as he took out a vial. Opening it, he shook it, and something green landed in his palm, finger-sized and wiggling. First-level spiritual beast, lovesick larva. Shangyuan Feiyan gasped and eagerly awaited Bailey Jingwei's answer. The Prime Minister nodded with a smile. Lovesick larva, yes. The red bean trees in the south grow slash by spring they yield in heaps above. Slash I hope you pluck in plenty soon, slash because it is the gift of love. It yearns for those beans, and its lack of spiritual energy only classify it as a simple insect. But there's one thing it excels at that dwarfs other spiritual beast. It's what earns its place among them. Lovesickness by Wang Wei, Tang Dynasty. The pair of larvae, even leagues apart, all they'd yearned for is to be together again to show his lovesickness. Danking Shen sighed. Between the heaven and earth nodded. That's exactly right, dragon-cleaving Sword King. The lovesick larvae come in pairs, intertwined always until the very moment of death and ever loyal in love. Even if worlds apart, the two insects will eventually find each other again. That's why happy couples and sweethearts give each other one to proclaim their undying love. Humph, the larvae are inseparable, but their owner always saying goodbye in love and hate, so how many are there that their love lasts until the end? Aren't men worse than bugs? Ha ha ha. Shangyuan Feiyan mocked. Bailey Jingwei nodded. People are far more complex than this simple pair of insects. Most often than not, these larvae aren't used to proclaim undying love or chase skirts, but in a much more practical way. Separate the two, with the male placed on oneself while the female crushed to be refined into the 1,000 leagues scent. Though named scent, it is odorless and colorless. Not even Genesis stage expert can find it. Only this male larva always crawls towards her direction undeterred. That's what makes it the best tracking method? Does that mean Prime Minister smeared the 1,000 leagues scent on the brat? When? Shangyuan Feiyan lit up at the promising idea. Bailey Jingwei smiled. Of course, right when I was checking his pulse. Gu Yifan must have no idea I've long since planted the perfect bait for him, though it won't change even if he does realize. His plan is based on speed and has no time to check for details. That is unless he threw the brat away, but then it would mean all his work would go to waste. So he'll bet that I did not take precautions. But you can see that he clearly lost. Ha ha ha. Bailey Jingwei laughed and Shangyuan Feiyan joined him. Danking Shen just watched them with a shake of his head, his saddened eyes landing on the lovesick larva. The world had such devoted and love-struck beings, only to end up being a tool for humans and their twisted plans. The heavens are so cruel, following with pain after every success. Will the upright and righteous path of the world ever prevail in winning over the demons plaguing our hearts? Soared King Phaon. We now have his direction. We'll give chase and grab the divine sword from his stiff, cold hands. In minutes, the lovesick larva found the scent of his better half, struggling to reach her. Nothing could dissuade it from reaching her, not the impossible journey nor the slow crawl. Its efforts brought a smile to Bailey Jingwei's face, his eyes shining with cruelty as he signaled for Sword King Phaon to go on a hunt. Danking Shen took a deep breath, following them close. As the demonic sword took Gu Santong out of the manor, Zhuo Fan fled as well. He held Gu Santong close and ran like the wind, with the demonic sword slipping back in his body. Per Bailey Jingwei's speculation, Zhuo Fan was focused on speed and wanted to put as much distance as he could between them before taking young Sanzi somewhere safe to heal. Holding a Gu Santong that never once got a scratch, now hanging by a thread plagued Zhuo Fan's mind. Whoosh! Zhuo Fan rushed through the air, not stopping for anything. This hour of flight had taken him 1,000 miles off flying Cloud City. With Shangyuan Yulin's detonation and Shangyuan Feixing's sudden attack, the chaos at the manor drew all the experts in flying Cloud City over. This gave Zhuo Fan a clear path to get out with ease. Zhuo Fan's lure was not only for Shangyuan Phaon and Bailey Jingwei, but for all the guards in the city and manor. It thus made his extraction easier, just like he expected, and as Bailey Jingwei foresaw. Zhuo Fan's eyes flash, feeling in control. With the wind whipping around his face, Gu Santong awoke now and then to find himself in a warm and strong embrace and in safety. Looking at the familiar face, Gu Santong winced and felt forlorn for some reason, having never had to rely on his godfather until now, and tears flowed without stop. "Dad, you came back for me." "Of course I did. Who else would come save my son if not I?" Zhuo Fan looked stern but smiled in comfort at seeing his missing godson these past days. Gu Santong's lips quivered as he apologized. "Dad, I'm sorry." "Why would you be? You did nothing wrong." "I've been so stubborn, and Father's perfect plan, it's all on me. I rushed in and got Dad worried and endangered you to come save me." Gu Santong sobbed, unable to finish his thoughts. As his cheeks were streaked with tears, his heart was wrecked by regret. Zhuo Fan looked at him in silence, flying farther and farther away. Chapter 937, All-Encompassing Love. Gu Santong cried for a long time, even as his first tears dried with Zhuo Fan smiling. "Young Sanzi?" "Ah, since you admit you're at fault, given the chance to do it again, would you still save the wench?" Gu Santong shook and tensed as he got lost in thought. When he replied, he gave a weak nod. "Yes, Father." "Oh, then why would you repeat the same mistake?" Zhuo Fan flew as he looked at him with a flat look. Gu Santong sighed. "Because I want Auntie to be safe." "Then why do you say it's your fault?" "I meant for making you worried and risking yourself for me. But I couldn't watch Auntie, who was always nice to me, be hurt. That's why. I'd save Auntie again if I could, but I don't want Father to be in danger because of me either." Gu Santong's fidgeting betrayed his nervousness. Zhuo Fan spoke calmly. "Young Sanzi, then you shouldn't say sorry." "Father," Gu Santong shook, looking stunned. Zhuo Fan's cold tone sounded angry to him, then Zhuo Fan sighed and smiled. "We've all been young and rash once, we've all made mistakes. Right and wrong are relative, not set in stone. As long as you think it's right, give it your all. Even if it's wrong, as long as it's worth it for you, do it if you are ready to face the consequences of your choice. A real man doesn't utter apologies lightly, or they would hold no value. A man needs to be liable, regardless of wrong or right. Since you saved the wench, you need to be responsible for what follows, including having me spare the effort to save you, even my life." "No, Dad, I never wanted you." Zhuo Fan's words sounded like his will, and Gu Santong was only getting frightened as he cried. Zhuo Fan chuckled. "Think thrice before acting, young Sanzi. You're not the same as before. Your every move has ramifications. Since you couldn't let the wench get hurt, does that mean I could leave you be? I'm your dad." Gu Santong's lip trembled, overwhelmed by his love. This was a father. one who would accept him as he was in his entirety. Gu Santong experienced for the first time Zhuo Fan's endless love he had for his son, feeling this father reliable. It had always been the case of Zhuo Fan being the weaker one and needed his help, accepting every time because of the fondness of having a dad. Only now, when he was in trouble, he felt his father's arms protecting him. Zhuo Fan had become his everything, not just a mere godfather, but a true father, one such as he could always lean on. Also, is there anything a father and son can't talk about? If you wanted to save the girl, you could have just told me and I would have. Zhuo Fan continued. Although my attention has been lapsing that day from always focusing on sealing the falls and never noticing your changes, it's my fault and I should be the one to apologize. Zhuo Fan sighed with guilt. Gu Santong's regret only grew at his words. No, it's all on me. I always thought Dad's attention was only on the world wind tunnel, ignoring everything else. All plans were coming to a head all at once and did not want to say anything, fearing you might yell at me. Zhuo Fan shook and regarded Gu Santong's gloomy face. My own son thinks I'm so cold and unreasonable. That might have been before. Young Sanzi, listen closely, all-encompassing love. We are family. What you like I'll make all efforts to like as well. Trust me from now on. Zhuo Fan was resolute as he stared at Gu Santong. Looking deep in his father's eyes, Gu Santong bobbed his head, finally showing his usually bright smile. Zhuo Fan smiled back in relief. As the father and son grew closer as family, a cackle from behind startled them. Ha ha ha, got you now, Gu Yifan. Try and escape this time. Zhuo Fan's eyes hardened and looked back with a sinking feeling. Those rotten bastards caught up too fast. Whoosh tilde 3 pretty trails were left in the sky as Shangyuan Feiyun, Bailey Jingwei and Danking Shen appeared, though Danking Shen carried Bailey Jingwei since his speed was limited. The wisest man in the empire and 2 sword kings were hot on Zhuo Fan's tail. Their power slammed into him and made him gasp, his frown deepening. How did they get here so soon? It's like they knew our heading. Gu Santong cried out. Zhuo Fan stomped harder with Gu Santong in his arms. It's obvious they've done something to you so these dogs could sniff you out. I drew them. Gu Santong's eyes shook, feeling ashamed. Dad, forgive me. Young Sanzi, what did I say? A man shouldn't always apologize. Then Zhuo Fan smirked. Besides, it's all within my calculations. Truly. Trust your dad? Whoosh, Zhuo Fan sped up, his eyes flashing with cold determination. It was not like sword kings were hot on his tail, but mere wild dogs. The odds were, hardly anyone in the whole central area actually got away from any of these 3 big shots. But Zhuo Fan was confident in his skills, going fast while holding his happy son. Shangyuan Feiyun cussed. He just won't give up. Does he really think he can escape from the likes of us? Then again, it's not like we'll show mercy even if he stops, ha ha ha. Gu Yifan must be removed. Bailey Jingwei gave a vile snicker, looking at the larva in his hand crawling for Zhuo Fan, and mocked. His son has 1,000 leagues sent on him, and not even a teleportation array can throw us off. The more frantic he is in his run, the worse his already dying son will be. Let's see how he'll deal with that, ha ha ha. Prime Minister Bailey, you might find torturing him fun, but I'm done waiting. Shangyuan Feiyun swiped his fingers at Zhuo Fan. Gu Yifan, hand over the soaring sword and I'll spare you or else. Whoosh tilde a sword wave in the form of soaring sword shot for Zhuo Fan, its sharp edge making his spine tingle, like death was crawling up his back. He reacted by leaning out of the attack's direction. Whoosh tilde the sharp edge glanced by his cheek, leaving behind a trail of blood. It exploded in a distant mountain range, leveling everything for 100 miles. The shockwave came seconds later and staggered Zhuo Fan's pace as he faced it head-on in his run. What he saw before him was a thick cloud of dust, dyeing the sky yellow as it covered even the sun. To Zhuo Fan, it felt like the wall of dust was there to block him from moving forward. Zhuo Fan had no choice but to stop, his face grave. A sword king's power sure is something. One strike was all that was needed to block him. His only choice now was to go all out. Squinting, Zhuo Fan twisted around and let the black thunderflame flash in his left eye while his right eye shone in golden halos, ready to stake it all. Chapter 938. Fighting a Sword King. Shang Yuan Feiyun stopped 1,000 meters away with a sardonic smile. Why, Grandmaster Gu, tired of running, perhaps? When a fight's unavoidable, no amount of running will change things. Zhuo Fan smirked back, his one last hurrah before dying. Quite heroic, one might say. Shang Yuan Feiyun grinned. Fight! Grandmaster Gu, you all right there? Why would you fight me? Do you even have the strength? Ha ha ha. Regardless if I have or not, I won't just let you take me without a struggle. Zhuo Fan huffed and held Gu Yifan tighter. Besides, my name might even travel to every corner, talking about my honorable death fighting a sword king. What's the difference from all others you killed, you ask? I, Gu Yifan, have become an 11th grade alchemist at such a young age, a heaven's favorite, one might say. I shall never go down without a few ripples. Ha ha ha. Shang Yuan Feiyun eyed him as his cocky words stabbed his ears. He turned to Bailey Jingwei and mocked. I say, Gu Yifan just doesn't know when to quit. Even in death he wants to be on top, remembered through the ages. Youngsters are filled with ambition. There's nothing odd about that. Between dying nameless like mowed grass and going down with dignity with their names spread throughout the world, anyone would always choose the latter. Bailey Jingwei smiled. Grandmaster Gu, you very much know I have a soft spot for talents. You more than qualify to be one. So give us the soaring sword, and why not think about giving your service to the Emperor? Bailey Jingwei sounded sincere, but all Zhuo Fan did was mock him for it. Prime Minister Bailey does like talents, but in my short year in the central area, I've not once heard of any notable brilliant people in Prime Minister's service. Could it be that the wide and expansive central area has none? Or is it likelier that Prime Minister's wisdom outshines everyone else's? That doesn't sound right either. With Sir's virtuous nature, how can you do that? It's better to say that Sir had been at odds with them when... Shang Yuan Feiyun hit a snicker while peeking over at Bailey Jingwei. Gu Yifan sure is a genius. He's like a god or something to figure it all out. Bailey Jingwei loved his talents, but to a point. He could employ all of them under his wing, but there was just one type that he abhorred the most, those like him, good in politics. He'd strike hard and fast out of fear of being replaced. This empire was just not big enough for two prime ministers. Bailey Jingwei would have happily welcomed Gu Yifan into his fold, so long as he was but an outstanding alchemist, and only that. But late events showed time and time again what a twisted and calculative mind he had, not unlike Bailey Jingwei. By bringing him to the Empire, the Prime Minister's post might just slip from under him. Gu Yifan had to die here and now beyond any shadow of a doubt. Stealing the soaring sword had nothing to do with it, but just because Bailey Jingwei found him an eyesore. Grandmaster Gu has some good eyes, ha ha ha. Bailey Jingwei's face twitched. Since Grandmaster Gu insists on this action, I won't dissuade you any longer. While I understand you don't care about yourself, but what about the other life involved? Grandmaster Gu just has to give us the soaring sword, and I promise your son's safety. Zhuo Fan turned to Gu Santong, seeing the determination in his eyes, and chuckled. Prime Minister, there's no need to toy with me. My son is just like me, and I'm sure you've already seen this. Rooting out the weeds isn't uncommon. None of you would be so willing to let your enemy's son live, now would you? Ha ha ha, Prime Minister should save his breath. The both of us will live or die together in this fight. Zhuo Fan used his belt to tie Gu Santong close to him, filled with the will to die. His son was no different. Shang Yuan Feiyun was touched by their determination. They were sure to become great in the future. A shame it will be cut short today. Since Grandmaster Gu can't see reason, I'll oblige. Lacking the appreciation a fellow warrior would have of another's valor, Bailey Jingwei signaled Shang Yuan Feiyun. Shang Yuan Feiyun, send them off. Shang Yuan Feiyun nodded and swiped with his fingers, unleashing a terrible energy rumbling forward, giving the feeling the world might collapse. Zhuo Fan's brow shook, watching the fingers intently as sweat trickled down his brow. He wouldn't last 5 moves against Sword King Feiyun, but then again, he wasn't in it to win, but to survive. Therein lay the slim chance at life. He was now following the plan he made, but each step was accompanied by mortal danger. One slip and nothing would remain of him. He found the best solution was to get a mortal wound and then escape, since anyone would disregard a dying person. Waves of power came from those 2 fingers, shaking the world around them. Zhuo Fan's right eye flashed in golden halos, ready to act even as sweat poured from his brow. Shangyuan Feiyun's sword had such power and speed that not even shift might get him out of the woods. The only hope of survival was to use it the instant the attack was released. Any later and life was forfeit. Any later and the enemy would notice and just switch directions, resulting in death. Life and death hung on that one tiny window. There was no room for errors. Zhuo Fan was under a lot of pressure because of it, as this was his first time facing a Sword King, the peak power of the mortal domain. The soaked back attested to that. Shangyuan Feiyun moved his fingers in Zhuo Fan's direction, and the sword was released. It was then Zhuo Fan's divine eye of the void activated. Just as the attack reached Zhuo Fan, he flickered and was gone. The sword struck the wall of dust behind, blowing it away. He dodged it? How? Shangyuan Feiyun exclaimed, but soon there was a ripple coming from his front. Zhuo Fan wasn't going for an escape, but to attack a Sword King. All of them were shocked. How much nerve does this punk have? His keen senses made him aware of Zhuo Fan's location. And although shocked, Shangyuan Feiyun used his Yuan Kai again to form sword energy in his fingers, even as Zhuo Fan was in the middle of appearing. Shangyuan Feiyun's second attack was ready just as he became visible and mocked Zhuo Fan. "Humph, you have some guts to face me instead of running. You must really have a death wish. Thunderflame Void Annihilation." His right eye flashed in 2 golden halos while his right burned, unleashing the attack he had in store. The Thunderflame shot for Shangyuan Feiyun like a black pillar of death, right for his head. Shangyuan Feiyun shook from seeing the deadly Thunderflame again, and his heart jumped in fright. He was frantic in using a Yuan Kai shield, doing anything he could to keep that thing from touching him. All while his second sword struck Zhuo Fan. At such close range, Zhuo Fan had no chance of dodging or running. Not even his soul would survive this. This great and deadly power made Zhuo Fan's face burn and his scalp numb. It was now reality that had strayed from Zhuo Fan's flawless predictions. Shangyuan Feiyun, who had always been looking down on him so far, had been so scared he began to take the youth seriously. It was at the same time that he felt threatened from the core of his heart. Chapter 939. Shock. With a muffled sound, the black thunderflame struck, but unlike sticking to the Yuan Kai shield as before, it went right through it like paper and straight for his flesh. Shangyuan Feiyun panicked in fear, overwhelmed by the power of the thunderflame going beyond his expectation. What Shangyuan Yulin had demonstrated through his detonation was the thunderflame's intrinsic power, not when it was used as a skill like now. As for the thunderflame Void Annihilation, that was Zhuo Fan combining his 2 ultimate skills, to break any kind of obstacle and letting the thunderflame's deadly nature capitalize on its true power. What could a measly Yuan Kai shield amount to when it could cut through the Shangyuan clan's 12th grade array made with all their experts? With fear vivid in his look and with terror in his heart, Shangyuan Feiyun rushed to dodge this deadly move. This in turn affected his aim on the sword that was meant for Zhuo Fan, leading to it shooting someplace else and leveling another 50 miles area, turning into a dust storm. The destructive black thunderflame streaked past his shoulder and far beyond. Shangyuan Feiyun felt its vibrant and burning power as it passed, making his blood run cold. The amount of times the great best in Eastern lands, now a Sword King, felt such unfiltered terror from his incredibly close brush with death could be counted on one hand. It was far too soon to relax, though, as sizzling jarred his ears. He whipped his head around, and the view had his legs feeling like jelly. The deadly black flames were on his clothes and were eating their way to his body. Shangyuan Feiyun shook at once and used Yuan Kai to shake the clothing off, making the flames die out as the remnants of clothing burned out. Whoosh! Then another sound entered his ears and watched as Zhuo Fan with young Sanzi in his arms appeared again in front. His left eye was filled with violent black flames while his right shone in two golden halos, planning to make a repeat of the previous move. But the horror had been too memorable for Shangyuan Feiyun the first time to allow it to happen again. Not even facing death felt so horrible. Shangyuan Feiyun saw Zhuo Fan appearing and jumped back with no delay, 10 kilometers in fact. When he finally sensed some semblance of safety, he eased a breath he didn't know he was holding, feeling drained as if from a fight with invincible sword. He gasped for breath, his feeble legs barely keeping him from falling. There was even a conspicuous change in color on Sword King Shangyuan's pants, quite obvious to any observer. Bailey Jingwei and Danking Shen had their jaws hanging. Come on, Sword King Feiyun. You're supposed to be a Sword King, so what are you doing looking so worn out after an exchange with a puny, radiant stage cultivator? What a scandal. Your top is naked for having your clothes ruined, and your lower half wet from being scared to death by a measly radiant stage alchemist. Bailey Jingwei's mouth twitched, anger clearly showing. Just as he was about to curse, he then understood the Thunderflame's fatal danger, so Prime Minister looked heavily at the panting Zhuo Fan. Gu Yifan wasn't just making wild boasting when he said he'd fight a Sword King. This kid is truly frightening. Danking Shen nodded. The Black Flame's power can kill a Sword King. If only he was a bit stronger than that attack. He stopped, hearing the snapping of Bailey Jingwei's knuckles and his heavy tone. There's no way he'll get any stronger. First I wanted to kill him because I wanted to, but now it's for the safety of the Empire. There can only be one invincible sword in this world. There's no room for a second dreaded existence. Danking Shen's brow shook, his eyes flashing. The boy's too outstanding. And then there's that black flame that can threaten a Sword King from as weak as a radiant stage. He will become the second invincible sword. Bailey Jingwei is sure to even disregard the soaring sword if it means killing him. Danking Shen held his beard, deep in thought. Shangyuan Feiyun was looking worse for wear. Then the anger exploded from him as he glared at Zhuo Fan with bloodthirst. I'll not stand this punk for drawing another breath after that humiliation. Shangyuan Feiyun brought his fingers out and struck with another sword. He no longer looked casual but focused like when fighting an equal, while keeping his senses sharp for any disturbance within a kilometer, just in case. Zhuo Fan sighed. I know I'm still too weak to deal with a Sword King. Any other Genesis stage cultivator would have burned alive by now. After attacking a Sword King, if the first time failed, the second time would never present itself, though it all fell within his parameters, thus taking the sensible option and bolting. Bailey Jingwei and Danking Shen did not follow, knowing Zhuo Fan was Shangyuan Feiyun's prey. He was not about to let this guy escape. He, it's a bit late for that. Shangyuan Feiyun snickered out of reflex, his fingers shining as he unleashed a world-shaking surge of power. No matter how far Zhuo Fan got, it would still kill him. This was the terrible power of a Sword King. Zhuo Fan could shake him with his earlier display of Thunderflame, but that was all he could muster. Shangyuan Feiyun was more clear on this than any as he spoke after calming down. Humph, Gu Yifan, I got to hand it to you, you're a real genius. You've excelled in strength and in alchemy. That flame of yours had me running scared there, and given time, you might kill me one day, becoming the next overlord to this world. Too bad you showed yourself so soon and you won't get the chance, I'll make sure of it. That black flame is only useful if it touches me. Gu Yifan, you have no chance now. Shangyuan Feiyun swiped his fingers, and the soaring sword art was deployed in the form of a third sword, straight for Zhuo Fan and his son. Whoosh tilde the edge was behind him in a flash. Zhuo Fan looked back in shock and used the 5 shining halos in his right eye. Divine Eye of the Void's 5th stage, Thunderflame Wall times 5. The black Thunderflame appeared once more, forming 5 layers in total to block the incoming sword. Shangyuan Feiyun gaped, not expecting Zhuo Fan to come up with that, using the strange black flame as defense. It would have worked wonders if it were anyone else than a Sword King. Boom! The walls disintegrated in a flash, turning into motes of black fire as they faded in the air. Zhuo Fan shook and spat blood from the strong aftershock. Both of his eyes were also bleeding. As for the sword energy, it still went for Zhuo Fan. Ha ha ha, Gu Yifan, even with that oddity helping you, with your power you have no. Shangyuan Feiyun cackled victoriously, but then he choked, turning incredulous. What the hell, my sword energy. Chapter 940, Edge of Death. SSS, tilde the sizzling was the only prevalent sound around, stinging Shangyuan Feiyun ears as he watched his ultimate sword skill going through Zhuo Fan's walls of thunderflame only to be eaten away by the same fire. By the time the fire died out, the sword energy was a quarter weaker. It was still strong, yes, but it was without a doubt cut down to size. If before the sword came from Shangyuan Feiyun, now it looked to be resembling any average Genesis expert's sword attack. Sure, it'd be a peak one, but the gap was huge all the same. Central area spread beyond anyone could imagine, and was teeming with peak Genesis experts. Despite that there were only 9 sword kings, that was because they were a cut above the masses. Shangyuan Feiyun's casual sword strike had crushed 30 Genesis stage guards a while back. Danking Shen's sword was the same, putting most of the Shangyuan clan's experts in a pickle. This was the power of a sword king, unlike any other peak Genesis expert, able to take on 5 of them with ease. Even with the mortal domains limit stuck at peak Genesis stage, these 9 sword kings stood above all others. If not for the mortal domains limit, these would have long since become saints, at the same level as the experts in the sacred domain, if not higher. They might even shake some monsters out there. This peak worldly power had just been cut down to size by Zhuo Fan's thunderflame, turning into something common and weaker. The shock was palpable to the trio watching, and so it was for Zhuo Fan too. He was the one on the receiving end in this fight, yet none underestimated him. Shangyuan Feiyun's eyes shook. The black flame ate at my sword energy so quickly. This is insane. How the hell does such a thing even exist? The other two sighed. Their fear of Zhuo Fan was not for his strength, but because of the apocalyptic thunderflame. The flame was too destructive, burning anything and everything in creation. Not even martial arts could survive it. Such a thing had never happened ever. It was only a question of quantity in the Black Flame's case. With enough of it, any cultivator would be erased from this world. Their Yuan Kai shields would be eaten, and their martial arts would fare no better. It wasn't a leap in logic to assume spiritual items would end up the same. This thunderflame was like hellfire, bringing eternal and absolute doom. If word got out, Zhuo Fan would become this entire world's enemy. Wielding the thunderflame was like having a weapon of mass destruction. The trio tensed as they watched Zhuo Fan, each with their own thoughts. Zhuo Fan was bleeding from his eyes, but not enough to shake his calm, even finding time to smirk. By cutting the sword energy down to size, he could now handle it. Zhuo Fan ignored his damaged eye, and had his right eye shine in 2 golden halos, while his left flickered with the thunderflame, unleashing thunderflame void annihilation once more at the soaring sword art. The flame struck the sword, but they were once more dispersed as it went after Zhuo Fan still. Zhuo Fan suffered from it as well, with a splitting headache and spitting blood even as his eyes bled more. None of it mattered, though, since he had the pride to grin. In the moment of clashing, even as his attack failed, the Thunderflame's character was unstoppable. And with void annihilation to complement it, it sent the flames right into the heart of the sword energy. This, in turn, made the deadly sword weaker and weaker. By the times the flames died, the sword energy was at a fresh Genesis stage cultivator's level. Shangyuan Feiyun was dumbstruck. In 2 moves, this great sword king's prideful sword art was reduced so much that was all the damage it could actually do after the other tried to stop it. Any meager Genesis stage cultivator could easily flick it away, something that bruised Shangyuan Feiyun's ego. At least Gu Yifan was just a radiant stage cultivator, and even this much was enough. If Sword King Feiyun couldn't kill a guy in even 3 moves, he might as well just kill himself. Sure, the other was just a radiant stage cultivator, but a Sword King still had his pride. Zhuo Fan had other plans in mind, besides giving his life to heal this Sword King's hurt ego. Grinning, Zhuo Fan showed confidence against the cut-down sword attack from a Sword King and used Divine Eye of the Void's fourth stage. Thunderflame Domain. Boom. 1,000 meters around him, the space hummed, with the black thunderflame spreading everywhere with each vibration. The sword energy did not disintegrate under the vibrations. Instead, it slowed down, while being drastically weakened from the thunderflame. This was Zhuo Fan's method of dealing with the deadly sword energy, chipping it away until it was easy for his wounded self to take it. Of course, it was not enough to halt the sword energy completely, as it finally reached Zhuo Fan. But through the many trials, it was now at the power of mid-soul harmony stage, more than enough for Zhuo Fan to handle. Grinning, Zhuo Fan had his scarlet right hand lifted in complete confidence. So much for a Sword King's power. I can still take it. Zhuo Fan had forgotten about one crucial fact about this sword, something that made it pierce his almighty right hand even weakened as it was. Blood spilled all over, and Zhuo Fan's smugness turned to shock. How? Why can't the Killin arm stop even a soul harmony expert's sword? Did I miscalculate? Spewing blood again, Zhuo Fan held Gu Santong close as he fell to the ground with a bang. Resting in his crater, his blood stained the earth around him. Dad, Dad? Gu Santong cried, his weary eyes tearing up. Zhuo Fan gasped. Young Sanzi, I've forgotten to take something into account, but to think it led to such a heavy wound. Now I can't even use the dragon breath pill. Dad, are we going to die? Gu Santong was just as powerless. Zhuo Fan rubbed his head. Are you afraid? No. Then leave it to luck. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone. Our lives are now in his hands, as long as he remembers the deal. Gu Santong gave an understanding nod. Zhuo Fan's wretched state was all due to forgetting an important detail, one that led to the weakened sword energy reducing him to this. To the other three, the outcome was beyond their imagination. Shangyuan Feiyun was the most shocked. There has never been anyone in this world I can't kill after 3 strikes besides the other Sword Kings, an invincible sword. Gu Yifan, since you're first, let me end you with the 4th sword. Shangyuan Feiyun aimed the fingers at the wounded and unmoving man in that crater, filled with the intent to end this. There was hatred and resentment, but most of all, humiliation. His quarry was now defenseless, yet he was the one feeling defeated. The great Sword King had failed to kill a radiant stage alchemist in 3 strikes, the same way a buffed man couldn't squash an ant with his fist. People would disregard the ant's strength and mock instead the weakness of the man. Shangyuan Feiyun's next sword held all his bloodthirst, the most dangerous one the damaged Zhuo Fan was going to face. It was within his calculation, but deviated somewhat. Yet this little shift meant true death, even for Zhuo Fan chapter 941. Back against the wall / backed into a corner. First is a show of strength to unsettle the mind. Second is baiting to get every guard out of the jail and give me time to rescue him. The whole guards throughout the city will be drawn as well, making our escape all the much easier. The plan does sound solid, but will they fall for it so easily? Shangyuan Yulin hates Shangyuan clan head to the marrow, thus making Shangyuan Yulin detonate himself in his face, and with you raiding the manor, his mind will jump to conclusions I wanted out of rage. He'll believe beyond any shadow of a doubt that clan head is behind this. While I'll also scare the guards with this attack, making them feel safe only around Shangyuan Feiyun, thus leaving the jail free to rescue him. This plan has a very good chance of duping Shangyuan Feiyun, but that might not go the same for the wisest man in the empire, Bailey Jingwei. His reputation precedes him, and it's guaranteed he'll see through it. But no matter how shrewd he is, he has one glaring flaw I can exploit. What? Untold greed, ha ha ha. Though it's not really a glaring weakness, since any highly skilled manipulator will feel greater desire in always wanting things to go his way. The Pill King convention is the perfect example. He knew where all of you were hiding and laid a bait for the perfect trap to catch all of you. He is a man with a clear objective and great patience. So no matter what doubts he might have about anything, he won't act on them, but instead seek to outdo me in the same field by using this alluring bait. In that case, we should outdo him as well by following his plan of saving young Sanzi from the manor. Then what? Hunting me down to the ends of the world. I reckon they'd catch up in an hour or two. Escaping again will be even harder. Won't they just kill you? Yeah, only with death staring you in the face will you see the light of tomorrow. This is the only way for the two of us to escape Bailey Jingwei's hunt and leave the central area. Shangyuan clan head should just forget about it, since I have my own plans. Boom tilde heavy rumbling came from afar, with a cloud of dust rising in the horizon, so high it covered the sun and the blue sky. Shangyuan Feixing's team was hovering high in the air. As he recalled Zhuo Fan's foolproof plan back in the cave, his eyes were fixed on the source of those loud sounds, his gaze heavy. He sighed. Everything went exactly as the kid speculated. Bailey Jingwei and the other two went after the kid to catch him. He's got valor and smarts, anticipating the enemy's moves, even Bailey Jingwei. One venerable shook his head in worry. Just what could the kid do to escape from two sword kings and a prime minister? The rest wore heavy frowns. Yeah, what can he do? There were so many of us, and not even we could save anyone from the two sword kings. There's no point worrying. He said he had a way, and that's that. Shangyuan Feixing sighed. It's quite amazing how everyone started caring about him in just a few days, ha ha ha. One venerable huffed. Who is? We're only lamenting the death of such a genius. And who are we going to take it out on if he dies without giving us the sword? Ha ha ha, Venerable can relax in this case. He said back in the cave that he'll hand it over once he escapes with his son. I had already sent men over to wait. Once Bailey Jingwei and the others leave, we'll look for the kid to hand it over. Feixing, are you just going to believe his words? He's too cunning. Another venerable chuckled. Shangyuan Feixing showed a look of glee, nodding determined. I do, because he swore on his son. I don't believe any parent would toy with their children. He will keep his word. The others shook and nodded. And if he dies, there's a chance his plan will fall through. He'll still leave us with a trail so we can find the divine sword. Shangyuan Feixing looked at the disturbance once more with shaky eyes. Even if they die, he'll keep his words, only wishing to give the two of them proper burial to give his son his blessing. The men looked at the clan head and then nodded in silence. Gu Yifen's mind was more twisted than a gnarled root, but one thing they could all swear on was his undying love for his son. Shangyuan Feiyun's fourth sword unleashed a terrible aura, making the air shimmer around it. Zhuo Fan stared back with a grin in utter calm. As he waited, he chuckled at some point, closing his eyes and resigning himself to fate. It was done without an ounce of regret, welcoming the end with a free heart, with no hope of the two lovers getting back together, with enemies too strong to be overcome. Nothing could ever get him out of such a hopeless situation. Zhuo Fan had carried so much weight inside him these past years, coming to bear too much alone. Even with the faint glimmer of hope presented to him, it felt always out of reach, always unattainable. The stress and grief had eaten away at his mind for such a long time. It was a recipe for disaster, avoiding insanity only because he trained the true self-art to center himself. The deeper the love, the heavier the wound. He now came to see why love was forbidden to demonic cultivators, for one man alone might never escape its torment. He found being in a situation where another was giving him a mercy killing was a fit ending. He should have died ages ago. Showing a smile only he understood, Zhuo Fan welcomed the end. Shangyuan Feiyun's sword rang constantly, aimed squarely at Zhuo Fan's head. As the bloodthirst in his eyes focused, the devastating sword was released. Zhuo Fan could feel its terror, but all he had for it was a faint smile. Shangyuan Feiyun's fingers did not finish cutting the air and sending the sword, as they were caught mid-move by a tight hand. Shangyuan Feiyun spoke in a chilling tone. Brother Dan, what are you doing? Bailey Jingwei was taken aback. I just think we should save it for after we find the soaring sword. Danking Shen's beard swished as he spoke. Shangyuan Feiyun huffed. With his character, there's no way he'll say anything. And is this a time to think about the soaring sword? He has now become a far greater danger than the sword's value. He has to die, right, Prime Minister? Bailey Jingwei nodded after a pause. Soaring Sword is missing, and the Patriarch will at most feel a longing for a lost toy. What we can't allow, however, is to permit anything that might endanger his life. The moment I saw the kid release the black flame, I was even more sure that he must die. It's clear to anyone here that it must be so, but wouldn't it be better to have it both ways? Danking Shen nodded and turned to the unmoving Zhuo. Gu Yifen, you heard it. Today's your funeral and you can't take the soaring sword where you're going. I am willing to fulfill your last wish, your will. You've come from the western lands and have been in the central area for a year now. You should understand that I hardly make promises, but when I do, I always keep them. Now tell me your dying wish. Zhuo Fan looked him in the eye with a smile. Ha ha ha, let my son go? Impossible. Bailey Jingwei denied it on the spot. Gu Yifen, you yourself said something about weeding out the remains. We'll never allow this threat to live. Zhuo Fan chuckled. Then there's nothing else, damn rotten dying brat, since you love death so much, have it all. Shangyuan Feiyun's fingers cut the air again. Zhuo Fan's eyes lit up and waved him off. Hold up, there is one other, however. It just came to me. Then go ahead, say it. Danking Shen frowned. Looking from him to Shangyuan Feiyun, Zhuo Fan smirked. I only wish for Dragon-Cleaving Sword King to be the one ending me. Why? I'd hate to see Shangyuan Feiyun happy. 3 times he failed to kill me, and I'd rather not have his 4th sword touch a hair on me. Let this Sword King carry the shame with him always, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan cackled. Shangyuan Feiyun's face twitched and roared, his fingers finishing the move. Goddamned bastard, I'll frickin' kill you. Wait. Bailey Jingwei stopped him, turning to Zhuo Fan with a sharp gaze. All right, we agree. Chapter 942, Sand Burial. Bailey Jingwei's eyes flashed. Even without Dragon-Cleaving Sword King's promise, I would guarantee your last meager dying wish in exchange for the soaring sword. We all promise. Prime Minister. Shangyuan Feiyun's brow shook, but Bailey Jingwei's wave stopped him. Sword King Feiyun, please think of the bigger picture. Which is more important, your name or the soaring sword? Its loss affected Sword King's reputation all the same. In other words, Soaring Sword's name has already suffered, so what is a little more? Please bear this indignity, for the Empire? Shangyuan Feiyun took a look at his most pathetic state. It wasn't the missing sleeve from one arm that got to him, but the damp pants that fueled his rage and shame. But in the end, he gave an angry wave and turned around, taking out fresh clothes to change. Bailey Jingwei nodded and smiled. Sword King Feiyun has promised you as well. That should be all, yes? Ha ha ha, yeah. Now I can tell you where the soaring sword is. Only, it's another matter entirely if you can get it. Zhuo Fan showed a crooked smile to an eager Bailey Jingwei, toying with him. Soaring sword is now with the Shangyuan clan. Bailey Jingwei gasped. They have it. Grandmaster Gu, are you making fun of us? How can a cunning mind like yours just hand it over to them? Ha ha ha, what else was there? His loud laughter made him spray blood as well. We all know I've had priors with Shangyuan clan, so I had to give them something to help me out. Shangyuan Feiyun's brow shook, his face heavy as he said, Bailey Jingwei, letting those Shangyuan bastards get the sword will be even worse. With their power and numbers, they'll just flee and we won't catch them. It'll be hard even if a Sword King gets involved. Moreover, once they hole up in the expansive central area, it's like finding a needle in a haystack. Even if we do get wind of them by some miracle, the scouting team will just die for nothing without a Sword King leading them. This is really getting out of hand. Bailey Jingwei squinted, his face grave. But he did not once let his eyes stray from Zhuo Fan. Grandmaster Gu, stop with the games. You're on your deathbed. You said you had priors with them and they won't believe you, but this goes both ways. Do you trust them? You'd have gotten the short end of the stick if you'd have just handed them the sword. They'd have just taken it out on you to vent for their losses. For a smart guy like you, such an obvious mistake is impossible. Humph, Grandmaster Gu, don't take us up for idiots. Bailey Jingwei huffed, his eyes sharp. Shangyuan Feiyun's face twitched. Who is Bailey Jingwei calling an idiot? Humph, damn that Prime Minister acting like the only wise guy in the world. Prime Minister, would you say I'm in a position to insult you? Ha ha ha, Zhuo Fan shook his head. But yes, neither I nor Shangyuan clan trust each other, so the handing of the sword is done at the right time so that we'd work out together against the enemy. Once the deal is done, neither will mind the other. Bailey Jingwei's eyes shook. You mean? You are our enemy, all three of you, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan chuckled as he explained. I used them to lure you all away and rescue young Sanzi, then handed over the sword to the clansmen following behind me. This was the only way to make both sides agree. We knew that fighting would be bad as it would draw the guards over, leading to them losing the sword and us getting captured. So even with the mistrust between us, the timing called for us to overlook all our past problems and think of the bigger picture. Wouldn't you say so, Prime Minister Bailey? Bailey Jingwei shook all over, believing Zhuo Fan's perfectly strung arguments. Shangyuan Feiyan asked, Prime Minister, can we believe him? We don't have a choice. Bailey Jingwei was tense. We were clear on the hostility between him and the Shangyuan clan, and working together was out of the question. The only reason they did it anyway was for the soaring sword. The question is, when will it be handed over? Too soon, and the Shangyuan clan will go back on its word. Too late, and anxiety mounts, so much so the tense mood will make them settle old scores even after getting the sword. But with the threat of another enemy around, the deal will be completed, each going their own way. Bailey Jingwei stared hard at Zhuo Fan and spoke with frustration and hatred. Grandmaster Gu, you're a true mastermind. You've done great indeed. If I were the one facing such a challenge, I don't think I'd come up with such a brilliant plan on the spot. You have my respect. Ha ha ha, why thank you for the honor, Prime Minister. Zhuo Fan waved his flattery away. Bailey Jingwei read the mockery in his eyes and turned to Danking Shen in anger. Dragon-cleaving Sword King, fulfill Grandmaster Gu's will and send them off. Right. Danking Shen drew 2 fingers and a deadly power surged in their tips, followed by a dragon roar and the space shimmering around him. Cold eyes gazed upon the feeble Zhuo Fan, and Danking Shen raised his hand. Zhuo Fan stared back with a broad smile. Whoosh tilde a sword of the same level as Shangyuan Feiyan's was unleashed upon Zhuo Fan. Along with thousands of dragon roars, the sword energy surged as it fell on him. Following the devastating explosion, hundreds of miles around Zhuo Fan and his son were leveled. There was nothing there than a wasteland and thick dust that dyed the world yellow. Once the breeze scattered it away, there was no trace of anything left behind. Everything was gone, buried with the sand. The entire landscape had been reformed into this desolation. Bailey Jingwei sighed at the destruction. It is finished. Such an alchemical genius of his generation found his bones resting along his sons in this sand burial. What a pity. Prime Minister, isn't it a bit late for that? Shangyuan Feiyan glanced over. Hypocrite much, Bailey Jingwei said. Cherishing talent is one thing, but seeing my opponent gone brought me such relief. Dragon-cleaving Sword King Feiyan, let's go. We need to hurry back and send word to every corner of the central area. We have to track down the Shangyuan clan and stop them from getting the sword out of the central area. Easier said than done. Shangyuan Feiyan shook his head. I'll say it again. They only need to hide, and even a Sword King will hardly have a better chance of finding them, let alone the rest. The chances of getting the soaring sword back are less than 10%. Bailey Jingwei sighed. We'll do our part while the rest is up to fate. In any case, this has been our failure. Bailey Jingwei flew for Flying Cloud City. Shangyuan Feiyan shook, balling his fists and stealing his gaze. Bailey Jingwei isn't the only one culpable. With the Shangyuan clan escaping and the soaring sword gone, Shangyuan Feiyan was liable as well. Gu Yifan might have lost in the last fight. As a mere radiant stage cultivator, he had avoided 3 sword skills from a Sword King, and even talked his way out of being executed by the 4th strike at his weakest. It was Shangyuan Feiyan's worst defeat. Gu Yifan and Shangyuan Feiyan neither won nor lost. But Zhuo Fan's last will, and the mockery it contained, was something Shangyuan Feiyan would never forget. The shame and anger were ready to explode. It was the same as saying Shangyuan Feiyun had no hand in his death. Shangyuan Feiyun's face twisted, a vein popping on his forehead from being utterly humiliated by a nobody. Now he had no one to take it out on, for the culprit died laughing at him. Shangyuan Feiyun stomped in rage and flew behind Bailey Jingwei. Danking Shen was the only one remaining, looking where Zhuo Fan once was with a vague smile. Chapter 943, Deceptive Outcome. Gu Yifan, young Sanzi, where are you? 6 hours later, in the area where a brutal cleansing had taken place, where not even a blade of grass grew, a pure and naive girl was shouting. The frail lass cried at the silent heavens as a gale blew across this desolation. Her tone was filled with worry, her cracking voice showing signs of breaking down crying. There were a dozen more youths looking around and shouting with her. Mr. Gu, young Sanzi. All their shouting and searching proved fruitless in these strong winds, swallowing their voices. They finally gave up hope an hour later, leaving only the girl still frantic and consumed with the thought of finding them. She never stopped, never rested, always crying out till hoarse. Gu Yifan, young Sanzi, where are you? Young miss, save your energy. You've seen what attack did this. They had no chance against such misfortune. There's no point searching. One youth sighed. It'll be a miracle if someone could survive 2 sword kings. Mr. Gu, let's follow clan head's words and look for any clues Mr. Gu left us to reach the soaring sword. The girl glared back at him. Shut up. Gu Yifan is fine. They can hear us and we'll soon find them. They have to be or. Shangyuan Qingyan trailed off. Young miss, in this desolate place, any kind of sign would have been noticed easily. If we can't see them, it makes no sense for 2 sword kings to be blind to anything obvious. That only leaves death, destroyed completely. Young miss, our top priority still is finding Mr. Gu's clues. He shook his head, trying to make her see reality, but then a ripple echoed out. 2 figures slumped to the ground, popping out of thin air and soaking the yellow dust with their scarlet blood. Shangyuan Qingyan shook and cheered, crying tears of joy as she rushed over. Mr. Gu, young Sanzi, you're all right. You're still alive. In the name of all that's holy, the guy actually got away from 2 sword kings. What did this freak do? The guy held his head in complete shock, needing some time to react to this sudden realization. Then he rushed over to help, only for a bloody arm to clutch his shirt, dragging him down. He looked stunned at Zhuo Fan, who was gasping for breath, using the last of his energy to shout. I told you to come and help, not give me a burial. The least you could do is see if we're still alive, not go straight to business. Zhuo Fan's eyes rolled back and he was out like a light. Only his other hand held an unconscious Gu Santong, never letting go. The youth who got stained looked at Zhuo Fan holding Gu Yifan close and spoke with respect. Gu Yifan is truly amazing. He's hurt so much but still has the energy to curse. He had been protecting his son all this time, not letting anything happen to him. Shangyuan Qingyan nodded, choking with emotion and pain from seeing Zhuo Fan covered in those deep wounds. Get Mr. Gu and his son back now. They need healing. Noticing Shangyuan Qingyan was in no state to boss them, the guy shouted for the others, carrying the 2 away. Across the large expanse of this yellow wasteland, a conspicuous stain of scarlet blood on the dry dirt was the only proof that someone had survived this ordeal. It took Zhuo Fan 3 days to wake up, finding himself in a dark cave. Nothing came as a surprise for him, knowing that they had been rescued. It was part of his deal with Shangyuan Feixiang. As long as they were drawing breath, they had to be tended to, or death was sure to grasp them in its cold grip if left out there in the desolate place. Shangyuan clan thus sent the juniors to save them. This was why Zhuo Fan knew that after saving young Sanzi, the Shangyuan clan would comply since he still held the sword they wanted. This was the perfect time to use it for all it's worth. With this sword around, the Shangyuan clan won't ever let me die. If the chances were death would have come instead, he'd have set the sword out of his ring for Shangyuan clan to take. He didn't need it where he was going. Zhuo Fan had taken all aspects into consideration. On one hand, he had bluffed Bailey Jingwei into leaving, and on the other, he had Shangyuan clan eating out of his palm. The thought brought an insidious smile to Zhuo Fan's lips, resting as he was on the cold, hard bed. Ha ha ha, at the end of it all, be it Flying Cloud Manor or Shangyuan Clan, all dance to my tune. I have turned despair into hope once more. Cackling like mad, Zhuo Fan stood up, only to feel a sudden pain stab at his mind. The agony coming from every part of his body made him grit his teeth. Damn that danking Shen, couldn't he have taken it easier? Then again, being ruthless was the only way of fooling Shangyuan Feiyun's senses and intuition. A faint and childish voice came. Dad, you told him to, and now you're blaming him for it. If the old man knew you're cursing him, he'd wished he'd killed you instead. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, smiling. Young Sanzi, you knew? Of course. Gu Santong just woke up, still pale but quite happy. Is there anything I don't know about you? Ever since you had Shangyuan Yulin sent to give me some nonsense signal, I knew that it wasn't meant for me. We never had private code phrases. What's that stuff about a gentleman's promise and wanting to save me anyway? I knew then and there it was for that old guy's ears, he. Too bad Bailey Jingwei and Shangyuan Feiyun had no clue whatsoever. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan nodded. Yep, the signal was for danking Shen, though I was still skeptical if he'd help or not. The most uncertain part of my plan was whether the old guy would play ball for the greatest deceptive outcome ever. His sword was savage and powerful, but scattered on impact, shaking the space around and hiding us from Shangyuan Feiyun's senses. I used this chance to activate Divine Eye of the Void 6th stage, Void Domain, and hid us in a pocket space. It also helped cement the idea of our demise to Bailey Jingwei and leave the area. And what if the old guy didn't help us? Gu Santong asked. Zhuo Fan shook his head. The idea was to make an opening for danking Shen to strike by becoming heavily wounded in 3 clashes with Shangyuan Feiyun. Next was up to him. If he was going to help, he was sure to speak up. If not, I'd have no choice but to resort to a dragon breath pill. But then everything went south when Shangyuan Feiyun struck me so hard that I couldn't even move, making throwing the dragon breath pill useless. There was only one way of getting out of there alive. Thank God the old guy was still nice. I finally get it now. There's no man proposes, God deposes. Not when you have enough friends. More friends means more lives, he. Why all the hassle, Dad? Just throw him a dragon breath pill to his face and be done. Young Sanzi, we only have 2 of them. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes. It's easy to kill them all with one, but then what? With a prime minister and a sword king dead, the Sword Star Empire will then send the other 7 sword kings after us. That'll be the end of us. Even with 1 dragon breath pill left, can we get them all? Young Sanzi, no matter what a man does, even if it's wrong, he has to suffer the consequences. Using the dragon breath pill will end with us being hunted down and killed. We're not the Shangyuan clan, we have no one to shield us. The Central Area's Genesis stage experts can't handle them even if found. We, on the other hand, are finished. That's why a trump card like that can't be used unless it's the only one available. We're not on invincible swords level, so we can't use it to mow down grunts. Young Sanzi nodded, but then muttered, But you used one on Universal Righteous Sect and only got 2 now. Dad, didn't you mow them down? Zhuo Fan flushed from being stuck. Men are impulsive. I just wanted to know its power, that's all, ha ha ha. Chapter 944, Bane. Father and son were having the time of their lives by themselves in that dark cave. Every now and then, Zhuo Fan had to wince and gasp from having pain stab his every wound for being too much into their game and ignoring his heavy condition, yet found it passing faster by cursing their savior each time. Damn rotten danking Shen, you just couldn't take it easier. Just that sword aura was enough to flay my skin. The old coot never heard of a softer touch. Danking Shen's rage would have blown sky high, only if he was here, of course. Damn punk, I just saved your pathetic life, and this is the thanks I get being called names. Gu Santong had a grin on his pale face, thoroughly enjoying his dad's lively and childish act. Young Sanzi, how are you feeling? I'm now too wounded to tend to your situation, but once I'm better, I'll get you back on your feet in no time, Zhuo Fan hurriedly asked. Gu Santong's smile fell for a second, shaking his head. Dad, it's fine. I'm just feeling weakened and the wounds are healing. The Shangyuan clan gave me plenty of healing pills. That's great. Even their poor pills, unlike mine, can help your wounds, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan chuckled at ease. Gu Santong's smile soon turned upside down, taken by melancholy. Zhuo Fan could tell that it was different with the other hand as the blood was still seeping out despite the tight wrap around it. Rumble tilde the stone door opened, breaking the heavy silence. Shangyuan Qingyan and the same youth Zhuo Fan grabbed back in the wasteland entered. The girls saw them waking up and cheered, "You're up." "Thanks for the save." Zhuo Fan smiled. Shangyuan Qingyan smiled back, coming over to him and looking concerned. "Mr. Gu, your body is a wreck." "Are you sure it's fine? We've used many pills and while your other wounds healed. You don't have to worry about it. I'm an alchemist too. As long as my soul is fine, the flesh can be mended." Zhuo Fan's hand shone and a vial came out, taking out a green pill. The thick aroma was intoxicating, making the other clansmen cry out, "By God, using a 10th grade pill just for some flesh wounds? An alchemist is a different breed than our clan." "Ha ha ha, it's only for the common ones, while young Sanzi will need a more particular solution. That's why I need to get back in shape to make him the right pill." Zhuo Fan ate the pill and used the returning dragon's roar. As dragons roared about, Zhuo Fan was brimming with vitality. The returning dragon's roar was the best thing when it came to patching up the body. A shame it didn't work on souls as well. With the healing pill complementing the returning dragon's roar, the two watched in shock as Zhuo Fan's wounds barely closed at all. Zhuo Fan then felt a stabbing pain from every inch of his body. Zhuo Fan looked down with a frown. "What's with these weird wounds that can't heal? They feel the same as the one vaulting sword gave me back in Double Dragon manner." The Shangyuan clansman chuckled. "Mr. Gu, you must have been hit by dragon-cleaving sword King's dragon-cleaving art. Despite the difference between his sword art and ours, they both come from insights in a divine sword. Wounds inflicted by such weapons will be hard to heal. I still thought you'd need 10 more days before you could stand. It's a miracle you are doing this now. An 11th grade alchemist sure heals fast, ha ha ha. Wounds from those sword arts heal slowly." Zhuo Fan soon came to his own conclusion as to why. The wound-vaulting sword inflicted back then took ages to heal too, since Danking Shen's art came from the vaulting sword, which hurt him. Does that mean the sword art captured the divine sword's essence? Regardless of doubts, this was the conclusion he came to. Common folk being around a sacred weapon for long enough, they'd have its sword energy used for their cultivation, facilitating not only their training in a godlike sword art, but also unleashing greater power when using it. It was top-notch regardless of the stage it was used in. Is it maybe the power of the sword sovereign? Deep in thought, the casual movement of his right reminded him of the pain and winced. The pain coming from his body earlier subsided after using the pill and the returning dragon's roar. The issue now was the right hand. Shangyuan Qingyan took his right hand and complained, "Easy, we've just bandaged it, but the bleeding won't stop." Zhuo Fan shook, seeing as the wrap was dyed red. "Young miss, Shangyuan Feiyan's soaring sword art must have caused the wound on his right. Anyone else would have their heal slowly, but this is so baffling that no pill works. The bandage is only temporary, and if this continues, he'll bleed out." The Shangyuan guy explained. Zhuo Fan's brow shook, looking at his right in fright. He felt his forehead and, though wounded, did not bleed, healing slowly. Shangyuan Feiyan caught his gesture and said, baffled, "Mr. Gu, I looked over your condition. The wounds on your right arm have to be from Shangyuan Feiyan's sword. The strange thing is, it just won't heal, while the shoulder heals the same as the rest of you. I'd almost thought Shangyuan Feiyan's sword was stronger than Danking Shen's." "It's the killing arm?" Zhuo Fan's eyelids shook, coming to a conclusion. That's why the soaring sword art at Soul Harmony stage could pierce it. The secret lies with soaring sword and soaring killin'. The soaring sword and, in turn, the soaring sword art targets the soaring killin' in particular. That means young Sanzi. Zhuo Fan felt sharp pain as he rushed to young Sanzi's side, holding the bandaged arm that was bleeding just like his. Shangyuan Qingyan gasped, hurrying to change the binding. Young Sanzi is bleeding again. We have to stop it. Young miss, that's only a symptom. They are both so strange, unable to heal the areas struck by the soaring sword art. The Shangyuan guy shook his head. Shangyuan Qingyan wouldn't give up, looking after young Sanzi with teary eyes. Even if it doesn't heal, we have to do all we can. Having not even reached the ethereal stage, they'll die for good and won't come back. Young Sanzi, why didn't you tell me? Zhuo Fan balled his fists and clenched his teeth. Being in the ethereal stage, Zhuo Fan would have halted cultivation at worst, but he'd live. Young Sanzi was a sacred beast by comparison, with their body and soul as one. When one died, the other followed, and there was nothing to bring him back. Young Sanzi's bleeding condition was potentially deadly. Young Sanzi teared up, his pale lips trembling. Dad, I felt ever since the soaring sword art hurt me that I met my bane. I can barely hold on. I didn't want to worry you. Why didn't you say anything? I'm your dad, I'm supposed to worry. Zhuo Fan gnashed his teeth, taking out a vial from his ring and revealed 2 11th-grade pills. Under the Shangyuan guy's gasp, Zhuo Fan took one and gave young Sanzi the other. Listen, this is from when I refined to save Shangyuan Qingyan. She had been hurt by the soaring sword art as well. It worked on her, and now we'll see if it works on us as well. If all else fails, I'll take you back to Western lands. Western lands? Gu Santong jumped. Zhuo Fan nodded with resolve. We'll ask those old coots to save you. They have to know a way. So just hold on, young Sanzi. Chapter 945, Back to Western Lands. Tilda with the ingestion of the pill. Zhuo Fan and Gu Santong flashed green, meditating to work its power to heal their wounds through their body, especially that bleeding arm. The green energy gathered on the wound, but that was it. It just could not go deeper and work its magic as something was keeping it away, soon fading out. With a soaked brow, Zhuo Fan gnashed his teeth and his nails dug into his palms. Shangyuan Qingyan was looking very worried from the side. Tilda with a ripple, Zhuo Fan resorted to force, using Yuan Kai and the healing energy to slam into the wound. All he hit was a wall. But as he kept pushing, the green energy seeped ever so slowing into the wound and began to heal it. As it improved, the bleeding slowed to a stop. Shangyuan Qingyan lit up with joy. Zhuo Fan eased a breath and looked at his killing arm with a nod. This pill has some use. Zhuo Fan turned to young Sanzi with hope, only to find despair. Gu Santong's arm looked to have improved, but it was marginal. The bleeding had slowed down, but not completely. His life was still in a very real danger. Shangyuan Qingyan gasped. Mr. Gu, you managed to heal, so why is young Sanzi? Zhuo Fan was in a constant frown, feeling bleak inside as the worst case crept among his thoughts. The soaring sword art may be Killin's bane. The two conflicting energies can't be resolved with pills alone. I fear that only a sacred beast can heal another sacred beast. I can only take him to Kun Peng and Dragon Ancestor in Western lands. The question is if I'll reach them in time. I only have a Killin arm, and since the rest of me is human, the soaring sword art isn't so harsh on me. Just who can save you? Zhuo Fan has made up his mind, holding Gu Santong in his arms and walking out. Mr. Gu, where are you going? Shangyuan Qingyan asked, taken aback. Zhuo Fan spoke. To Western lands to save him. Only Western lands has someone that can heal him. Western lands, Shangyuan Qingyan muttered, but Mr. Gu, you're still hurt. Let us take you. No time. Zhuo Fan gnashed his teeth, and staying with you will only get more dangerous. It's better if I go alone with young Sanzi. Zhuo Fan had pointed out to Bailey Jingwei that the Shangyuan clan had the soaring sword. Regardless of ever being able to stop them and get it back, Bailey Jingwei would still take precautions. The Shangyuan clan was bound to be running around the central area for the next while and might even resort to fighting central area's experts a few times. The two were too hurt, with the sun in critical condition, to join the chaos. It would only make it worse. Zhuo Fan barely got away from Bailey Jingwei, so why would he go looking for more trouble? Zhuo Fan had come to a firm decision to leave the Shangyuan clan. Shangyuan Qingyan watched his straight back and sighed. She wanted him to stay, but she knew he'd do anything to save young Sanzi. There was nothing she could say to keep them here. The roller coaster of emotions she was feeling had her forget why the Shangyuan clan saved them in the first place. It was all to finish the last part of their deal. So while her love-addled brain refused to work, the Shangyuan guy next to her had no such handicap, crying out, "Mr. Gu, we won't keep you if you want to leave, but you have to first give the divine sword you promised us." Whoosh tilde a clank cut him off as a scarlet sword stabbed into the bedrock. Zhuo Fan had then vanished with Gu Santong. "It's good that we got the sword, or I don't know how I could have explained this to clan head, ha ha ha." The guy held the sword in pride and said, "Young miss, we should go see clan head." Shangyuan Qingyan was too overwhelmed to register his words, still staring in empty space, where Zhuo Fan had been standing. He didn't even say goodbye, not so much as look at her. 3 days later found the Shangyuan clan's 300 meditating in a quiet forest in white robes. Shangyuan Feixiang was frowning with worry, letting heavy breaths yet never speaking up. A thick hand grabbed his shoulder, startling him. "Hi, Venerable, what can I do for you?" "It's nothing. But seeing you eaten up inside these days, are you worried?" The old man smiled. Shangyuan Feixiang nodded. "Despite lacking danger, it's the junior's first mission. I just can't rest easy knowing the kid didn't want me to send some experts instead of youngsters. The kid is sharp. With our experts around him, he figured they'd settle the score, ha ha ha." High Venerable shook his head. "Feixiang, you believed him when he swore on his son, so why the needless worry?" "I do believe him, but no one says incidents can't happen." Whoosh tilde the sudden sound reached his ears and his eyes lit up. He saw dozens of figures in the air, the juniors he sent for Zhuo Fan. In the lead was the apple of his eye, Shangyuan Qingyan. Shangyuan Feixiang's worries over these days finally eased. The rest of the experts gathered around the juniors, eager to know the result. Shangyuan Feixiang rushed to Shangyuan Qingyan to ask, "How did it go? Did you get the soaring sword?" Shangyuan Qingyan sighed and left with a lowered head. The rest felt uneasy. Why is young miss so glum? Did the kid die and leave no trace of the soaring sword? Why then did they took so long to come back? Clan head, here is the soaring sword. The guy who was with Shangyuan Qingyan around Zhuo Fan bowed and presented the scarlet longsword. Ha 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 lit up and touched the blade. "Ha ha ha, it really is the soaring sword. Our mission is a success, and we can go home to Eastern lands." Everyone cheered and jumped in joy. "Then what's with that girl having a long face? I thought you failed for a second there, ha ha ha." Shangyuan Feixiang eased a breath and glanced at his daughter looking depressed by a pond. The Shangyuan guy bowed again. "I believe it's because of Mr. Gu, that young miss." He explained everything that transpired and everyone looked stunned. "You're saying he's alive?" Shangyuan Feixiang's eyes shook. "He actually came out alive from not just 2 sword kings but the prime minister of this empire." They were aware of Zhuo Fan's plan and how reality followed its every step, but to actually achieve the last and hardest part alive was inconceivable. They found it far more believable for Zhuo Fan to die and leave clues for the divine sword instead. This made the news of Zhuo Fan's flawless execution of the plan a total shock. Chapter 946. Solitude. The guy paused, seeing everyone wearing dumb looks, and bowed again. "Clan head, Gu Yifan is wise and brave, a real hero. When we found him, he was still protecting his son despite the heavy wounds. His character isn't the issue here, but being a miracle worker is." Shangyuan Feixiang's face twitched and sighed. "A single sword king has enough power to do everything he wants. 2 of them around, they are invincible. Then there's Bailey Jingwei, the wisest in the Sword Star Empire. His intellect alone could make him a sword king if it was strength instead. Yet none of them, despite covering every aspect, could stop a radiant stage from toying with them and come out alive." Shangyuan Feixiang sighed, actually relating to them. Since when could the opponent we feared so much could be controlled so easily? What's worse, can't any of the experts of our best clan in the Eastern lands match to 1 radiant stage kid? Ha ha ha, what an utterly ridiculous joke. The cruel irony is even more obvious from how we lost so many people with our plan, while the kid easily got the sword without losing anything. Ha ha ha. Shangyuan Feixiang shook his head hard in defeat. The precious divine sword they all wanted so much all this time was now in their hands, but it felt flat, dull, giving them no sense of achievement whatsoever. It was because of the circumstances of the retrieval. The soaring sword wasn't recovered through their blood and sweat, but a kid did it and sold it off to them. They not once won against Shangyuan Feiyan. It was the kid all along who did everything, fighting, toying, and surviving. Shangyuan Feiyan was the Shangyuan clan's biggest traitor, but the victory belonged to a kid's resourcefulness. None of them were better than a meager, radiant kid. Clan head's desolate figure holding the divine sword killed everyone else's joy. They felt nothing from it, not when another scored a win and just handed it over. It was a subtle contrast between taking and receiving the win that made all the effort worthwhile. By taking it yourself, you proved that you had the ability to do it, while having someone just hand it over was a humiliation. It proved the other guy was better than you, being thrown to the side by the enemy and focusing on the better adversary. Such a win felt empty to them, having no value. They believed Shangyuan Feiyan's group when they fought, did not show any regard to them, always thinking about Gu Yifan, Shangyuan clan. They're nothing. Gu Yifan, a radiant stage kid, came around out of nowhere and robbed the Shangyuan clan of their honor. Sure, he got the soaring sword for them, but they didn't look quite as thankful. The three venerables knew their feelings and chuckled. Feixiang, the soaring sword is back where it belongs. We now should focus on leaving the central area. Name, reputation, glory, they come and go many times in life. As a clan head, I know none of these are important before the clan's righteousness. We're lucky to have suffered a few losses this time, ending with our win. I am very happy to see this, but Shangyuan Feixiang tensed and sighed. Having thought about everything that happened, I can't help but wonder if I'm fit to be the clan head. Feiyan was right. I'm beneath him in power and potential. I'm headstrong and can't see the bigger picture, unable to be proactive like Gu Yifan and Bailey Jingwei. Their convoluted and intricate plans opened my eyes at how deep their schemes can go, of how detailed they are. I think that the next time we clash with Bailey Jingwei, I will cause the death of everyone. I, Shangyuan Feixiang, am plain with no outstanding quality. Will keeping this chair of mine help or lead to disaster? Ha ha ha, the clan might not grow much under my helm. I've seen Gu Yifan's handiwork, his cruelty. No low is beneath him, even detonating someone, but one can't deny the results either. Having him as a son-in-law might not be such a bad idea. Leaving him to take over from me will raise the clan to new heights. At least he's far more capable than me. The Venerable looked him in the eye. Feixiang, we all knew there's a limit to what you can do, but you know why we picked you. The choice was between me and Feiyan. But he was too conceited and erred constantly. Shangyuan Feixiang frowned. The Venerable chuckled. Everyone makes mistakes. You think we didn't let him take the seat because of some mishaps? We even had a long dispute back then over Shangyuan Feiyan's talents. Why then? The Venerable smiled. The ruler is to be wise and not rash, average and not proud. The former is for the royal succession to avoid vies for power. The latter is to avoid the biggest faults in one's character. Average people hardly achieve success, but they also represent stability. They need but find a capable official to assist, and they can thrive. As for the egotistic rulers, they think themselves above everyone, that they can do everything and won't ever take advice. They can take the clan out of trouble, yes, but one day it might lead it to disaster. That is why an emperor would always choose the average son over the proud one if there's no one talented and having virtue. Virtue has always been the main criteria for all ancestors. Shangyuan Feixiang nodded. I see. You were afraid Feiyan's arrogance would lead to the clan's demise, so you renounced him. Then what of Gu Yifan's virtue? The kid's virtue ain't bad. The Venerable waved Shangyuan Feixiang's question with a vague smile. Shangyuan Feixiang jerked. Second Venerable, you mean he has it? How come I don't see it? Ha ha ha, if you could, you'd have seen Shangyuan Yulin's degenerate character. Feixiang, you can't judge a book by its cover. He may behave cruelly, but deep down he's a man of principles. Don't lump cruelty with being insidious. Insidiousness always strays you from the path, but his path stretches far and wide. The Venerable smiled. He may be cruel and unscrupulous, but everything has a purpose. He was only after his goal when he clashed with us, but did nothing despicable. Think about it, did he forego righteousness for gains? Did he go back on his words? And most importantly, he's a loving father that would do anything for his son. How bad can he be? Well, I've seen people far worse than him, looking dignified but resorting to atrocities when no one's looking. Such a kind and dark youth is worth making friends with, better than those insidious and petty ones. Shangyu Feixiang nodded after a pause. Yeah, the kid only clashed with us in our goal, but all he said and done is to my liking. He's like a demonic gentleman. Then my plan. Feixiang, you should just forget it. The Venerable cut him off. It's not a bad idea to have him as your son-in-law. He'd also benefit the clan by having him around, but not the clan head. Why? He's far more qualified than me. Is it because of his scheming? No, his scheming is very much within reason. He's in conflict with our beliefs as he walks the demonic path, regardless of how upright he is. The Venerable said, it's just that he walks in solitude, unfit for a clan head. Solitude? He has no ties with anything but his son, let alone a clan. He can't take the helm of a clan. The Venerable sighed. A clan head bears on his shoulder the fate of his people, holding within him their lives and deaths. But he is alone without such responsibility. He is indeed capable, but not fit for a clan head. As for being like Bailey Jingwei, governing the empire, or a clan head's right hand, there's no one better. Shangyu Feixiang nodded after digesting his words. He bore too much solitude to carry the weight of a leader, a loner meant to roam the world. But a cultivator communing with the world had such a quality as well. While too many mundane affairs hindered one's comprehension of the inner workings of the world, doesn't that mean it's us who are led astray from the straight and narrow chapter 947? Sword Patriarch appears. The sky was sifting large snowflakes as far as one could see, dyeing the world in shades of white. A month had gone since Zhuo Fan's battle, with autumn making way for winter with its cold snow in the flying cloud city. Danking Shen watched the heavy gray clouds outside, peaceful as they filled the air with snowflakes, covering the sun's every ray of warmth. Despite the glum outside, he was sitting cozily by a lively fire in a lavish room sipping his delectable tea with a most conspicuous smirk. All Dan, when little old me's in trouble, please look after me. Boy, I didn't do it for you. I won't make it hard on Sir's old bones. All I ask is for you to strike hard and I shall find life in death. Ah, ha ha ha, boy, where are you now, I wonder? Winter has come, and I'm sure even aiming my sword away from you still gave you no light injuries. Dragon-cleaving art's power isn't something you can heal. Look after yourself in these winter days. Recalling their promise, Danking Shen sipped his wine, yet joy danced in his eyes. The boy has been suspicious of me till the end, going as far as sending someone to remind me in Shangyu Feiyan's hidden room. Ha ha, how pointless. Dragon-cleaving sword king, you're in a good mood. Mind sharing with me so I could enjoy it too. I've hardly ever saw dragon-cleaving sword king smile, ha ha ha. Rows of guards entered, bowing and making way for Bailey Jingwei in fur clothing. He made himself at home, sitting right next to Danking Shen with a smile. Shangyu Feiyan came next, sitting nearby, sticking one leg over the other, looking bored to death. Brother Dan, share with us this fine mood you're having. This past month, if not dull, it has been glum. Ha ha ha, getting your paradise ruined and the divine sword taken tends to do that. Danking Shen took out a jade slip. Here's my report on my domain. There were signs of the Shangyu clan around, and I have come to ask for the next course of action. What? Shangyu Feiyan snatched the jade slip and cried. Those old fools ran off to your side of the empire. But that leads to northern lands. What are they doing there? They must be taking the long way around through northern lands. Bailey Jingwei's eyes flashed and resumed sipping tea by the fire's cozy warmth. Shangyu Feiyan followed. Prime Minister, what do we do? Nothing. Bailey Jingwei sighed. The central area is just too large and gives the Shangyuan clan too many places to hide. I had notified the 9 Sword Kings to look out for them in their domains, but without concrete signs to look for, they'll find nothing. Furthermore, with some Sword Kings' laid-back attitude, some not even present in their domains, things would only get harder. Prime Minister Bailey, I'm here, aren't I? Dragon-cleaving Sword King, I wasn't talking about you, but that wine sword immortal that loves to hit the bottle. Bailey Jingwei's eyes flashed and gnashed his teeth. He's a Sword King, but all he does is partake in local beverages at every chance instead of leading his domain. How damn superficial. He even makes trips to other lands too, humph. Just what was the point of giving that domain to him? At least with Shangyuan clan's faint traces, even around he won't be of much use. Danking Shen grinned. I have to say I admire that old guy, so free and casual. Brother Feiyun, he'll be back in a few days. Want to ask him out for a drink? Maybe he got back some good stuff from where he's been. You go, I'm not in the mood. Shangyuan Feiyun gave an impatient wave. Just how did you manage to do it anyway? Danking Shen raised an eyebrow. How else? When they asked me how to do it, I told them to play dumb. The Shangyuan clan came here en masse, and with 3 old coots strong enough to face a Sword King, so while I wasn't around, they were bound to die if they pushed them. So they just let them go. Why you? Shangyuan Feiyun's face twitched, turning to the other. Prime Minister, see that? He's lazy at his job. When the invincible sword comes along, I'll be sure to tell him. Glancing at him, Bailey Jingwei chuckled. I advise Sword King against petness, for I'm with dragon-cleaving Sword King on this. What? Doing something pointless is utterly idiotic. Taking his teacup, Bailey Jingwei took a sip and drawled. Looking for the Shangyuan clan was just a matter of appearances, never intent on following through. What's the point of handing them the lives of hundreds of people? We lost, pure and simple. There's no shame in it. Now we need to get ready for the Patriarch's admonishment. Report. A guard barged in and presented a jade slip. Prime Minister, Imperial Capital summons you. A summon. Bailey Jingwei smiled and took the jade slip. I've been away for 3 months and His Majesty wants me back. Ha ha ha, I hardly get any vacation time like this. There are so many places I haven't seen yet. Sigh, no rest for the wicked. Just what got the Imperial Capital so on the edge they need me to solve it. How pretentious can you be? The Empire can't go a single day without you. Shangyuan Feiyun's mouth twitched and revealed a crooked smile. Prime Minister, politics sure keep you busy. Without Sir in the Empire, the sun loses its shine, ha ha ha. Bailey Jingwei caught his jab, but chose to ignore it as he read the summons with an unspeakable calm. Though minutes later he winced and cried, What? What happened? Shangyuan Feiyun flinched. Bailey Jingwei said, Patriarch has come out and is calling court with the 9 Sword Kings and all officials. He wants to move in on northern lands. Invincible sword is out. Shangyuan Feiyun and Danking Shen cried out at the same time. The world will be in turmoil soon. What do you mean? Followed by prosperity, I mean, ha ha ha. At Bailey Jingwei's long look, Shangyuan Feiyun and Danking Shen gave a dry laugh. Bailey Jingwei shook his head. I'll ignore it this time, but please watch your words, Sword Kings. You are the revered 9 Sword Kings of the central area, the cornerstones of the Sword Star Empire. If the Empire is flourishing, so are you. If the Patriarch is powerful, so are you. Above all else, never treat Patriarch as your adversary. While I do understand the urge in practitioners to find worthy opponents to test their mettle, a house divided against itself cannot stand. Understood? The two nodded. With how little impact he had on these strong Sword Kings, Bailey Jingwei did not press the issue, shouting instead, Guard, prepare to return to the Imperial Capital. I and the Sword Kings are going to greet the Patriarch. Yes, sir. A man bowed and rushed to work. Bailey Jingwei spoke again. Also, I had you look for a reliable person from Western lands. Did you find any? Prime Minister, I have. Then send him to Western lands and keep an ear out for anything of note. Bailey Jingwei sighed. Shangyuan Feiyun asked, Prime Minister, why are you sending someone to Western lands? Can a single random guy slip through the land's defenses and arrays to spy? I don't need him to find me secrets, but a man's background. Who? Gu Yifan! Bailey Jingwei's eyes flashed. Gu Yifan has been a worthy opponent. Even though he died, I still want to know everything about him to remember him by. As a manipulator, he had very few pieces in his hands, and who knew, maybe if he were but a little bit stronger, he'd have won, ha. Bailey Jingwei did not finish his thought. Who was to say who came on top when two equal opponents collided? Shangyuan Feiyun spoke. Gu Yifan has been nothing but cunning. He came to act against my manner, so there's no way he would leave clues to his true identity. The greatest lie isn't based on just deception, but mixing lies and truths. Bailey Jingwei spoke. Gu Yifan is a clever guy, and I'm sure he didn't give me only lies, for it would have made him too suspicious. It's especially easy to be exposed when lying about local customs and products. While his name might be fake, his origin isn't, and with his smarts, there's no way he's unknown in the Western lands. So I want to find who he was, just what kind of man could hold his own against me. Chapter 948, A Time of Need. In a world of white, with snow piling up incessantly, dyeing everything in its pure color, even a mountain of a man would find that he would have to trudge along through waist-deep snow to cross this place. On this final month of the year, the Earth's vitality was subdued, with hardly any man venturing out in this harsh environment. Even a powerful cultivator would rather avoid such blizzards, not wanting to face the heavens and this desolate world of white. Though in these particular parts, two lone figures, two mere specks in this sea of white, appeared on and off among the snowfall. Cracked Tilda under the crumbling snow with every step. A thin man paused to readjust the young child on his back, puffing out white with every breath before resuming his trek. He swayed under the biting winds, only to press harder and regain his stalwart stance. The frail child looked at the bitter and icy world around him, then at the man's body, toiling to carry him. He parted his cracked lips, sobbing, "Dad, I won't make it. You've been making me 11th grade pills to slow the bleeding and recover my blood, hurting your already wounded soul in the process. Then you still insisted on carrying me for months. Now you can't even fly. You can't keep doing this. Dad, let me go and move on. My time is up." "I don't want to be a burden. Quiet." The man panted and raised his waned face, only his eyes shining with unflinching determination. He just gritted his teeth and pressed on. "Young Sanzi, listen up. I am your dad and I won't have this. No matter what, I'll get you back to the Western lands alive so those two can heal you. But the Western lands is so far away. How can we reach it in time? Dad, you can't go on doing this either." Zhuo Fan's eyes shook, moving on by sheer stubbornness. "Even if I have to walk all the way, I'll still make it. We don't need to keep moving much longer. In half a month, we'll reach Goldbow City. There's a teleportation array to every land there we can use. We'll be back to Western lands before you know it." Teleportation array. Gu Santong shook his head bitterly. "Dad, you know as well as I do that the 5 lands teleportation array is split into official and commercial routes. The official one belongs to the Sword Star Empire, and we couldn't use it even when we arrived in the central area. This won't change now. And the commercial route belongs to the biggest merchant union in all the lands, ignoring any politics involved between them. To use their teleportation array, we need the consent of the leader in each land first. How are we going to pass their questioning when we're supposed to lay low?" Zhuo Fan squinted, his brow shaking but his eyes were firm. "With me around, I'll definitely use it." Zhuo Fan took a heavy step, and as the sweat built up, he not once stopped from rushing. "Dad, you're the best." Feeling Zhuo Fan's kind and wide back, Gu Santong teared up, sobbing and slowly falling silent from feeling so weak. Blood trickled down his hand and onto the pure white snow, taking with it just a bit more of his vitality, leaving him defenseless against the elements, with the coldness seeping in. Unaware of young Sanzi's situation and oblivious to his last words, Zhuo Fan's mind was set in one direction, to push on. Eyes flashing, Zhuo Fan took step after step, trudging forward slowly and leaving deep marks behind. 4 hours of toil brought Zhuo Fan to gasping, but nothing deterred him from walking. Only in the 6th hour, Zhuo Fan's foot began to slip, barely able to raise it for another step. Even relying on his weight to push away the snow no longer helped as it did. In the 10th hour, Zhuo Fan was at a turning point, fully spent. His mind was willing, but the body hardly made any progress, numb and cold. His spirit had been so tense and focused all this time that it finally gave in, rendering him unconscious. Gu Santong had fallen asleep a long time ago, his tender face growing hard as coldness sapped his warmth, and the slow dripping of blood from his arm seemed to announce the end was nigh. The howling wind never ceased, the biting snow never stopped blocking the two's hard journey, soon burying them in white. It did not take long before any sign of their passing was gone, and the same went for them, erased by nature's cold embrace. The world was a cruel place, swallowing every being alike. All of us were nothing but visitors on this plane, bound to return in its arms. Rumble Tilda, a carriage with huge wheels, was pulled by 3 20-meter-tall spiritual beasts, actually stomping through the thick snow with relative ease. These were third-level spiritual beasts, having no trouble galloping through this harsh weather. Inside the carriage were thin curtains along with the fragrance from an incense burner lingering about, hiding the pretty figure inside, unmarred by the bleak desolation outside. Halt! As the carriage stormed through the snow, a loud voice came from within the carriage. The 3 spiritual beasts stopped on the spot. "Young miss, what is it?" a young voice asked. "Zhuir, is there blood outside?" "Blood." The curtain was lifted to reveal a charming face of a 17-year-old girl. Her eyebrows were sharp, focused as she looked around. "Are you perhaps mistaken, young miss?" "There isn't any." The first voice spoke again. "Zhuir, go outside and check if they've been buried under the snow. They may be alive." "Ah, don't awe me. Do what I say. I've been a healer for so long the scent of blood is easily recognized, but with such heavy snowfall they must be under it. Zhuir, go already." The voice was sweet, but carried with it an irreproachable tone. Shrugging, the girl jumped down and searched while complaining, "I'm going, damn. What a young miss you are." "What was that?" Nothing at all. "Ah, I found someone." As she pushed away the snow, Zhuir suddenly cried out, plunging her thin arms into the snow and pulling 2 people out. Seeing the blood on the ground, Zhuir shouted, "Young miss, you have such a sharp nose." There were 2 people buried in snow. The older one seems frozen while the younger one is bleeding, close to dying. "Bleeding in such bitter cold," the rushed voice from within said. "Zhuir, get them inside, hurry. The little one must be gravely wounded. I have to heal him." "Right away." Zhuir was about to act but then paused. "But young miss, they are male. It's not right to have them in your magnificent carriage. No man has yet to step foot in it." "It's fine if it's the child, but—" "There's no time to mind the rules. Lives are at stake." The tone coming from inside went cold. Zhuir bobbed her head and threw the 2 inside. She jumped in herself, and the carriage resumed its mad dash. All that remained was a stain of scarlet in a world of white, slowly fading beneath the endless snow. Chapter 949. Immortal healer Murongzu. Zhuir threw the frozen father and son into the warm carriage before a thin curtain. "Young miss, here they are." Only the child's blood is dripping on the tapestry. What a shame. Nothing is more precious than life. The tapestry can just be cleaned later. A scarlet thread slipped from behind the curtain and grabbed Zhuo's wrist and sent Yuan Kai through it. Zhuir grumbled, "Why would you care? You're not the one washing it." "Zhuir, is that another complaint I hear?" "No, nothing. Young miss is so magnanimous and kind, I could only work myself to the bone for young miss." Zhuir proclaimed her undying devotion on the spot. The figure behind the curtain giggled. "Stop being so sour, girl, and try to be more serious. He only has some heavy wounds, overstraining himself and his Yuan Kai. Give him Yuan Kai pills and let him rest. He'll then wake up." "Yes, young miss." Zhuo Fan helped Zhuo Fan in swallowing an azure pill, but then said, "He's in the radiant stage, yet overworked himself. He's no beginner cultivator that can't control his strength. It's not always about control, but giving one's every drop. It's out of their control. The child must be why he's been out in the snow." Whoosh Tilda, the scarlet thread came out from behind the curtain once more, going for young Sanzi's pale wrist this time. Her voice was laced with shock at the discovery. "This child is strange." There are two energies inside clashing constantly and not letting his right hand stop bleeding. I have to stop the bleeding quickly before it's too late. Zhuir, a clotting pill? Yes, young miss. Zhuir sensed young miss' urgency and restrained her playful nature as she fed Gu Santong without question. The pill turned into a red stream that flowed through his body and to his wound. It never reached it, clashed into something inside and was forced to dissipate outside. The bleeding did not stop, flowing harder now due to the violent reaction of the pill. The scarlet thread on young Sanzi's wrist shook, sending a ripple behind the curtain. The young miss cried out. Since a 5th grade hemostatic pill doesn't work, then use the 7th grade hematoma pill. The child won't stop bleeding as long as those energies aren't settled. Yes, young miss. Zhuir had never seen her young miss so distraught and fed young Sanzi the pill. The result was the same even with the hematoma pill. The force was too strong for the pill to harden, forced out without any effect. The consequence was even dire in this pill's case, causing Gu Santong to bleed even harder. All the effort Zhuo Fan spent these months, the toil he went through to make the pills and slow down young Sanzi's bleeding, were all thrown away here and now. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Zhuo Fan would surely scream himself hoarse at this idiotic pair. Don't do anything if you don't understand it. You're killing a child. The two girls were blissfully unaware of the child's severe condition. Watching things get even worse, the girl and the young miss started to panic. The young miss started demanding frantically, and the girl fed many pills to young Sanzi. All ended the same, with young Sanzi's blood flowing in torrent now and dyeing the tapestry scarlet. Zhuir was losing it. Young miss, what do we do? We're only making it worse. What's going on with his wound? Nothing works? The young miss was grave, but then she exclaimed, Did a divine sword harm the child? That can't be it. Even those wounds aren't as grave, slowly healing in the end. Just why is he showing no improvement? Young miss, it doesn't matter why. The older one might wake up any time now, and how will I explain how his son just died? Though there's nothing scary about a radiant stage. Zhuir spoke with a sorrowful smile. It'll affect young Mrs. Eminent reputation. We should have just left them there. After a pregnant pause, the young miss spoke. Saving a life is better than any fancy honor. SNC, I have seen them. I can never turn a blind eye. Zhuir, use the North Sea gel on the child? What? Zhuir gasped. No, that's too valuable to be wasted on simple flesh wounds. We paid too high a price and worked too hard to get so little of it from the northern lands. It's meant for clan heads' use for emergencies. You can't just use it on a stranger. It's too much of a waste. The young miss was pondering this as well, but soon her firm voice came. I, immortal healer Murong Zhu, have not once have anyone die on me, and certainly no child. No matter how precious the gel is, it can be earned again while the child only has one life. And with Big Brother's strength, it's hard to say when he'll actually need it. But won't it be wasted if it ends up the same as the pills? It's never a waste to use spiritual herbs to save one's life. Murong Zhu was very detached from the material as she spoke. Zhuir, what are you waiting for? Are you the young miss here or me? Zhuir hesitated, totally against the idea, but young Miss Tone demanded obedience, and she had no choice but to suck up her grumbling and take out a gourd. She let a transparent liquid drip out, releasing a sweet odor as it covered Gu Santong's wounded arm. By miracle, every place the liquid touched, the blood stopped leaking. Soon, the liquid covered the entire wound and hardened, keeping the blood inside. The foreign energy inside the arm struggled to fight this interference, only to be crushed without remorse by a sudden silvery light. The liquid had a faint silver glow as it seeped deeper into young Sanzi's body, vanishing completely. Behind it was left young Sanzi's pristine arm, unmarred by any scar or wound. Zhuir cheered. Young miss, it worked. The child's saved. The North Sea gel is a world wonder, a wonder drug for healing. The young miss relaxed a breath. The joy was short as Zhuir recalled the loss of most of the gel and spoke sadly. 10 million sacred spirit stones down the drain. Clan head is bound to flip at the news. Ha, my brother is refined and won't be angry knowing we saved a life. I hope so. Ugh, 10 million sniff. Zhuir was still in pain over such bitter losses. She glanced over to the unconscious Zhuo fan. Hey, you owe us 10 million sacred spirit stones. Don't you ever forget it. A chuckle came from beyond the curtain. Zhuir, how can a radiant stage have such wealth? Kindness isn't done for a reward. When he wakes up, we'll send the father and son off. Humph, they got it too good, Zhuir pouted. What kind of fortune did they have to stumble upon the young miss in their hour of most desperate need? Not just saving them, but for free too. It's better to fleece them of everything once they wake up. We can't have them think money falls out of the sky at every turn. Murong-Zhu smiled. They were oblivious to the fact they had lent a helping hand to a demon archon, one whose wealth belied his slovenly appearance. He had so much on him that he could repay that North Sea gel many times over with room to spare. Chapter 950. Filthy Rich. Rumble-Tilda, the huge carriage, was rushing through the snowy wasteland, shaking now and then Zhuo Fan, who lay inside on the carpet. Maybe one bump had been too hard to ignore. Maybe his Yuan Kai reserves were back. All that it mattered was that he roused, his dried lips parting to speak weakly. Young Sanzi, young Sanzi? Then he just bolted to his feet, shouting his son's name in panic. He was filled with fear and regret of what might have happened. He knew he just woke up from blacking out. But what about young Sanzi? With no one to stop his bleeding or take him to Western lands, his life would slip away with every drop of blood. Zhuo Fan's brow shook and clenched his fists. The regret inside him threatened to consume him whole. How could he just black out and leave his wounded son uncared for while he rested? He was so consumed in his thoughts and feelings he failed to notice the missing cold and snow. God damn it, what's with that racket? You scared me to death. Another shout came that made him flinch. Only now he took in his surroundings, the ever-moving carriage. Across from him was a cute and lovely lady of 17. She was holding an adorable boy of 8 who was looking pale and recovering. Zhuo Fan eased a breath and scanned the place before asking the girl, "Miss, did you save us?" "Why, you don't like it? Then give me your life back." Shooting him a look, the girl scoffed. Zhuo Fan grumbled at the most rude reply. Guess he got used to always having the final say, always having the last word. Finally, being on the receiving end had him stuck and irate. The only reason she wasn't a bloody smear on the carriage's walls was for saving them. Thanks to the true self-art, my violent tendencies had been curbed a lot over the past 2 years. You should be lucky you met me only now, humph. Zhuo Fan forced down his anger, strained a smile, and cupped his hands. Ha ha ha, I first want to thank you, miss, for all you've done. And may I ask what got you in such a bad mood? Do I owe you a fortune? Ha ha ha. What do you think? Zhuo Fan was joking but hit the lass right where it hurt and made her more depressed and annoyed. Startled, Zhuo Fan was even more baffled. I've only just met her, so how could I owe her? By her extreme reaction, I must have really done something at some point. Zhuo Fan was perplexed, but the girl just rolled her eyes at him in despair. 10 million, oh, 10 million. The two were stuck in a complete tangent from another, with neither getting the other's intentions. It was then Murong-Zhu's soft voice came from beyond the curtain. Zhuir, act like a lady and not so stuck up. It's been 5 days and you still aren't over it. Holy. Someone else is in here, Zhuo Fan jumped, now noticing the fourth presence. The sudden rousing and all that happened made him forget to scan the area. From her voice, he could tell that she was the boss lady and this girl only the servant. Humph, what a pretentious maid. Zhuo Fan lost his early amiable air, looking coldly at Zhuir. I see it's your young miss that saved the two of us, not you. Why the sour look then? You didn't do anything anyway, only using her name. Zhuo Fan saluted the curtain with all respect. Thank you, young miss, for saving the two of us in our time of need. You, Zhuir was fuming mad and whined to Murong-Zhu, young miss, see who you worked so hard to save. Zhuir, it's you who started it. Don't blame others for your problems. Take it as a lesson and try not to do it again. Murong-Zhu scolded her maid and spoke coldly to Zhuo Fan. Sir's words weren't proper either. As all life is equal, I do not need any reward for saving you. I only wish for you to be upright and do no evil, making my efforts worth it. Please don't make me regret saving a demon. Ugh, Zhuo Fan let out a dry laugh. I only just put the maid in her place and she's calling me a demon. Then again, I'm certainly no saint, haha. Zhuir glared at him and turned the lecture on him. Hear that? Young Miss wants you to be nice later on, or we can take back your life any time we want to. Ha ha ha, being nice is all up to me. You have saved me but don't need to worry about it. As for taking back the life you just saved, only I decide how I go down. Zhuo Fan sneered with a glint in his eyes. I, Zi Gu Yifen, never owed anyone any favors. I'll make sure to return this grand gesture at the first chance. So thank you for all the trouble these days, but now it's time to leave. May we meet again? Zhuo Fan grabbed Gu Santong's hand and stunned the two with his actions. Zhuir was stumped by the nerve of this guy, having just been saved from certain death. Then he started being all cocky-like, as if it was these two's endless glory for saving him. Murongzu was stunned and sighed. Not nice at all. "Eh," Zhuo Fan exclaimed, having noticed the smooth arm of Gu Santong, with not even a scar on it to show his past suffering. What's going on? Young Sanzi? Zhuir found the leverage to snap back. Young Miss, in her infinite mercy, had brought this poor child back. He is unconscious but stable. What a pity the young one is such an innocent creature while the elder one is so vile. Young Miss saved the wrong person. Thank you. Zhuo Fan forwent his rude attitude and thanked. I don't matter, but you've done me a great favor for saving my son. Any request you may have, I will fulfill it, no questions asked. Murongzu shook and nodded. Sir is quite peculiar but fond of his son. This proves your heart still has some good in it. My only reward is for you to come back on the straight and narrow. Ugh, good Zhuo Fan's face twitched. I thought you were joking. I've been evil all my life. I have no clue what good is. How does it even work? Young Miss, he's getting off too easy. Just look how cocky he was. It'd be a shame not to ask for anything. Luckily, Zhuir stepped in to clarify it all, holding out her hand. Since you want to pay, then pay your fees. Zhuo Fan chuckled and nodded. As it is right, how much? Just a smidgen, 10 million sacred stones. Zhuir sported a vile grin. Zhuo Fan flinched. Why so expensive? What kind of pills did you use? Not like he couldn't pay, but that he was stunned. Even without the fees as an excuse, he'd still give 10 million as it was only right. Those dead rocks meant nothing when young Sanzi's life was concerned. Zhuir misunderstood completely, of course, thinking so many zeros scared him and laughed. You can't, can you, you penniless? I bet you don't even know what sacred stones look like. Then just give me all you have, even though it's hardly anything of worth. Zhuir, Murongzu admonished. Zhuo Fan spoke. Miss Zhuir, I can give you that much, but I'm curious what kind of drug you used that is so valuable. If it's not the drug, then I can still pay it as favor for saving us. You think we're lying? Zhuir huffed, taking out a gourd and showing it to him. You know what's inside? Miracle drug North Sea Gel. If not, listen well. It's a valuable recovery medicine even in northern lands. We had to spend 10 million sacred stones to get this little, and used almost all on your son. Isn't it normal for you to pay at least that much? Sniffing the gourd, Zhuo Fan frowned. North Sea Gel? There's no mention of it in the 9 Serenity's secret records. Is it from the mortal domain? But to save young Sanzi, it has to be miraculous. He smiled at Zhuir. Miss, since you only have a little left, give it to me for my son, and I'll give you 20 million to make up for it. Ha, 20 million? I bet you don't have spirit stones as much. That's not the issue here. Will you accept? Zhuo Fan asked. Zhuir raised her head, not believing a word. Fine then, only a fool won't take advantage of such a damn deal. Give me your ring. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone and chuckled. Zhuir did so, and Zhuo Fan's ring touched hers. Zhuo Fan then took the gourd and his son and was off, laughing. Miss Zhuir, a deal's a deal, bye. Wait, I still haven't checked, Zhuir cried out. Murongzu gasped. What is it, Zhuir? Young Miss, 20 million sacred stones are inside the ring. The guy is actually loaded. Zhuir was bug-eyed, struck dumb by the glittering rocks in her ring.